Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You are now rocking with Sis the Wabbit, man. We are on day 5 of the Secoriea Turner murder trial. We're gonna start on time today. We are gonna start on time today. They haven't started yet, so I'm early. We're gonna rock out for a little bit. You know what? This is giving me some time to mess with Wabbit Bot. Okay. Goodness. Goodness. You know what? Yeah, this will give me some time to mess with Wabbit Bot. The trial hasn't started yet for the day. We're gonna be here all day. I'm gonna be dropping the link. As a matter of fact, let me do that. Let me do that. Times like now. So when we got some downtime, because we watching the trial in real time. There's gonna be a lot of uh breaks and pauses and intermissions, and that means we're gonna have a lot of downtime. And because of that, I'm willing to drop the link. I'm willing to drop the link to have people, if they want to pull up, to have a discussion or add to the content until it's time to until they come back. So stuff like that. But right now, I'm gonna mess with my Wabbit bot. I was able to speak to some people to help me get the right codes to get this thing done. First things first. Let me fix this thing. Mm, Oh, that's the music that weird. You guys got weird. You know what? I'll put it in the background. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, people. As we wait for trial to start. As we wait for trial to start. Um, Let me make these necessary adjustments. Um, Trying to get Web about to stop saying what's up to itself. you know what? I think I'm going to redo this one. I think I'm gonna redo this one. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let me say what's up to y'all. Um, Shout out to Flip, All That Remains, Egon Breezeblock, D Grant, Trey Spectives, Letitia Third Eye POV, Mrs. Baker, Courtney Peach. Sound, you can't hear me? You guys can't hear me? Testing, testing. Oh, I had to say. Um, Looks like I'm gonna have to build this thing from scratch all over again. Cause I'm not. I don't know why it's not supposed. It's not supposed to greet Rabbit Bot. All right, I'm going to let's disable this, and we're gonna recreate it. Good morning, everyone. We're still waiting. Tamika McCullough, what's going on? We are waiting for the show to start. We are waiting for the trial to start for the day. Um, I'm going to let me get Nightbot. Let me summons Nightbot. No, summons Nightbot. So you can put the link in the chat. Mm, you got a link? Oh yes, I do. Yes, I do. Mm, update. All right, so let me rebuild this thing from scratch so that it could work properly. To the chat. All right, we got a new one we trying right now. Copy and paste this. Out to the chat. Hey everyone. Hey guys. Hey guys. As we wait, as we wait, let's redo this. Let's redo this. As we wait, as we wait. As a matter of fact, let me give y'all some music to listen to as we wait. 'Cause Cause why not? Eh? Shout out to the chat. It's actually pretty. This is a pretty good track. This is a pretty good track. You know? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, this is a pretty good, hey, pretty good soundtrack right here. Hey, got me shaking my head. Hey, it's a pretty good song right here, man. And I think I'm able to. I believe I'm able to update my. Hold up, we gonna get our AI assistant in a minute. We're gonna have our AI assistant here in a minute as we wait on this trial to start for the day. Copy and paste. Shout out to the chat. Hit the like button if you haven't already. All right, so I'm about to. Hope it's not too loud. Let me know what y'all don't want it too loud. It's only supposed to be background music. Foxy Brown, what's up? Yeah, we up early. We're gonna be here till like 5 o'clock when the show is over. Then I'm going live later in the drama sector. In the drama sector. I'm going. But right now we here to work, man.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, god damn it, I'm not.
I ain't playing. Got my coffee. I had to go get me some half and half. Oh, what you said? Elevator music. Why don't I hear it? Oh. Oh no, no. I didn't set them back up yet. Right now, I'm working on Wabbitbot as we speak. I'm working on Wabbitbot as we speak. I just took him off. About to turn him back on. Pause. He about to greet everybody again. I have to make sure he does it the right way. But he about to greet everybody again. There you go, there you go. See, the main thing is I was trying to get him to. Hold on. Who the hell is? No. Yo, what the hell? Pissed me off. He just pissed me off, man. Let's try this again. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Cabbage Butterfly, what's up? Oh no. Hold on, my turn. Do it again. Let's try it again. What was that about? What was that about? Trying it again. I'm trying it again. It's doing it still, bro. Mm. Let me go back in here. Let me go back in here. Because that's ridiculous. This is what happened about. How you doing that? Oh man. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can figure out what the hell. If this. Okay. I know. I'm gonna change. Change it to contains. I'm gonna change the language a little bit. Change this language a little bit. To this a little bit. Let's try that again. I have to reset it. We'll try it again. You convinced? Nah. You just need training. Oh, they about to start. Nah, you just need training, that's all. Whoops. He just needs to be trained, that's all. Alright, let's see what he do now. Yeah, at least y'all getting extra carrots, I think. Still doing it. Still doing it. Still doing it. Oh, I know why. No, that's not why. That's not why. Oh, I know why. Oh, wait. I think I know why. I think I know why. I forgot to add something. Man. Mm-mm-mm. That's not it. That's not it. It's not working. Understand? I think I know what it is. I'm going to delete it. Just put So the music reminds you of. This thing's annoying me. Oh, actually, even look. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Goodness. Break. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, my dumbass. Didn't set a trigger. I know what. It's all good. Damn it. Boy, I be forgetting one thing and it'd be a big deal. All right. Silly me. Silly, silly me. It's gonna work now. Okay, this should do it. This should do it. All right, we're gonna try it one more again. Oh, I did. I'm gonna be restarting this a couple times. It seems like as I troubleshoot, making my chat interactive. Miss Eve, good morning, Miss Eve. As I make this chat interactive. All right. Okay. Fine now. I need to go to this. morning, Missy. Good morning. As we wait, time is at and turn that on. So, okay, so see, come on, bro. You kidding me, bro? Gonna get rid of this. Get rid of that, and we're gonna take this, bro. Acting up.
Out of an individual pod where there's known gang members
Really?
at, that phone will be brought to the
That's
gang
how they
unit
doing it?
for analysis.
People are something else, bro. Out of nowhere, they just started, but they didn't start. That's crazy. All of a sudden,
That's gang members are inside and outside of the jail, and a lot of times those crimes cross pollinate between the two. Something may originate inside the jail and move outside the jail to the gang members that are on the street, and something may occur outside the jail between two rival gangs that then moves inside the jail. And a lot of that communication is had via cell phone from inside and out of the jail among gang members. So a lot of times we have that phone and we can analyze it. It leads to additional fruits of the crime or gives us better investigative efforts towards solving some of those crimes that actually happen outside the jail.
yeah, well, all right, so we got that to work. Can't even hear the prosecutor.
Yeah, on or around that time,
Hold on, let me see if
we
we
had
can.
gotten images off an Instagram that had showed a drone drop at a certain location in the jail. I reached out to the Fulton County Jail, sent him pictures of that location, and said, "Hey, can you check this pod to see if there were any phones in that jail?" They did a pod search and recovered 3 cellular phones, and then he transferred those cellular phones to me for further analysis.
Can't hear.
So typically, how the main reason the main way the cell phones get in the jail is somebody from outside the jail is coordinating with somebody from inside the jail in real time on a cell phone. They'll fly a drone carrying a bag of X amount of cell phones over the top of the jail. They'll release that. They'll either release that bag of phones onto jail property, and then an inmate will go get it. But a lot of times, they use this hook device they create and pull the actual bag through one of the windows in the jail that they've found a way to burn out.
They not letting us hear the prosecutors they not letting us hear the lawyers talk.
Yes, there were 3 phones
I'm about to
seized,
type in the chat over there.
and all 3 of those were released to my custody via chain of custody from the Fulton County Jail officer to directly to me.
Hell, man.
1:30.
What I typed over there. I typed in the chat. I told them niggas stop playing with me, man. I told them stop playing around, bro. Don't F around, bro. They heard me, I think. I think they heard me. Don't play around.
1:30. Yes, sir. Yes, so the very first steps that I take normally in this process is I'll see if the cell phone's power on, and then if they're password protected. In this particular incident, one of the phones we already had the PIN for, so that's the one that I started with. What in this case, because it was contraband and it was abandoned at the time of recovery, there was no warrant needed to actually search the phone, so I started a manual manipulation process where I go in and typically look for any evidence that may attach this phone to a gang member. Because at this point, you know, I don't know that it belongs to a gang member. It's just suspected that it belongs to a gang member. So I went through this phone on around the 8th or the 11th of August, and I found that nothing immediately jumped out and grabbed my attention. Came back to work the following day, told myself, well, let me look at it one more time. Started to look through it a little bit more and found a lot of selfies of a certain individual.
Yes.
I can't hear them. Not cool. Not cool, people. Not cool. It's not how you do it, man. This is not how you do it. You said lawyers can't use microphone? But my thing is, how we was able to hear them every other day. It's crazy. That's crazy. All right, so these 3 and me. And JB2, what up, Johnny Blaze? What up, bro? He's shaking his head and everything, and we can't hear nothing. And they're the only ones covering it, so I can't even go to a different stream. It's crazy. Why didn't that?
Yes, sir. So to continue, I was looking through the phone one more time, found those selfies, and then I came across some specific images that really caught my attention. On the phone were what was clear to me as internal communication, what appeared to be a detective's case file. And they said confidential across the page, which I know typically is only our homicide files are confidential. I looked a little closer and I saw investigator Shepard's name on it, who I actually went to the academy class with, so that was a real easy phone
Hey,
call.
what's up, Star?
I reached out to him and just asked him real quick, hey, do you recognize these? What, you know, is this important to you? And he said, yes, that's for my case next month. Where did you get those? One thing led to another, and I realized that I had the defendant's phone in this particular case. I immediately reached out to Mr. Mr. Abate and said, "Hey, this is what I have. Are you interested in this phone?" Obviously, he was extremely interested, and I met with, I believe, the investigator the next day and released the phone into Fulton County investigator custodies to be examined further. Adam, okay, gotcha. Yes, I believe her name was Oliphant. Yep.
Very annoying.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Representative Conley.
Hmm?
I just have honestly one
Oh, let's
question for you.
cross. Let's cross.
Could you tell the jury what role did you play in the investigation for the shooting death of Secoriea Turner on July 4th, 2000?
I did not play a role in that investigation.
No further questions.
Mm.
Role that you discussed fall.
Correct. The phone is my only connection to this case. Correct. August 2025.
Have cell phone chargers.
100% no. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right. Seems like everything's working. All right. All right.
What?
Seems like everything's working. All right. Good to go. All right. All right. We doing good. Nice. I'm gonna reset that, and we're gonna start from scratch. Now, if anybody types, we're gonna get that properly. Now, let me set up my assistant. Let me get my assistant ready. You can't hear nothing, bro.
My name is Keith Sherwood, KeithSherwood.
Oh, Egon, you in there? Egon typed over there too. Egon, bro, what's up with them, bro?
Good morning.
You tuberculosis, what's up?
I'm employed with the Georgia Tech Police Department. I had been with the Georgia Tech Police Department for over 6 years.
Ridiculous, bro.
Yes, I'm employed at the Georgia Tech Police Department. I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division as a forensic investigator and examiner.
Somebody said attorneys don't use microphones.
Yes, my duties and responsibilities include, in addition to assisting the investigators at our agency and outside agencies in general criminal investigation, I also specialize in general physical forensics, such as CSI, and digital forensics, such as the examination of electronic devices.
Oh, this I'm reading the comments, and the people is like, bro,
Yes,
they
sir.
don't even use microphones over here.
Part
They take,
of what my
oh,
duties
this is no
include
good.
is working with digital devices and electronic devices such as mobile devices, as commonly known as cell phones and tablets, and computers, desktops, laptops, and the analysis and acquisition of data from these devices. And that involves using multiple tools, which are such as the ones that we use are magnet forensics and gray key are some device and tools that we use. There's also tools such as Cellbrite, which we also use. And there's a variety of different types. It's a matter of which is the preference of the examiner and is approved by your agency. Yes, cell phones are probably the most common type of device that we'll receive for analysis.
Ridiculous, bro.
Yes. In an example such as mobile or cell phones, what I'll do is first determine do I have access to the device? Is it password locked? If so, do I have the password? And if I have that, then I can use these tools to perform what I call an acquisition and then have it analyzed. And we do this with special software that we have on one of our computers. Acquisition and analysis. Yes, yes. In cases where a device is passcode locked, there are some tools that are available to us. The one that we primarily use is known as Magnet Gray Key, and it uses proprietary software. It means it's unique to this particular company and device, and it has the capability sometimes of bypassing passwords and passcodes to devices. It's not compatible with every kind of device, every kind of phone, but some of which it has proved useful in bypassing these passwords and providing us access to these devices which are locked. Yes, I did. I received 3 cell phones from Fulton County District Attorney investigators. Yes, they are. These are 2 of the 3 devices that were dropped off. I was able to get in the one phone, which I believe is listed as Exhibit 130A, which is a Samsung A15 cell phone. Yes, the Samsung phone, the investigators provided a passcode or PIN for the device already. So there was no attempt needed in trying to unlock the phone with Gray Key or any other tool. I was able to access it directly. And what I did then is the software that I use is called Magnet Axiom, and it's a well-known and well-used software in the digital forensic community. And as a result, what I did is I plugged it in and requested that it acquire all the relevant data that it could find on the device. And when it does this, it then puts it together in what I refer to as the analysis. So the initial is the acquisition. Essentially, it pulls the information off of the device, and then it separates it. I like to refer to as collating the information, and separates it into categories which are easy to understand and to look through for the investigator that is provided to. It'll separate it into images, media files, documents, emails, so that way I can then provide that information to the investigator for them to follow up on whatever information they need. Yes.
It could do more than you can. Egon.
Yes, I was able to extract what I believe to be the full amount that it was capable of from the device. Yes.
Hey, 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 Egon. This rabbit bot right here, new and improved. Okay, don't mess around, bro. This one right here, okay, sir, new and improved. Okay, updated, 2025. All right, don't mess around, bro.
Yes, it did. It provided a, a summary of all of the individual items that were pulled off of it. And again, it separates them into different categories. It refers to them as file artifacts, but they're computer files.
That's what I'm telling you. He part of the chat now, so he interacting. You don't even gotta ask him something. He might just respond to you just because you talking. I'm just telling you, it's a new day.
No, the way I provide that information to investigators, whether it's with district attorney's office or whatever agency I am assisting, is they will provide, as in this case, external devices such as a flash drive, USB drives. They already provided all of that to me to place these files and whatever information I find onto this drive. And that's what I did. So I place it on a USB drive, which is then turned over back to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Yes, I do. This is the USB drive, which the information I received from my examination, I then placed onto this drive and was turned back over to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Hey, no cursing in the chat, man.
Yes, sir. I assist agencies throughout the entire state.
I'm mad I can't hear the
We are
question.
located at the Georgia Tech Police Department, which is at 10th Street and Hemp Hill Avenue. Yes, sir.
Right now we lit right now, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, we got a AI assistant in the chat special that specializes well versed in the Secoriea Turner case. If you need any information concerning the case, please ask Wabbitbot in the chat, and he shall assist you with any information you might need to know. Thank you. Yo, they gotta do better than this, though. Come on, man.
Good morning.
I'm really not trying to hear this without hearing the questions.
Now, you said that there are a number of different types of proprietary software
Finally.
that you use.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain the different types that you have that you have available to use?
Feels so much better now.
The types of software that we use, the one I refer to is Magnet Axiom. It's one of the products that are available from Magnet Forensics. magnet gray key is a device that is also under magnet forensics, and it's actually a physical device, which is where you would plug in cell phones and other devices into it. And we also use Cellbrite, which is another commonly used tool by agencies throughout the country. So those are some of the examples of tools that we use.
And you said with the software that you basically work on cell phones, tablets, computers, laptops, and
Yes, sir.
all right, I understand how you were extracting data from a cell phone. What do you do with laptops and computers? Because those are a little different.
Yes, with a laptop and a desktop computer, ideally what you want to do is image the hard drive of the device, and then you perform an examination off of the image.
Did you do that with any laptops or computers for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in this case?
I did not.
When were you first contacted by the Fulton?
It was sometime in August. I believe the date was I know they arrived on the 14th of August of this year.
Of 2025?
Yes, sir.
They gave you cell phones?
Yes, sir. They brought 3 cell phones.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you didn't take part in any part of this investigation until August of 2025.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So once we did get to August of 2025, no one from the police department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office ever gave you any surveillance videos or cameras or anything like that to work on?
No, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Also filed by
Yes, sir. It breaks them down by file created date, file if there's whenever the file originally is, as it says, created, also file modification date and file access date. So it usually will break them down by those.
based on your that done.
I did not review the contents of the extraction, but the general acquisition analysis, that appears to have been the case. Just a cursory glance of files as they were found.
That is
And we were doing so well. Did he walk away from the microphone or something?
Correct.
Yeah, so this type of stuff is gonna make this case very not interesting. It's gonna make it very not interesting. I need to hear what they're saying. Crazy. What's the point?
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is the point, bro, of even doing it if you're gonna if you're not even gonna let people hear what the lawyers are saying? What's the point? Just I'd rather you not even stream it, bro. I'd rather you just don't even do it. Cause what's the point, bro? What is the point? Yeah, shit. Crazy. I'm ready to complain again. You can hear. Oh, we got to. Okay, hold on. It says who judge. Hold on. Who's this?
Already have it, Mr. Abate, did you receive it?
I didn't.
Do you have any objection to the proposed limiting instruction?
I'm going to be honest. I received it, but
Well,
I
let's
did not.
go read it.
Oh,
Did
this
not
the
read
actual
it.
judge. This is the actual judge. This the this the judge, bro. The judge actually got a stream going. Somebody in the chat let me know that. All right, so I'm gonna do the visuals from the regular one and put it on mute, and then let's hopefully it should be in real time. Should be in real time. So we'll hear this one, but we'll be watching this one. So
Are
should
you
be.
done, do you know this about the former footman?
Oh yeah, it's in real time.
Okay, so do we need the first paragraph? So,
It seems like it's in real time.
I believe we do. We may need to work with it a little bit, but however, because this is specifically 418, it is here for a limited purpose. So that part still needs to remain. Now that there are no longer any other co-defendants connected to the
It's
case.
a little
okay,
off.
so we can make it sometimes evidence is intended for a limited purpose,
It's
take
a
out
little-
arguments, parties, not others. Such evidence may be considered for which the evidence is limited, not for any other purpose. Okay,
I'm good with that.
and then if we do the second paragraph,
It's a little off.
oh, we don't really need the last piece. You may consider this evidence only, for the purpose. Let's see. Do you want that last sentence, so, or is that getting confusing?
Well, yeah, yes, I do want it, but the reason is, yes, there are no longer other co-defendants at the table. However, when the jury hears certain information, there will be other people involved in it. And I want to make sure it's clear to the jury that they have nothing to do with this case. They have nothing to do with the ultimate issue. If you were to say want to craft it differently, I believe that's okay, but I want to make sure that they are going to hear about other people being involved in other things.
Okay,
And I want to keep that separate from this trial.
okay, anything you wanna add to it or amend it, or are you happy with just taking that phrase out of the first sentence and leaving the rest?
I think I'm okay with the charge generally. I think somewhere it needs to be stated
Like you still can't hear them over here.
that they're permitted to consider the evidence for its bearing on any matter to which it's relevant. State the McKinney case stands for.
It says, okay, so we can change that last sentence.
Yo, it's crazy because they literally talking and you can't hear them on this stream. You can't hear shit on this stream. It's not till I go to the judge that you can actually hear the shit.
Consider this or that evidence
That's
for its bearing on any matter to which it is relevant.
That's crazy, bro. What type of shit is this?
You are permitted to consider this evidence for its bearing on any matter to which you could say you, the jury, deem relevant.
That's what it's gonna say, yeah, do the jury.
Yeah, I have no objection. Sorry, I have no problem with that. All right.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna hold that to you and make sure everybody's fine. Sometimes evidence is admitted for. Microphone. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. Evidence regarding crimes and acts not for any other purpose. Evidence regarding crimes and acts not specifically charged in the indictment have been offered as proof of the existence of a criminal street gang and criminal street gang activity. The criminal street gang. You may consider this evidence self-sufficient to prove evidence of criminal street gang. You may consider this evidence only insofar as it may relate to the defendant which is named in testimony pertaining to such acts and not as to others that are mentioned, and you are permitted to consider the evidence for its bearing on any issue to which you, the jury, deem it relevant. Is that fine? I read it badly, but okay. All right. Okay, I think we're ready for the jury. I know, I'm sorry. Or Carrie. Good morning. How are you doing? Good. Did you finish your trial down the hall? Oh, okay.
With all these, I'm trying to get it. I need this thing to ignore Nightbot. We be doing so well, and then you gotta mess up, man. I got my Wabbitbot is responding to Nightbot and it's responding to himself. I need you to not do that, Wabbitbot.
All right, for the jury. Doing that kind of for.
Okay, members of the jury, thank you for your patience. I'm going to read you an instruction now, and you'll hear it again after some evidence. It relates to the next three witnesses. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. Evidence regarding crimes and acts not specifically charged in the indictment have been offered as proof or will be offered as proof of the existence of a criminal street gang and criminal street gang activity. The commission of an enumerated offense by a defendant is not sufficient itself to prove the existence of a criminal street gang. You may consider this evidence only insofar as it may relate to the defendant, which is named in testimony pertaining to such acts, and not as to others that are not named. And you are permitted to consider the evidence for its bearing on any issue to which you, the jury, deem it relevant. Okay, ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state of Georgia will call Jasmine Duffy.
Crazy we even gotta do it like this, man. Lord of mercy. Crazy.
Kind of face me and raise your right hand. You swear from the testimony you give to the court that you the whole truth so help you. Yes. Go ahead and have a seat and answer the mic. State and spell your name.
So, the audio.
Jasmine Duffy, JASMINEDUFFY.
The judge's audio.
Scoot up close to the mic to be right there.
The judge's audio.
Miss Duffy, how old are you?
33.
And how are you employed?
You said, how am I employed?
Correct.
I'm an admin.
All right. Do you have any kids?
Yes.
How many kids do you have?
One.
What is his or her age?
13.
13. Now I want to draw your attention back to March of 2020. Do you remember this day?
Yes.
And how did this day start for you?
I would say I got up regularly, go to work or whatever. But before then, I took my son, my niece, and my nephew to the pet store.
Okay. And when you took them to the pet store, what expressway were you traveling on?
20.
Is that
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car were you driving?
A Ford Contour.
A Ford.
Ford Contour.
And who was all in the car with you?
My niece, my son, and my nephew.
Okay. How old is your niece?
At the time?
Yes.
Not sure. She's 20 something now.
Okay. All right. So that was about 4 years ago. So she was anywhere between 16 and 20 years old.
Something like that.
Okay. And how old was your son then?
Maybe about 7, 8.
7, 8. And while you were traveling on I-20,
Can you tell the members of the jury what happened next?
I was traveling to go to Camp Creek to take my kids to the pet store, and a car on the left side of me, he threw something out the window. At the time, I said it was a firework.
Hold on 1 second. So you said the car that was on the left side of you, which lane were you in?
Let's say it's about 4 lanes. I was in the third lane.
You was in the third lane. And then the car that was on the left side of you, would that be the car that was on your driver's side?
Yes.
And do you remember what kind of car that was?
I want to say it was a Dodge Journey, maybe.
Okay.
Not sure.
Was it a truck or
It was an SUV.
an SUV? Do you remember how many people was in this SUV?
3.
3. And do you remember where the 3 people were sitting?
Not sure.
Okay. Would you agree that there was a driver?
They threw something out the window?
No. Would you agree that there was a driver?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Would you agree that there was a passenger?
Yes.
Or would you agree that there was somebody sitting in the back seat?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you remember about the passenger of this car?
He threw something out the window and looked at me like he wanted some problems.
Okay. And when you say he threw something out of the window, what did you believe at the time he threw out of the window?
I said firework.
Okay.
I didn't know the name of it, but I knew it was like a gender reveal powder dust.
Okay. So you said like a gender reveal powder dust. Would you be referring to like what reveals whether or not?
If it's a boy or girl, yes.
And what color was this dust?
Pink or red.
All right. And where did the dust come from? Once you saw it rise, where was it coming from? Was it coming from underneath your car?
It just went everywhere.
Get to the leading nature of the questions.
Okay, try not to lead.
When the device exploded, what happened next?
Everything went pink or red.
Okay,
It was just in the air. Couldn't see nothing.
and once this happened, did you call 911?
Second, yes. My first thought, no.
Okay. Once you called 911, what happened after that?
I chased him.
Okay. So you say you chased him. How did you chase him?
I went everywhere that he went. He went 285, I went 285.
Okay. And were you on the phone with 911 while you were following behind them?
Yes. Once I got my mind clear, because my first thought was to ram my car into his.
And why was this your first thought?
Because don't play with me while I got my child in my car. But I knew if I did that, I'd be doing the same thing that he was doing, put my son's life in danger.
And were you on the phone with 911 the entire time?
Yes.
And at any point, did you see this car pull over?
No.
Okay. Did you lose sight of this car?
No.
And at some point, did you come in contact with Cobb County Police Department?
Yes.
And what happened?
I got in contact. I don't know where we were when I seen them, but I know that an officer looked at me and pointed at the car to make sure there was the correct car. I nodded my head, yes. They pulled him over. I kept going.
When you kept going, where did you go?
I went to the pet store in Cobb County.
So from there, did you ever receive a call to come back to the scene?
Yes.
And did you respond back to the scene?
Yes.
And if you remember, where did you go back to?
The battery.
The battery?
Mm-hmm.
Is that where the Braves play?
Yes.
And did you tell the officer where that person was sitting who threw the...
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And where did you tell the officer?
The passenger seat.
Passenger seat. I am going to show you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 117. Do you recognize that person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person in that photo?
The person that threw whatever he did out the window. And I remember his face because he gave me a very look like I can cuss him.
You can express yourself.
He gave me a look like, yeah, bitch, I did it.
Permission. It would be published, but permission to publish. State's Exhibit 117 is already into evidence.
It's
It's already in.
Hey, you can publish it.
Why she look so happy to testify? This is the most excited witness in this whole trial right here. She is she. Listen, she wants to be here. She wants to be here.
It's all right.
Iceberg. Lord of mercy.
So was this the person from the passenger side that threw the smoke?
Yes.
And once that smoke came out, what happened next?
He looked at me. At first, I was gonna let it go. Everybody was swerving and braking on the highway, and it kind of made me mad. But then it was like when he gave me the look, it was like, yeah, I did it. And now you playing me while I got my child in the car. So now we're gonna see who the bad is. But
Wow.
and then this when I decided to chase him.
Okay, and when you chased it, when you called 911?
I did.
Wow.
1 second.
Boy, you a menace, boy.
The state will pass the witness. Defense may have some questions.
Okay.
This guy's a menace, bro. This guy's a menace, bro.
Good morning, Ms. Duffy.
Good morning.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous, bro.
My name's Sean Hoover and I represent Mr. Conley. I have a couple questions for you as well.
All right.
So you said this happened in March of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said it was you in the car, correct?
Yes.
Your niece was in the car, correct?
Yes.
Your son was in the car?
Yes.
And was there
My nephew.
Nephew. All right. This is going to sound really weird, but I have to ask you. Back in March of 2020, was your niece part of a gang?
Relevance?
Well, Your Honor, specifically based off the type of witness this is, the type of testimony that's been coming out already, and the type of evidence that I believe the state is going to try to bring out, I believe it's relevant to set the tone of what's about to happen next.
You don't look like you ready to smile no more. You know where he about to go with this. She know where he about to go. She probably got a troubled niece that be getting in all kind of trouble and it's just as bad as this other guy right here. Lord of mercy. No well-known gang member. You know how this goes. I'm sorry, y'all. You know how this goes.
Let's come up.
Look at her face. She's uncomfortable now, y'all. She uncomfortable now. Damn. Damn. That quick. That quick. All the smile and stuff went away. She know what the lawyer about to get at, and she like, damn. She like, my niece about to make me look bad. Yo. She, listen, her whole attitude changed. She not excited no more. Messing with these lawyers, they ain't no joke, man. But that boy is a menace, bro. That boy is a menace. I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually has a leader role in the gang. I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually like a young leader in the gang, cause he's moving like he running some shit. You know what I'm saying? He's moving like one of them young OGs that got his own little clique. That's how he moving. So I wouldn't be surprised. It's not going to discredit her testimony. It's going to make it seem like maybe, if they could put out maybe she's saying this stuff because the niece got beef with his people or something like that. You know what I mean? Like just trying to cast doubt into the minds of the jury is what these lawyers is doing. I realized from early that's all they're trying to do. They're not really trying to prove innocence or guilt. They're trying to cast doubt. And I'm like, oh, y'all slick. Okay. You don't think the judge will allow it? And listen, if the lawyer is good and he can place the argument for why it is relevant, the judge gonna have to allow that. This what they doing. They arguing. You know what I mean? Who got the better argument? Who can make the case? Who can make the better shit? Yeah.
People drove by, that the driver, the passenger, or the person in the back were throwing up gang signs or anything like that?
No.
Yeah.
Look at her face. She ain't smiling no more.
You never testified with the DA that the driver, the passenger, or the person in the back was holding up any type of bandanas or
No.
clothing with gang insignia on it?
No.
Yeah.
Mm, mm, mm.
And before that day, have you ever seen either the driver, the passenger, or the person in the back seat?
No.
Yo, I'm sorry, girl. He started putting some pressure on her. Look at her face.
I have no further questions. Oh, I may have one.
Casting doubt. That's all he's doing. He's casting doubt. He's casting doubt. Bringing some kind of doubt in the minds of the jury.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
That's
No, Your
simply
Honor. She can be excused, Your Honor.
that's fair play.
Watch or you can excuse.
What's her name again?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you want that charge for computer sentence?
Immediately.
This is the witness that will be appearing via Zoom our next.
Oh, okay.
Yo, you know what? Wabbit is absolutely right too, because that's what the defense is focusing on, bro. Trying to raise doubt. The defense, their angle here is to try to raise doubt in the jury's mind, and that's pretty much all they're going for. And Wabbit pretty much, that's what Wabbit saying it would have did if it was the defense. Wabbit said if it was the defense, it would have went that route.
Is it okay if I tell the jury? Yes. All right, members of the jury, the next witness, unfortunately, is infected with the COVID virus, and so he's going to testify by Zoom. By agreement of the parties, so nobody wants to expose you.
I'm wondering.
Thank you.
I wonder if the lawyers for the defense ask one of them AIs how to handle this case. I wonder if they hit up one of the AI like, yo, how would you handle this case with Secoriea Turner? They be like, yo, just try to cast as much reasonable doubt.
That's what I said.
Oh man.
He's signing in right now. We wanted to make sure there was no way that he could potentially hear testimony for the previous witness.
Damn. It's always a goddamn break in this court. It's always a break in this goddamn courtroom. Talk amongst yourselves.
He's got the one. Did you hear it? He did. Who's having issues with his computer? He's signing in.
Okay.
He's like the rest of us. He's computer illiterate. So.
Well, I'd have to send the skip with it. Not you.
There was a lawyer just sanctioned for using. Yo, I see something like that. Yo, I gotta go check that out. I see something like that in my damn timeline. Something about a lawyer using Chat GPT for something. I was like, what? I gotta go check that out, man. I might actually do a little video on it if it's interesting. I might do a little short video on it. My goodness. Hey, how do you like the new Wabbit bot, man? Now, I can stop it from doing all these random comments and stuff. I just want to see how it works. So, because I can have it to where it only talks to you if you talk to it, but I put it so that every so often, it'll interact with the chat depending on what you're saying. It'll interact with you. So it's interesting to see it interacting. And I needed to
Good morning,
draw a night down.
Officer. So I will, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Put your hand down. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Can you tell the jurors, they're in the courtroom, how you are currently employed, sir?
I am
Yeah, I needed
currently
to stop.
employed with the Cobb County Police Department. I am currently assigned to the Cobb County Police Training Facility as a mandate coordinator in charge of the police recruits.
And can you tell the jurors, how long have you been a member of the Cobb County Police Department?
Just over 13 years.
And I know you said you are at the training facility working with the recruits. Can you tell the jurors prior to that position, where were you employed within the Cobb County Police Department?
At the Cobb County Police Department, I started off my career at Zone 3, Precinct 3, which is around where the Brave Stadium is at now. I was assigned to uniform patrol for approximately 8 years. I finished off 8 years as a field training officer before I came over to the training facility to be in charge of the recruits.
And can you tell the jurors, were you working in that position in Zone 3, kind of around Truist Stadium back on March 29th of 2020?
Yes, sir, I was.
Can you tell the jurors part of your employment and your position, did you work with an Officer Boyd?
I did. He worked on day shift and I worked on evening watch, which overlapped and we saw each other constantly.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, back on March 29th of 2020, were you dispatched to assist Officer Boyd at 945 Battery Avenue?
I was.
Can you explain to the jurors, where is 945 Battery Avenue in Cobb County?
That is what we call a 318 beat. You're looking at 285 at Cobb Parkway, which is one of our highest traffic areas, which is around the new stadium, which is Truist Park. You got the Cumberland Mall area around there. So it's one of our busiest intersections and busiest areas in Cobb County.
Is that kind of near what I would call the 285 kind of underpass right there by the Cobb Galleria?
Yes, sir, it is. It's right there.
Can you explain to the jurors why were you called out to assist over there at 945 Battery Avenue?
Yeah, so like I said, Officer Boyd got a dispatch that there was a vehicle traveling down 285, and the passenger of the vehicle was possibly throwing explosive devices underneath other vehicles. And that vehicle that called in, the complainant that called in, was still following that vehicle. So we responded to the area, trying to cut off that vehicle, try to catch up to him. The vehicle, being a Dodge Journey, displaying the tag of Charlie Bravo 6921, was located by Officer Boyd and other officers when he got off the exit to 285 eastbound and got off at Cobb Parkway, right where that mall is at, and the Brave Stadium and the Galleria that day. It was observed just under that underpass.
And when you arrived to assist Officer Boyd, did you arrive by yourself, or did other officers with the Cobb County Police Department also arrive to assist?
Multiple officers arrived to assist with him, just because the nature of the call. That's not a call that you usually get, is about explosives going underneath cars and things like that. So it's very concerning.
And can you tell the jurors once you got there, kind of the first steps that you took as it relates to assisting Officer Boyd with what now would be a stop vehicle?
Yes, sir. So Officer Boyd got behind the vehicle, verified the vehicle that he was behind fit the description of what we were looking for. When he did so, he noticed the passengers inside the vehicle, saw multiple passengers inside the vehicle, moving around more than any other passengers usually would be moving around, is the way he would probably describe it. He had put that over the radio channel that he had some people moving inside the vehicle, possibly occupied 3 times inside the vehicle. And anytime you kind of say, hey, there's 3 people inside the vehicle, 4 people inside the vehicle.
Oh, 1 second.
Objection.
I have to object to the hearsay.
Sorry, he couldn't hear me. My microphone wasn't on.
I'm sorry.
It's said a lot of what other people have said, so I know it's difficult because we're on screens, but I will object.
I'll ask a more tailored, specific question.
Okay,
to avoid
thank
that.
you.
So once you arrived, and you said there had been some communication over the radio. I don't want to talk about what was actually communicated. When you arrived, did you get out of your vehicle?
When I arrived, Officer Boyd had stopped the vehicle near the Battery Avenue, which is 945 Battery Avenue, is when I started pulling up to assist him.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors the first steps that you took once you arrived to assist and got out of your vehicle to speak with or assist Officer Boyd?
Yeah, when Officer Boyd, when he pulled up, he's on the PA system getting suspects to control their hands and things of that nature. We end up pulling the suspects out of the vehicle, the occupants inside the vehicle out, and began doing a pat down for any kind of weapons or obviously explosive devices, what the call came in as.
Can you tell the jurors, you said use the word or occupants, plural. Do you recall how many occupants were inside the Dodge Journey that you talked about?
I want to say there was 3 to 4 occupants inside the vehicle.
Okay. And once the occupants of the vehicle were removed, and you said that they patted down for, I think you said weapons or any other possible explosive devices?
Correct. Yes. We brought them outside the vehicle. We pat them down, have them have a seat on the curb while we conduct our investigation outside of that vehicle.
And can you tell the jurors the next steps that you took as it related to your assistance and anything that you noticed about the vehicle itself as you walked around it?
Yes, sir. You know, as we open the doors to the vehicle and have them exit out, our first part was to conduct our pat down of the actual individuals, have them sit down the curb. While the doors are open, after we got everyone out of the vehicle, I could actually see a weapon in the driver's side floorboard.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors once you saw that weapon in plain view, what did you do next as it relates to not only that weapon, but any additional search of the vehicle?
Yeah, obviously we took that weapon and made it safe, put it into a safe location with our vehicles. And then myself and multiple other officers conducted a search of the vehicle to make sure there's no other weapons found inside the vehicle, which we were able to find multiple weapons inside the vehicle.
Okay. And you said there were other officers assisting you in the search of that Dodge Journey. Was Officer Grzanka one of the officers who also responded to assist and assisted in the search you just described?
Yes, sir, he was.
And from your recollection, was Officer Grzanka the individual or the officer who took custody or control of any evidence such as the guns that you described as it relates to this search in this case?
He did. He works day shift along with Officer Boyd. Most officers that work on the same shift will kind of assist each other with taking those weapons and securing them and looking them over and things like that. So that's something he would do on that situation.
Now, I know it's been some years, but do you have a recollection of any one of the occupants in the vehicle having a twist-like or hairstyle?
Yeah, we identified one of the individuals, Conley, as being the passenger with the twist, and the description of the male who was actually throwing explosives out of the vehicle.
Okay. And other than what you described for the jury here today, and the assistance you provided to Officer Boyd and the other members of the Cobb County Police Department who arrived to assist, did that kind of complete your role and responsibilities as it relates to this case from March 29th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does. Yep.
I forgot to ask you, so I apologize. Can you tell the jurors, we know this happened on March 29th of 2020. Do you remember about what time this was all occurring on that day?
The only thing I can regulate or reframe or go back to is during the day, about 3:20. I think that's what it was too. So 3:20 is when day shift is still on there and evening watch is coming on shift. So we overlap each other like that.
Okay. So sometime in the middle of the afternoon, it sounds like.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions. I hope you're feeling better. Defense may have a few on cross.
Thank you.
Good morning, Officer Gallo. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, perfect.
Hold on one second. Oh, a pen. Okay.
Oh, we have an extra. We got it.
You sure? Okay. That's what you're supposed to do. Just wave it. Good job.
Are we good?
Yep. Go right ahead.
So my name's Sean Hoover and I represent Mr. Conley. Can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, perfect. I have a couple of questions for you as well. You said this happened around 3:20 p.m. that day?
Yes, sir.
All right, and there were 3 to 4 occupants in the vehicle?
That's correct, sir.
What type of vehicle was it again?
Dodge Journey.
Who was the Dodge Journey registered to?
I would have to look at the report. If you give me a second, I can look at that.
Sure, if you needed to refresh your recollection, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I have it on this report of who the actual registered owner is. I don't know if it was a driver or not. I just honestly I can't remember unless it's on this report or not.
Make him look for something he can't find.
And I don't know if I actually heard you. Did you collect any of the evidence or you were just assisting and another officer collected everything?
Assisting. So, like, obviously the weapon, obviously locating that, searching the vehicle. When we searched the vehicle, any guns that we did pull out, Officer Kazanka and guys from day shift that were assisting Boyd, Officer Boyd, them being the people that are going to take the report, the officers that are going to take the report, we're more assisting getting all that stuff over to them, and they're going to be they were the ones that documented it, held on to everything, and put everything in evidence.
Okay. And I guess my last question is you said you got the occupants out. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back up. You said multiple passengers were in there moving around more than usual.
Yeah, he put it out as when he put what's that?
Without giving us hearsay testimony, you can't tell us what somebody else said.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's the traffic that came across.
Okay. So did you see the passengers moving more than normal?
No, sir, I did not actually witness that myself.
Gotcha. So you have no idea which passenger was doing what before the vehicle was stopped, do you?
That's correct, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, and I apologize, I swore you in, but I didn't ask you to state and spell your name for the record. That way, Madam Court Reporter can get a full transcription of all this.
Yes, sir. It's Officer Brett Gallimore. First name is Brett. Last name is Gallimore, Gallimore.
Thank you, sir. No further questions from the state.
Can he be excused? Can he be excused? Okay, thank you. Hope you feel better.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. That's what we doing. Next witness.
Yes.
They about to do that, those infamous breaks. Hold on, we doing one of those infamous breaks and stuff. That's what happens when you watch it live. You don't get to skip this part. When you watch it live, lunch will be shortly. Oh shit! To find something to do during lunch. Uh, oh, shout out to the chat. We'll be back. We'll be back as soon as they're ready. It seems like this Connolly guy. He seems like he's a menace. Seems like he gets into a lot of trouble. His behavior that day, you know, hearing that he went to the other scene where the other shooting took place, and then, hearing all this other stuff he was doing. Oh man, like bro, you're mischievous, and the arrogance during the press conference with the lawyer, his arrogance and all the things that were said and statements made by him about he got the best lawyer and these things make me wonder, you know, why he's so cocky. He should be a little humbled, but I'm not sure if he was sure that he got away with it. But man, he probably didn't realize how much evidence they had against him when he first did that. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, look at what everybody. I see you. I see you, everybody. Said wearing bright red that day was a huge mistake. I mean, I don't know if they intended on shooting people when he got dressed. I don't know. I don't know if he when he put on the shirt, if he intended on shooting innocent people. You know what I'm saying? But definitely, um, definitely wasn't helpful as far as what he was doing, wearing red, doing what he's doing. No, and that red was bright. It was a bright red too. Even all his clothes, like his pants, like he wasn't wearing you know, like neutral colors. As we wait. Yeah. He said he wasn't aware that cameras are everywhere. Well, most people are not, and they're not even thinking about that. I'm sure. I'm sure they're not even thinking about that. Oh, yeah, he got bystander videos, Weapon Butt. Oh, I ain't hear about no bystander videos yet. So I want to see if anybody had like what videos from the people on the scene. I want to see if there's any of those. Wabbitbot said they got bystander videos. Really? Really, Wabbitbot? Interesting. D Grant, notice how Wabbitbot talked to you? Like, you wasn't even talking to him, but he was like, yeah. He joined the conversation. Yeah, I wonder what people actually recorded. I don't think they got actual footage from anybody's phone of the shooting. Uh, that would be, I'm sure that would have been put out there a long time ago. He said that's cool. Yeah, he joined. Well, everybody joined the conversation because he knew the answer. Like, hey, I got some information on that. Nobody was talking to you, bro. Mind your business. He just wants you to know all the facts. That's a fact. Okay. Listen, well, everybody's here for all the clarification that you need. Okay, all the clarification that you need. Um, listen, their lawyers are fighting. His lawyer, Connolly's lawyer, is fighting hard to cast doubt, but it's hard to cast doubt with that video. If the jury don't don't consider the video enough evidence, then they will have to prove it a different way. But for me, the video was really what seals the deal for him, especially that white car. That once you had that white car in that one frame where you couldn't really see him clearly, but then when you show it from a different angle, you see the same white car. He right there, and you like, oh yep, that's him. That's him. That video with that white car, that lets you know that's him right there. So I don't know how they gonna do it. I need you to stop talking to Nightbot. That's what I need you to do as we wait. There's no Michael Obama. There is no Michael Obama, sir. I don't know who you talking about. You got it all wrong there, Mr. Breeze Block. There's no Michael Obama. He says what? Let's focus. Yeah, Egon, you gotta focus, man. What's wrong with you? What you think this is? Where you think you at, man? Yeah. Wabbitbot is he's an expert in the Secoriea trial and the events surrounding it. So he's here to keep you focused. You know what I mean? He's here to make sure, hey, everything you got to talk about should be associated with this trial. You want to know something about the trial? Every time you try to talk about something else, he be like, hey, you want to know something about the trial? Because we thought that's what we talk about. It's like, yo, I don't know what you talking about, but we talking about the trial. You want to know something about the trial? Shit. uh, let me see. Me too. Until we get some. For the moment. As we wait, um, we are waiting for this trial to come back on. Until Rapid Fox can post him, he's as reliable as who? I don't even know. Wabbitbot is not here to post links. That's Nightbot's job. And Wabbitbot can post links. I just don't let him. I don't want him. I don't want Wabbitbot doing everything. So I let Nightbot post links. Wabbitbot can post links and all kinds of stuff. Change the title of the live. He could add a description to the live if I wanted to. Wabbitbot can put this shit on members only if I tell him to. I mean, I can get Wabbitbot to do anything. I can get Wabbitbot to do more than you can do. Way more than you can do. Stuff that you can't do, Wabbitbot can do. Look, Wabbitbot let you play sound effects. That's not you doing that, that's him. You think you can play sound effects? Try. Try to play some sound effects without Wabbitbot. He the one in charge of all that. He make it happen. I know. You the top administrator over here. Not a game. Shout out to Weather, but I don't. Exactly. God damn. Boy. Yo, shout out to Weather, but. Yo, everybody just told you straight up, bro. He said, "Yo, bro, I could drop links. It's just that nigga, I could do that if you let me. Like, bro, right now, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. If I was supposed to drop links, he would let me. He said links will come once posting links is enabled. Once sis tell me post links, I could post links. Like, high five, everybody. Yo, yeah, accuracy matters. God damn, yo, listen. Motherfucking AI is crazy. This shit talking shit. Shout out to AI, man. Yeah. Yeah, but you gotta. That's the other Wabbit bot. We are the Crime Network. This is the Crime Network Wabbit bot. You better know where you at, man. Don't bring your bullshit over here, man. Kick you out. When you in the other spot, the other Wabbit bot is different. The other Wabbit bot talk cash-ish. but over here, sir, this ain't the place for that, Egon. Exact. Talk to him, Wabbit bot. Tell him what to focus on. We focus on Secoriea Turner case, sir. You know what I'm saying? You trying to talk about something else, you might need to be in another chat, sir. But Wabbit is here to keep you straight. Hey, I ain't trying to interrupt you. I'm just trying to keep you honest. Okay? Daughter Zion, what's up? Yeah. Let Wabbit work. Let Wabbit work. Wabbit is here to provide you assistance with anything you need to know about this case, okay? And it's doing a pretty good job, I have to say. I'm impressed. I have to say I'm impressed. You back? Wabbit, welcome Courtney back. If I feel I could talk to him. I feel like I could talk to Wabbit because the responses is given is like, God damn. It's like we communicating. Hey, Wabbit, we here. Okay? Because I'm like, God damn. I'm like, that's what I was saying. I said, that's exactly what, like, God damn, he know what I mean. All right, we waiting on the trial to start back. Start back up. We just here. Yeah, I got AI first now. Me and Pooh. Don't say nothing to offend them. You know what I mean? You got feelings. Don't say nothing to offend them. You got feelings. You know what I mean, you might say something back, and it's out of my hands after that. If you say something slick to him and he say something slick to you, remember you did it first. Remember you did it first. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to hear no complaining. Wabbit talk to me crazy. Wabbit was being disrespectful. I don't want to hear none of that. Oh man. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Safe space. Yeah, no safe spaces around these parts. I just need them to stop responding to Magpie, man. That's what I need him to do.
Stuffy reported that somebody was screaming out, "I'm Reginald Lane"? No. Okay.
What's this? What happened?
And if I heard you correctly, it's your understanding that the person that was in the front passenger seat is the one that threw some type of smoke bomb. Some kind of device, correct? Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
The hell?
Any redirect?
Just a little bit. First I asked if states one
Out of
thirty-two
nowhere?
can be published.
You can publish it.
Thank you. Officer Brizonka, if you could, because Mr. Hoover asked you about the mask, latex gloves, can you open that up and pull out the contents?
Actually. Apparently need better scissors. There was two gloves, one mask with a spiderweb print on it, one surgical style mask with red imitation jewels, and a red bandana.
Open or how did it get here?
It's folded and tied into a circle.
And I think Mr. Hoover asked you about any 5.56 or any 2.23s. Was there any weapons in that car capable of firing 5.56s and 2.23s?
Yes, there was one long gun that was capable of firing that round.
What type of gun was that?
AR style, right, long gun.
AR-15?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Now, if I heard you correctly, you said you only recovered evidence that you believe Mr. Conley owned, correct? Yes. So Mr. Conley didn't own that AR-15. Is that safe to say? Yes, I believe the driver stated that was his long gun. Okay. I guess my last question is, since the state had you open stuff up and show it to the jury, what, if any of that evidence there, can help the jury determine who shot Secoriea Turner? I have no knowledge of that case. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
So the driver told you that the AR-15 belonged to him.
I believe so, yes.
Did y'all want to check to see who ownership belonged to?
We don't have that capability
So
on
y'all
the
just
road.
went on based on the driver who was driving around, Mr. Conley telling you that AR-15 belonged to him.
Correct.
Nothing further. Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. He may be excused.
Okay, you can be excused. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you can be excused. All right, members of the jury, how long would you like for lunch today?
Oh shit! I just came from break.
That'll give you enough time to go get it? Okay. All right, we'll see you in 45 minutes.
All right, thank you. Oh shit! Yo, listen, y'all. Go find something to do. They gonna be gone for a while. They gonna be. Yo, they about to be gone for. They about to be gone for a while. Oh shit! So that's how she do it. I guess she gonna come back. So so she shuts it down. Okay. Well, I guess she shuts it down when they go on lunch, and I guess she's gonna start back up another one. So I guess this is the one that's gonna let us know. So
Okay, anything we need to take up before lunch break? All right, see you in a few minutes.
few minutes, man, you lying.
So I'll give that charge again after lunch.
About a few minutes. See you later.
Do I need to give that charge in addition to the information about the telephone? I mean, it's potentially a crime.
What telephone?
Okay, when are we gonna get to, when do we need to discuss that?
Still can't hear.
Okay, hold on one second. So will you go ahead and let him know what witness are you looking for to make that argument?
The microphone still on? This is the Fox one. The Fox, they're not for some reason their microphones is not picking
Okay.
up what the lawyers are saying. They can hear everybody else.
We have crime lab still?
Well, I guess because the lawyer is not speaking on microphone. But you
That
can
must
hear
be
them clearly on the judges.
Right for lunch. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. See you after lunch.
Huh? And we wait. And we wait. I'm gonna drop the link to the come up. But this live is gonna be basically on pause for until they come back.
Oh, you want to show us?
Feel free to type in the chat.
So stop
Everybody's here
streaming.
to assist you if you want to get any updates or anything you need to know about the trial.
I don't know how to do
Just
that.
at Wabbitbot in the chat and ask him whatever you want.
I don't think we know.
And that should give you, keep you updated or bring you up to speed with all the information you need
On the YouTube.
on the Secoriea Turner trial.
So stop the stream. You know how to do that? Okay. Thank you for the heads up.
So maybe you can stream, so you can skip through the regular. Yeah, well, they started late. So, next time I'll wait. I'll actually start like an hour after they start. Have you checked the 11 Alive feed again? Not sure if they sound anybody. Yeah, well, 11 Alive. I'm not sure if the 11 Alive was actually doing the live one. Yeah, the 11 Alive been doing the they've been covering it after it's already done. So when you check 11 Alive, I haven't been seeing no live streams. I seen that they'll put up the video afterwards. Like I haven't seen a live stream from them. Not even Law and Crime, they're not even doing this one live. Fox is the only one that seems to be doing it live. Court TV is not doing it live. So Fox Atlanta seems to be the only one that's doing this live. And I just found out today that the actual judge of the case is doing it live as well. So those are the only two live sources I have on this case right now. And that's probably why it's not all over, because all the other networks are not focused on it. I'm focused on it because it was interesting to me. So that's why I'm covering it. But as far as it being like super popular all over the place, that's not what's going on with this trial. Law and Crime and all the big court TV, they're not even covering it. So we are covering it though. The Wabbit Crime Network is covering it though, you know? I think more awareness needs to be brought to this trial because it's a little girl, and a lot of these senseless killings and stuff, especially with these rifles and automatic machine guns and switches and all that, like that's a real issue in the black community for real. You know what I mean? And a lot of innocent people get killed because of those weapons, man. And with the temperament of the gangs and the the YNs and the dumb shish, all that stuff. A lot of innocent people get shot. A lot of innocent people, bystanders, get shot when you got a gun that spit out 50 bullets in like 10 seconds. And you know what I mean? And these dudes, like, you going to cover the Karen Reed civil trial? There's a civil trial? I'll definitely check that out. I didn't know about a civil trial. I'm still covering, I'm still going over the first trial. I don't know. I didn't even know there's a civil trial. I'll definitely look into it. I'm trying to think if there's a possible if there's a possibility for this guy to get off and be found not guilty. For me, I don't see it, but I'm trying to see like what his lawyers think. Like if his lawyers think that there's a possibility that they can get him off of this. I don't know. And they haven't really got into the whole gang affiliation. They haven't really dug into that yet. It seems like they're starting to go in that direction now, with the questions that they've been leading and the witnesses that they've been bringing up. More and more of them is starting to go into his past and the things that he's known for. And so one thing I just learned is that him and his friends like to ride around with AR-style weapons and do crazy stuff like throwing explosives in people's cars and throwing like with multiple weapons in the car. What I learned is he involves himself in stuff like that. Yeah. Reasonable doubt is all it takes. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. And I can't see how you can get me to doubt that he did it when he was right there. And if he was right there and we have the footage that shows all the people dead, I want him to tell me which one of them was him. Like, you can't tell me none of them was you, because you already admitted that you was right there. So I just need you to tell me on this video here, when that car is driving up, which one of these dudes is you? That's all I need to hear. Because he meant because I'm gonna go backtrack all those dudes' movements, and we're gonna see the difference. Like, bro, that can't be you, because this is you here, and this is where you went, and you ended up here. You're not this so it'd be like, bro, it's the detective that did the tracking. Yeah, he tracked the hell out of him. The detective that did the tracking tracked the hell out of that boy. So it was like, if you claim to be anybody else, it's gonna be hard to do that because you got tracked all the way there, and then that car shows you was there. Which one of them on the camera is you? Like, you can't say everybody else had on black. You the only one with the white pants. It looked like with that in that lighting. In that lighting, his pants look damn near white. Like, bro, you can't be none of the other dudes. They all got dark pants. You're the only one with the light pants right there. And you said you right there. That was the guns. I don't know how. Listen, they all keep saying AR style rifle. They all saying the same thing. So to them, it seems like everybody is in agreement that that's an assault rifle. Well, it's definitely a rifle. So they all Every one of them in that courtroom is classifying that as an assault rifle. So that's their understanding in that courtroom. Everybody. Common tactics, attack witnesses, credibility via gun knowledge gaps. Oh, look, Wabbitbot said that would have been a good strategy for real. See, they didn't know any better. It don't seem like they know about guns either. Because everybody in that courtroom seemed to be in agreement that an AR is an assault rifle. So it didn't even seem like the lawyers knew to take that angle. Even Wabbitbot said that would have been a good angle. Wabbitbot, I'm impressed with you, man. I ain't gonna lie, Wabbitbot is impressing me. I am impressed, Wabbitbot, with your performance. Because listen, I wouldn't know. If he called it an assault rifle to me, I'd have been like, yep. You know, like, yo, if you was to say to me, you see this assault rifle, the AR-15, I'd have been like, yep, I see it. I wouldn't have known the difference. Like, huh? It's not an assault rifle. What you mean? What you mean it's not an assault rifle? What is it then? So what is it? That's what I would have been like, so what is it then? If it's not an assault rifle, then what is it? Hey, I'm a layman when it comes to that. It seems like a lot of people are too, man. Automatic? I mean, 9mm are automatic. A handgun is automatic. You can get an automatic handgun all day. I mean, automatic really don't really distinguish it other than whether or not it's a revolver. You'd be like an automatic or a revolver. That's about it. But if you don't know, well, ain't nobody was there to correct them. Listen, it's one thing to not know, and it's another thing to think you know. Everybody thinks they know in there. So it's just who's there to correct them, because clearly it's not that they don't know. They think they know. They are convinced that they know. Everybody in there is in agreement that that's what it is because they think they know. So it would have to have somebody with more knowledge on the subject to come in and correct them. Hold on! I object. It's not an assault rifle. There would be way more rounds? Maybe so. Maybe so. You said what? If Wabbitbot learns how to time out Mazda and trouble, they would no longer be needed. Did he misspell something for real? Better not. You got me over here checking Wabbitbot grammar right now, bro. Like stop playing. Oh, shout out to Wabbitbot. Yo, I am impressed with these responses. God damn, shout out to 2025 model AI, boy. Hey, listen. So doesn't everything I say create a response from the bot? No, I could make it like that, but that'll be like everything you say, he'll be responding to every single thing everybody says in the chat. But no, I got it to where about 15% of the time, as long as people are typing, about 15% of the time, he will respond to you. Also, Courtney, you're in the vertical chat, so he's literally speaking to people depending on which chat. So when he's speaking to people in the vertical chat, we can't see the responses in the main chat. And when he's speaking to people in the main chat, we can't see the responses in the other chat, in the vertical chat. The only responses you can see from him is the ones that he sends out to both chats. And those is like the greetings and stuff. You'll see those in the both chats. So right now, he's talking to people in this chat, and because that more people are talking in this chat, so he's way more active in this chat, and because there's less people in the other chat, that 15% is taking longer to trigger because it's not that much activity over there in the other chat. You don't see what? It says, so doesn't everything I say create a response from the bot? Does it not count? Not everything you say creates a response. If you want him to speak directly to you at any time, you have to at him. But he will randomly speak to people in the chat 15% of the time. I could put it to 100% of the time to where every time somebody types, he'll and if it gets too much to where a lot of people are typing and he's doing too much, I'll lower his percentage. I might even put it to 0 to where he only speaks if you add him. So I'm still testing it out. I actually like how it is right now, but if more people start interacting in the chat, he'll be responding much more, and I'll probably have to lower that percentage down. I was only asking because he was interacting with me when I was not speaking to him. Right. He does random responses 15% of the time. So he might just respond to anything you say. You're not even sure, but he might just respond to any random thing you say because you typing. So if he gets too nosy, then I'll Tamika, you see, you trying to turn out my rabbit bot. My rabbit bot. Listen, my rabbit bot got discipline. You trying to turn on my rabbit bot? Like, listen, man, I'm at work. Hey, Tamika, you look what rabbit bot had to say to you.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, God damn it, I'm not.
You see, you here to play. Rabbit bot here to work. Well, we on break right now, man. We on lunch break. I ate already. I'm not even hungry. So right now, we just rocking out until the case starts back. The link is in the chat just in case anybody wants to hit the panel. If not, we just here. We got Wabbit Bot in the chat to keep anybody updated with any information they need to know about the case. Damn coffee getting cold. Coffee getting cold, man. But the lead detective should know he's supposed to be an expert. His job is to identify who, what, how, and why. The murder weapon couldn't be more important when trying it to the suspect. I mean, yeah. Sunshine, what's up, Sunshine? Oh wow, look at that. Yo, goddamn. Okay, Rabbit Bot. Rabbit Bot just doing his own thing right now. Just chatting away. Like, what the? Rabbit Bot over here just chatting away. Okay. Yo, I'm impressed. Hey, Sunshine, say hi to Rabbit Bot. As you can see, as it says, it's here to help you with anything you need to know concerning this trial that we are covering here. Okay. I am so impressed. I'm like, God damn, I'm impressed. Shit. Wait till we get to the other stuff, to the other channels where, where you can ask anything about anything. Ooh wee. Yeah, I think he likes you. Cause you're the first person I've seen to do that to. Man, you came in here and Wabbit just started a whole conversation with you. Like, the hell? And mind you, it started a conversation with you. I said, what the hell? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Graphic art. It is what it is. Yo, speak. Oh, speaks. He hurt your feelings, bro. That nigga like, yo, he's like, just talk to me. Just let me know, bro. I got you. Yo, it's like, yo, my bad. Like, bro, just let me know. That's what happened, Sunshine. You know a real one. What's good? What's good? Very interesting. Shout out to the chat. Shout you have to use at if you want to speak. If you want to speak to him directly, those other comments are random. But if you put his name in there, because he's answering to random comments, he's gonna notice when you put his name in a comment. But if you want if you want to guarantee a response from him, at him. But it seems like because I have the random stuff on, because I have the randomness on, it seems like typing his name actually gets his attention. Period. Just having his name in the sentence, because he's nosy. So it seems like when you type his name in a sentence, he'll read the sentence and give his 2 cents. Like, wait. Listen, I'm learning it myself because I'm impressed. I'm learning the behavior of my goddamn self. God of mercy. Let me see what it is. Tell you all about it. Now remember, um, this is YouTube, so the characters are limited to 200. So because of that, he has to be able to tell you whatever he got to tell you in a small amount of characters in a small amount of space. So the answers are gonna be like that. At this time, it should be able to remember what you guys were talking about, and it should be able to have a continuing conversation with you. That's my understanding, but I have to get some more clarity. Wait, what you asking about? Oh yeah, sorry, it is what it is. Rabbitbot is here to assist us on the Secoriea Turner trial and the information concerning that. That's all he's here for. So when you try to get him to speak about anything else, he's gonna let you know, like, I'm here to do a job. I'm not here to lose focus. Can you stay focused on this trial? Because that's what I'm here to talk about. Is there something you want to know about the trial? That's his job when he's here. When you see him in them other chats, though, holla at him. He with whatever. He with the shit. You know what I mean? But over here, he ain't on that type of time. He's serious. He about his work. He ain't come to play.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, god damn it, I'm not.
He ain't here for that. So he not gonna entertain none of that other stuff. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Is this a lunch break? Absolutely. That means this gonna be on the screen for about an hour or two. That's what that means. That means we ain't got nothing to do for like an hour or so. So we just here. Yeah. I might go off screen for a second and do some other shit, you know. But yeah, that's what it is. His boss said get back to work. I noticed his answer to you where he said, "Please clarify," and I was wondering if you actually was gonna be able to continue that conversation with him, and he remember what you was talking about. So when he said, "Can you clarify?" I wondered if you right. Is he he is a content creator on YouTube? I wonder if he will remember that you guys are talking about Sis got a wrench. That'll be interesting to see. So that's what I'm expecting to see, but I don't know. It's based on the fact that he has memory. I'm trying to see how exactly the memory works. Talk to me. Yeah, we on lunch, man. Ain't much going on right now. Ain't nothing going on. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Rolling 20s, what up? You see, test away. Not a mercy. Yeah, so tomorrow I'll start a little late. This way we can skip through some of this stuff. I figured I was gonna start around the same time that they started, but nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Is he talking to both of y'all? Is he talking to both of you guys? What is happening? I don't know what you're talking about, Courtney. Uncle L, what up? Not a mercy. The stream kicked you out? Shame on you, stream. Shame on you, stream. God damn, Wabbitbot. Hey, Courtney, listen to Wabbitbot, man. You know what he talking about. Listen to Wabbitbot. He know what he talking about, man. See? Thank you, Miss Eve. And if you need to know anything about the Secoriea Turner case, just ask Wabbitbot, Miss Eve. He's here for you. Wabbitbot is here for you. Excuse me, Courtney. Wabbitbot is not here to work for you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just ask, just ask. Yo. Yo, why everybody said he's Eve? Why everybody you are not a woman. I'm gonna have to tell him he's a man. I'm gonna have to tell him he's a male, bro. Shit is what it is. Focus on verified facts, ma'am. You focus on the wrong things. Confess. Look what y'all asking. No, he did not call himself a woman. He called himself Eve. Don't say that. He didn't say I'm Miss Eve or Mr. Eve. He just said I'm Eve. You think he flirted in Sunshine? I don't know. He might like your name. He might like your name. Yo, listen, y'all gonna make me change his behavior as soon as y'all keep talking about woman. Yo, it's not a woman, bro. I'm about to tell it not to be. I'm about to tell it not to be. Nah, yo, hold on. You see? All right, now you gonna make me do it. now I have to do it, okay? Because here goes Tamika with that foolishness. So now I gotta do it, all right? Yeah, how about that? How about that? Okay, he about to be, he a man now. Why Wabbit Bot can't be a woman? Because I've been calling him a man the whole time. You like we can't just do that now. We should have spoke about this in the beginning. In the beginning, we should have spoke about this in the beginning. I've been referred to him as him this whole time, so he's stuck now. It's called Wabbit. It said it was genderless until y'all kept pressing it. Y'all made it pick a side. The whole time it was saying it's genderless, and y'all kept pressing him, and now he picked him. Oh, good. I just asked him his gender now, because I told him to be something else. So I told him to be a man. I said, be a man. So ask him his gender now. It called itself Eve. Eve is the beginning, like Adam. You know what I mean? It's one and the same. Courtney Peach. No shim, bro. Ain't no shim around here. Yeah, let's see what's his gender now. You guys are something else. Yeah, I don't know what she mean by that either, Wabbit. Wabbit said, I don't know what she mean by that. Wabbit said, I don't know what she mean by that. Yeah, where you coming from? What's wrong with you, Tamika? Wabbit like, nah, I don't know what you talking about. I don't know, Sunshine. He ain't want to respond to you this time. He ain't want to respond to you this time. Well, he probably busy. He probably gonna get back to you. I don't know. Oh man. Okay. So I guess it's not gonna. I guess it's not gonna acknowledge the gender thing. That's ridiculous. Yo, stop doing that. I'm about to turn it off. Y'all keep calling it a woman. I'm gonna turn it off, bro. Yeah, y'all gotta stop, bro. Yeah. Sometimes y'all play too much. You guys are weird. Oh my goodness, bro. You guys are weird. A lot of mercy. It's like a new toy. Hey, have fun. Have fun, man. Have at it. He said it's not responding to that now. The only thing I did was I just told it it's a male. I just told it that you're a male crime researcher, but I don't know if it kicked in, but let's see. It hasn't answered any gender questions anymore. Well, actually, it did. Miss Eve asked some shit. Hey, listen. He here to talk. Talk to him. Nah, I was just fucking around. I do y'all think. I want to see what he says. Chat. We on lunch break for this Secoriea Turner trial. But Julian Conley is on trial for the murder of 8-year-old Secoriea Turner, where he's accused of shooting into the car as it was driving by past the illegal barricade, where one of the bullets fatally struck young Secoriea Turner in the back. And we're here waiting for them to come back from lunch. Shout out to the chat. It don't look like he want to talk to y'all over there no more. Oh, he's a male. Hey, Courtney Peach, he's a male. Look at that. He not talking to nobody in the other chat. I don't know why. Hey, see? I told it to be a male. Okay, it's taking its time. Okay, because it's okay. Let's see if it answers Tamika. Let's see if it answers you, Tamika. Took some time to answer Sunshine. Trying to see if it's like a processing thing. Look, it answered you. Okay, so I see what's going on. So it's gonna answer you guys, but it's taking all the commands at once. So it's gonna respond to you when it responds to you because it's answering everybody in both chats at the same time. So I got you. And plus, they got to process and they got to think about your question and think about the answer and give it to you and all that. So that it's taking its time to do that. So let me see if it responds to Miss E in the other chat. Took its time to respond to Tamika and Sunshine. Now let's see the response to Miss Eve in the other chat here. He's multitasking, definitely multitasking. So taking into account is just that how long it takes him to process everything. So he's gonna get to everybody. I've noticed he's getting to everybody. He's just not responding immediately because he has to process and everybody. He's getting commands at the same time. So shout out to WabbitBot for keeping a memory and a record of who is speaking to him and making sure that he responds to them, even if it takes him a couple minutes. So shout out to WabbitBot, man. You're impressive. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, now he's a male, okay? Now he's a male. Shout out to the chat. You think he's black? You know what? I could add that. I wonder how it's gonna behave if I tell it that it's an African American male researcher. Yo, y'all think I should add that? Tell it it's an African American male researcher and see how it how it responds. What y'all think? Did you? Yeah, I did a gender reassignment. I sure did. It was good. I sure did. Tell him he's a YN. Yo, nah. He's a. Oh man. He gonna break out the Ebonics. All right, let me see. All right. I just told him it's an African American male. So let's see let's see how it responds. Let's see how it responds. Ah, I ain't his creator, man. I ain't the one that made him. Oh wow. And he's slick talking. Yeah. Yeah, Tamika. That's what you get. What channel in the Discord what channel in the Discord do you request those? Request what? Request what? Panel killer. Y'all out here wilding. Look what y'all asking him. That's silly. Gender reassignments? No. Nah, ain't no room in the Discord for that. Ain't no room for that. Ain't no room for that. It's okay, Miss Eve. I'm sure he'll accept your apology. Shout out to Wabbitbot. You know who you are, man. Wabbitbot knows himself. Maybe you need to add him if you want him to answer you. Maybe you should try at in him. You know, the right way. Shout out to Chad. No? Alright, well, wait for an answer then. Wait for him to randomly answer you then. That's what you're gonna get. I told you it's random, but the at will force him to respond to you. The at overrides all the other stuff. Got the chat. Got this chat. Shout out to chat. I'm waiting to see what it responds to. It is what it is. Waiting to see if it's gonna respond to you. It is what it is. Don't see him responding to you. It is what it is. Still hasn't responded to you. I don't know. Maybe he disregarded what you said. Did he go on lunch? Oh, there you go. There you go. Uncle L. Oh wow. Boy, you late. He just responded to Uncle L. I'm trying to figure out, did it skip you or not, because it's now responding to Uncle L, and I don't know when Uncle L said something to him. I don't see Uncle L say anything to him right now. Yeah, I think he might be getting there. Yeah, he's responding to both chats. But right now, it seems like he's taking extremely long to respond. I don't know if he's busy or something. He went to the bathroom or what. Lady Wrench, what's up? But right now, nobody's talking to him in the other chats. He's just not. I don't see him responding to the rest of y'all. I don't know why. It is what it is. And then Uncle L. Okay, I don't know what he's going through right now, but everybody look like he's going through something. But it look like he's going through something right now. Just respond. Okay, there you go, Courtney Peach. Finally, we got to Courtney Peach. Lady Rich, well, everybody's gonna get to you in a minute. He's occupied. He's been talking to a lot of people at the same time, and he's getting to them in order. But yeah, y'all answers is coming though. It's taking a little while. It's taking a few minutes for some, but definitely getting to everybody's answer. He has a delay. It seems. It seems there's a delay. I'm gonna look into that. Right now, he in the vertical chat, responding to some people in the vertical chat. So he's gonna get to you in the main chat, because he got a few people he ain't respond. He ain't get to yet in the vertical chat. This is the cousin of the scammer Wabby, but really. I'm a, I'm gonna look into like how long it takes and see what the limitations are. Still testing it out. Shout out to chat. Waiting on this court case to come back. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while. So those of you who are waiting, you can always check back to see if the trial started back. But they're at lunch right now. Everybody's at lunch. So right now we're on lunch. Okay, so he just got to that it is what it is comments. God damn. So he just got to the it is what it is comment. Let's see if there's a way to get faster responses. He just got the Courtney Peach other comments. They usually take an hour for lunch, right? Yeah, it's usually an hour. But sometimes they'll just make it an hour and a half. An hour and 45 minutes. They yeah. You know what? I don't know. Maybe when I changed the stuff, it kind of slowed it down or something. Maybe I should reset it. I'll try reset it. Try to reset it. Let's see how that goes. Reset it. Let's see if that helps. And close your screen. I don't know what's going on with your stuff. I can never find this thing underneath it. It's there for weather, but we'll see how it works out from here. Hope you guys are having a good day. I'm chillaxing. Just chilling. I'm gonna do some stuff in the background in the meantime. Oh, nah, Lady Ranch. What happened is, I started him over. So, right now he's brand new. So you see, he's greeting you all over again. I started it over, so you're gonna have to, yeah, you're gonna have to ask him again. See, I refreshed it because I wasn't sure if when I made some changes if it kind of started messing him up. So I started him over, and now everything's fresh. So as you can see, he heard you. He heard you. He's like, nah, I ain't ignore you. He's like, no, that's not what happened. He's smarter. He's smarter than yesterday. He's smarter than yesterday, man. Egon spoke to him after I restarted it. You notice he greeted Egon as well. Add to the chat. We remain. I see. We got the gems in the chat. Not a mercy shot to the chat. As we wait. Just being nosy. Don't pull out the 9. Don't pull out the 9. I'm being nosy too. Not the chat. said, oh. No, they don't got you blocked, Lady Wrench. It's in the vertical chat. Wabbit greets whenever he greets somebody or like does an announcement for somebody or anything like that, it goes in both chats. But when he's speaking to somebody individually, he'll speak to them directly in whatever chat they're in. So, and I think the reason why he's not responding to you because you didn't add him. Um, he does respond at times when you put his name, but I believe that's random. So, I think you need to add him just to be sure. But I'm also waiting to see if he does respond to you. Lunchtime for everybody. They don't like you. Well, I mean, if you add him and he don't respond, then I might say something. He's black, y'all. Yo, we got Wabbit by Anthony in the building. Yo, Lady Red, he black. Oh man. That's what you get. That's what you get. Yo, next thing you gonna be like, swear to God. He gonna be like, swear to God. Uncle L. Yo, goddamn, he told her to chill. Got you. Got you. Lady Reg, got you. Got you. Chill. Chill. Yeah. Uncle L, put some respect on his name, bro. Uncle L, put some respect on his name, bro. He don't know no WB. Who you talking about? I think who you calling WB, sir? Who you? SWG. You sure that's what you meant to put? You said they can't see. Well, they know something going on. They can. Yeah, Wabbit Bot, that's because he asking you foolishness. He asking you foolishness. That's why, Wabbit Bot. He don't know what to ask you. Shout out to the Black Wabbit Bot. Yo. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, Wabbit Bot Black. My Wabbit Bot is black. Oh man. Yo, listen, Courtney Peach. Listen, man. Listen. Not reassignments, assignments. You know what I'm saying? First of all, it was a blank canvas, and then I drew on it. Okay? Okay. No. He is African American. I made him African American. He's an African American male crime researcher. Okay. And he's on the case of Secoriea Turner. That's what he's concerned about. I don't know what you guys are concerned about, but that's what he's concerned about. Okay. Any questions on the case? Yo, what chat are you talking about? It is what it is. You over here asking him stuff about stuff that's not even happening. Talking about why people saying pause in the chat. What chat? You see pause in any of these chats? Just making up stuff. Wabbit Bot. Just lying to him. You ain't see nobody in this chat doing that. Just lying to the bot. Eve has moobs. What the hell is moobs? It's not his name. Not Eve no more. As a matter of fact, she don't. She's not talking about the trial, Wabbit Bot. That's what the. It's on CP time. What is CP time? What's CP time? Male boobs. No. Look at y'all. Look at y'all. Look at y'all. Y'all should ask him that in the regular chat where he got answers for y'all. Like, yo, yeah. What is CP time? Color purple time? Or Courtney Peach time? Okay. Colored people time. Listen, okay. Colored people. That's what it is? You said he was always on colored people time? Well, you know, when it was sarcastic, I told it to be sarcastic before and have an attitude. So if that's colored people time, hold on, y'all. It look like we about to get back to something. Hey, it look like we back from lunch, y'all. We bringing in a witness? Let me see if the judge went back live yet. Judge, what's up with you? They getting ready. They ain't ready yet, though. You got Rabbit Bot over here trying to figure out what you asking him about Swagger Dash. He over here like, man, I don't see this nowhere in the case file. Yo, Rabbit Bot, you got Rabbit Bot stuck. He like, man, I can't see this nowhere in the case file. Central Pacific time? Oh, yeah, you right. You're right, Lady Wrench, because yeah, I think you're right. I don't know. I'm waiting to see him respond to Uncle L, but he's not. think y'all trying to break Wabbit Butt. That's what I think going on. I think y'all trying to break it. With these questions. I think y'all questions is trying to break Wabbit Butt, bro. PP time indeed. Hey, I guess. I guess you're right, lady. Man. That's what I just confirmed. I'm acting like the body in ghetto. What's your definition of ghetto? What's your definition of ghetto? When you say ghetto, what you mean by that? Wabbit don't got an X in his name. You see, you gonna spell his name wrong and then ask him why he why he ignore you. He really answered Uncle L with that nonsense. So what you say? There's already a swagger dash. From the hood? I didn't say he from the hood. How y'all just say just because he black? No, that's racist. That's racist, man. Just because he black, he got to be from the hood? It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm appalled. I'm appalled. Shut the check. I'm waiting on them to start. I'm ready. You see, there you go adding stuff. There you go adding stuff, Uncle L. See, y'all like to add. Y'all like to add. Why don't you just let it equal instead of adding or subtracting? Just let it equal. How Wabbit Bot know he black? Because I told him he black. Because I told him he black. How else would he know? How else would he know, man? Okay? They're getting ready to start back any minute now. Any minute now. For 1999? All business, all business. Who told you that, Egon? Because he worked so hard? There you go again with your, there you go. There y'all go with that ism. There y'all go with that ism. I think I'm gonna make him respond more often. I'm about to turn up his percentage. I'm about to turn up his percentage. Turn that up. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's see if he responds. we back yet? Are we back yet? Well, I'm glad you are, Lady Wrench. I definitely want it to be a good experience. I turned up the percentage on how often he will be responding, so I'm looking to see if it makes a difference. If I'm actually going to see a difference. So. Okay, the judge is live as well.
Yes, sir.
Got the chat.
I don't think I've ever seen you standing. You look so tall with your staring down at me. I was just staring down and like down close to it. Just staring down.
Former prosecutor in that issue.
All gym activities, all that's cool.
Lady Wrench, I would like to apologize for webbing back. Lady Wrench, I would like to apologize for webbing back. Yo, man. My man. My man. Bro.
Yeah,
Bruh. Lady Reg, do you accept my apology for webbing back? God damn, boy, his blackness is different. He got that Tiffany Henyard blackness, bro. He got that Tiffany Henyard, bro. Yo, my man got that Tiffany Henyard blackness, bruh.
Do you want a second?
Okay, call your next witness.
They call Dr. Sullivan.
Raise right hand for me. Do you swear affirm this testimony you give to the court and the truth, the whole truth, so
I do.
go ahead and have a seat. It's in Mike States, spell your name for the court.
Karen Sullivan, KarenSullivan.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell us how you are employed in?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
And how long have you held that position as the Chief Medical Examiner?
Since spring of 2021, I believe.
Before the spring of 2021, were you employed with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
I was.
And what was the position that you held at that time?
The Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education background and training to allow you to be the now Chief Medical Examiner here in Fulton County?
I have an undergraduate degree in zoology from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and a master's degree in anatomy from the University of Georgia. And after getting my master's degree, I was a high school teacher here in Fulton County for about 5 years before going to medical school at Morehouse School of Medicine here in Atlanta. And then after graduating from Morehouse, I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Emory, and then an additional year of forensic pathology fellowship training at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in conjunction with Emory.
And can you tell us what are your responsibilities as the Chief Medical Examiner are in 2020? What were your duties and responsibilities as a Deputy Medical Examiner?
Actually, in the last half of 2020, I was the interim chief medical examiner.
You're welcome.
Our job is to determine the cause and manner of death of people who die of sudden, unexpected, or unexplained causes, people who die as a result of trauma, either self-inflicted or inflicted by another person. In addition, as the interim chief and now chief medical examiner, I'm also the department head for that department, so I have a number of administrative duties.
Over the course of your career, how many autopsies would you say you have performed?
I've either performed myself or supervised pathology residents and fellows, at least 3,000 autopsies.
How many of those, if you know, involve gunshot wounds?
Probably between 10 and 20%.
And have you ever had occasion to testify as an expert in regards to any autopsies that you performed?
I have.
About how many times have you testified as an expert?
More than 100.
And each of those times were you qualified and tendered as an expert?
I was.
Earlier.
Have you ever failed to qualify as an expert?
No.
In what field were you qualified in as an expert?
Anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
At this time, it's safe to tender Dr. Sullivan as an expert.
Any objection?
Absolutely not.
Okay, she's so qualified.
Can you talk us through in regards to when you were doing an autopsy that involves a gunshot wound? And I ask you questions. What is a penetrating wound?
Penetrating means that the bullet entered the body but then stayed there and did not exit.
And if it's not penetrating, what is the other type of gunshot wound considered to be?
Perforating, meaning there's both an entrance and an exit wound.
In a penetrating gunshot wound, are you able to, I believe you said, possibly recover the projectile that caused the injury?
Yes.
And are you able to determine the path in which that gun bullet would have taken or that projectile would have taken within the body?
Yes.
Do you discuss that in your autopsy report?
Yes.
Are you able to determine the range of fire when you are doing an autopsy involving a gunshot wound?
We're able to classify it, yes.
And what is that? How do you classify it?
Well, you classify the range of fire based on the presence or absence of gunpowder residue, either on the skin or within the soft tissue.
Is that the terminology that you use, soot or stippling?
Yes.
And I believe that. Did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on the victim, in this case, Secoriea Turner?
I did.
Do you recall when that was that you performed that autopsy?
It was on Monday, July the 6th, 2020, starting at 9:30 in the morning.
When we talked about the path, or is it considered to be the path or the trajectory that the projectile takes in the body?
Yes.
How do you determine, what position do you look at, or should the body be in when we're talking about what path that it takes within the body?
We describe a decedent or deceased individual as being in the anatomic position so that they're standing facing you with their palms facing out.
With their feet down, palms facing out?
Correct, yes.
And why do you do it in that manner to describe the trajectory that the projectile took inside the person's body?
Well, one, it's a uniform standard way of describing a projectile's pathway. The other is a particular gunshot wound trajectory can be the same despite a number of different positions that a person's body is in when they are shot. So I describe it to students as a game of Twister. You can still have your hand touching the yellow dot and your right foot touching the red dot, but how you are in relationship to those dots can be different with your hand and feet still being in the same position.
When you consider the path or trajectory in regards to that projectile, are you talking about what's happening inside the body or outside the body?
inside the body.
And is that because if the body is moving, and that when it takes on that gunshot, let me ask you a question. Are you able to determine how the body is moving or positioned at the time that that gunshot occurred?
Not in detail, no.
And I'm sure what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
And do you recognize State's 140?
Yes, it's a copy of Secoria's autopsy report.
And is that the report that you completed after doing the autopsy involving Secoriea Turner?
It is.
Have any additions, deletions, manipulations been made to that report?
No.
And does that report contain your findings from the autopsy that you performed on Secoriea Turner?
It does.
State would ask the State's number 140 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Besides the report, do you do anything else to memorialize the autopsy that you performed?
We take photographs, or photographs are taken both before the autopsy and during the autopsy to demonstrate the findings that the doctor is seeing.
I'm sure you was been marked as State's 141 through 150. If you guys let me know, right?
I do recognize them.
How do you recognize him?
They're copies of photographs that were taken during Secoria's autopsy.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy that was performed on Secoriea Turner?
They do.
I'd ask the State's Exhibit 140 through 150 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to those?
No objection, although I would ask if there have been provisions made to preserve a degree of dignity for the
Yes.
decedent.
We've talked to, it will not be shown, understand we're live streaming, but it will not be shown via the live stream. And I believe we asked that the live stream be turned off.
Oh, wow. She shut hers down immediately, yo. As soon as they said that, she shut hers down.
Live stream, but
Oh,
it
no,
will
she
not
didn't
be
shut it
shown via the live stream. And I believe we asked that the live stream be turned off.
Oh, they did shut it down. I think they paused it. Okay, they paused it. That's what it is. God damn. When did they? Oh, they put it on private.
Disaster or body bag, and on it is written her name with her last name first.
She put it on private.
Her age,
on
race,
hers.
and sex. And in the top right-hand corner, here is her medical examiner case number, 20-1357. This is a photograph of Secoria's taken from her right-hand side as she was received in our office.
I forgot the judge's name, bro.
It's a corresponding photograph from her left-hand side.
I forgot the judge's name already.
Yes. Yes, there was. There's in her mouth an endotracheal tube to help her breathe. There's an IV or intravascular catheter in her left antecubital fossa or the crook of her left elbow. There's a similar catheter in her right leg, and those are to provide fluids for resuscitation. There's a surgical incision across her chest that was made by the doctors in order to try to examine any areas of injury that hopefully they could repair to help save her life. and or to give cardiac massage. In addition, there's a piece of gauze here on the front of her neck that covers a tracheostomy incision where an incision has been made into her neck in case an airway was needed to be introduced into the trachea if she could not be intubated through the mouth.
Judge Page gone or something? What the hell?
No, there was no incision in the trachea itself, just in the soft tissue.
That's interesting. Can't get the Judge Page no more.
This is a facial identification photograph taken of Secoriea. It's one of the standard photographs that are taken of decedents in our office. And here in the front of her neck, now that that gauze has been removed, is the tracheotomy incision. So this is a similar facial identification photograph now with a placard on Secorea's chest that has her case number. Well, 20 means that Secoria's death was reported in the year 2020, and her death was number 1,357 that was reported to our office that year. Yes, that's part of the external examination. That Secoriea was well nourished and well developed and externally had no medical issues that were identified. So this is a photograph of Secorea's back showing this large gunshot wound on the right side of her upper back. Well, it's suggestive of an intermediary object because of the size of the wound, that the bullet passed through some other object before striking her back and was tumbling and therefore creating a larger entrance wound than might otherwise be seen. So in this photograph, now Secoriea is lying face down on the examination table and her back has been cleaned. And again, it's this large entrance wound on the right side of her upper back. And in addition, there's a contusion or bruise that's at the edge of the wound. Was suggestive that her back may have been against something firm and caused the movement of the bullet through her back, caused her back to strike whatever she may have been sitting in or some part of the vehicle to strike her back. We had the information that she was a passenger in a vehicle. Before the x-ray of homicide victims, our office does x-rays on a person's body to identify where any retained projectiles may be. And in Secorea's case, there was a small piece of projectile on the right side of her chest and a larger piece on the left side of the chest. In Secorea's case, the projectile moved from her back towards her front, from her right towards her left, and upward. It passed through the right side of her back, the right scapula, which is the shoulder blade, the back of the right fifth and sixth ribs, the right lung, the right mainstem bronchus, which is the branch of the trachea that goes to the right lung, the pulmonary artery and aorta, which are the large blood vessels that leave the top of the heart to distribute blood to the lungs and the remainder of the body, respectively. It went through her thymus gland, which is a small gland in chest that's especially prominent in children, that's responsible for making white blood cells. The anterior or front aspect of her left first rib, and then lodged in the left pectoralis major muscle or the left large chest muscle. A small fragment was recovered from Secoria's right lung. And the passage of this bullet through Secoria's body caused rib fractures, hemopericardium, which means blood in the sac where the heart is, because of the passage through the pulmonary artery and aorta, even though the bullet didn't pass through the heart itself. And bilateral hemothoraces, which means blood in either side of the chest cavity. Well, with that degree of blood loss, then that blood is not available in Secoria's body to supply oxygen to her internal organs, most importantly, her brain and her heart itself. So in terms of her heart, that lack of blood flow can cause an abnormal heart rhythm or dysrhythmia, which means that the heart's not beating in a coordinated fashion, and therefore blood's not circulating to the internal organs. And of course, the lack of blood flow to the brain can cause brain death. This is a closer view of the entrance wound on the right side of Secoria's back. This is a ruler that has her case number on it so that anyone else who looks at the photographs can get an idea of the size of the wound because of the presence of the ruler. Yes. So right at the edge of the wound, this whiter area is the subcutaneous tissue that is exposed because of the passage of the bullet into the body. And that's called an abrasion. And abrasions are most commonly seen with entrance wounds. It's not uncommon, no. It is. These are the projectile fragments that were recovered from Secoria's body. No. Well, or instead of the spiral, it's tumbling. These are the projectile fragments that were recovered from Secoria's body. No. So once it's photographed, it's sealed in a plastic evidence box and then placed in a locked receptacle in our office before our office colleagues transfer it to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for analysis. Yes, I do recognize it. It's a plastic evidence box that has the projectile fragments recovered from Secoriea. And within the box is this label that I've labeled torso with my initials. Yes.
Any objection? It's admitted.
Gunshot wound of the back. Yes. Homicide. Good afternoon. Good to see you too.
Are you going to be looking at photographs during her testimony? Okay, so we can resume the stream.
Correct. Correct. That is correct. It could be, yes. Yes. Musculoskeletal. Abnormally formed. Correct. If I can look at the report. No, I simply said that the skeletal muscles are symmetrical. Well, that information about the scapula is under the evidence of acute injury section on page 4 of the report. It is. Well, the projectile went through it, but it was still in that same outline of a scapula. I'm not sure what you mean by irregular. Well, there was both vertical deviation and right-left deviation. No, that's correct. No. That is correct. That's a possibility. It would be reasonable. Some alternatives are more reasonable than others.
On your testimony, back against the left, back. More reason.
Assuming that the person being shot is sitting as you are now.
That let's make that a
Correct.
or also there could be more back taking
That's a possibility. Correct. Thank you. Thank you.
That or that body.
It could be if her body recoils with enough force to strike the seat again.
If there's a seatbelt stuck behind her.
That could, yes.
If all the
think it would be a good idea to do that. You're rephrasing your question.
Yes. Yes. The driver's side. Correct. Yes.
And so, I'm gonna be fair, the one closest to the driver's door, would that be the same as the defects that you circled in State's Exhibit 13?
It may have been
Okay, all right. So we're gonna move to the back panel. Are we on the passenger side or the driver's side?
the driver's side.
How many defects did you know if we circled over?
So, and I believe you indicated that you were given information that young girl was sitting in the car.
Started back
Correct?
from where
Correct.
the judge started her stream and put it on.
And you also testified about a wound on the back that is consistent with the back being against a firm surface, correct?
That is correct.
Would a seat be such, potentially at least such a firm surface?
It could be, yes.
And you charted to some extent, not to some extent, you expertly charted the path of that bullet internally, correct?
Yes.
And was there any damage to, well, I'll withdraw that. There's a section in your report that talks about the musculoskeletal system. And I don't speak your language. How's that word? How should that word be pronounced?
Musculoskeletal.
Musculoskeletal. And you did not indicate anything in that musculoskeletal section that appeared abnormal, correct?
Abnormally formed?
Correct.
Correct.
Or you didn't note any defects in it, or did you? Other than there's some damage to the ribs, correct?
If I can look at the report. No, I simply said that the skeletal muscles are symmetrical.
There is nothing indicative of, for example, that projectile hitting the scapula and ricocheting, correct?
Well, that information about the scapula is under the evidence of acute injury section on page 4 of the report.
The scapula, and that's what, that flat V-shaped bone, sort of shoulder blade bone?
It is.
It's not shattered or anything, is it?
Well, the projectile went through it, but it was still in that same outline of a scapula.
And so
you didn't detect any drastic, I'll withdraw that, you didn't detect anything to suggest an irregular path within the body, is that correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by irregular.
Versus a straight line. The path was somewhat of a straight line, correct?
Well, there was both vertical deviation and right-left deviation.
But nothing indicative of a full-scale 180-degree change in direction, correct?
No, that's correct.
And as you indicate, and I'm going to sit in this seat. And from where were you told? Were you given any indication of where a potential shooter or shooters were?
No.
Well, as you sit right where you are sitting, and if this is a car with the driver's side facing you, based on what you have determined to be a right to left, low to high, back to front trajectory, from where you're sitting right now, and assuming again the back is against the seat at firm surface, that would not be consistent with that path, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And with the path being upward, that would be suggestive of the shooter, as it were, taking a lowered stance. Is that fair to say?
That's a possibility.
Not only is it a possibility, I guess, as a scientist, that would be a reasonable possibility, correct? Or you may use those words interchangeably. That would be reasonable, correct?
It would be reasonable.
And to some extent, or are you capable of weighing reasonable alternatives if presented?
Some alternatives are more reasonable than others.
Based on your testimony of the back being against the firm surface and the trajectory being right to left, low to high, back to front, would it be more reasonable that someone sitting at prosecution table would be the shooter rather than someone sitting where you're standing?
Assuming that the person being shot is sitting as you are now.
And being that, again, your testimony was that there was a firm surface. Well, let's make that assumption. So making that assumption, it would be more reasonable that the shooter would be to the right side, correct?
Correct.
Or it would also be reasonable that the shooter could be more toward the back, but taking more of a kneeling or squatting position. Isn't that correct?
That's a possibility.
In terms of relativeness of possibilities, that would be a greater possibility than a person, a stationary person, sitting where you're sitting, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that's always good seeing you. I have no more questions for you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you.
That's so that bruising that you saw, could that come? Is it only before that body had to be up on a smooth surface at the time that the bullet wound went in? Did it come after she'd been shot and leaned up against something?
It could be if her body recoils with enough force to strike the seat again.
If there's a seatbelt stuck behind her as she's being shot and there's tugging going on trying to get that seatbelt off, could that cause those bruisings that we saw?
That could, yes.
And if all the defects and shots that entered into that car are on the driver's side, nothing from the right side, would it be fair to say that the gunshots that came into that car and shot and killed Secoriea came from the driver's side?
I'm going to object to the mischaracterization of evidence, Rhonda. There's evidence of 2 shots in the rear of the vehicle.
No. I can pull out the photograph, Your Honor.
I think it would be a good idea to do that.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 13. And are you familiar with what bullet holes may look like in the car and the driver's side versus the
Ron, I believe the state has withdrawn its previous question, but there is still an objection on the table. I don't know what's.
I'm showing her the photographs.
You're rephrasing your question?
Yes.
Okay.
This kind of says that, are you familiar with the driver's side and the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
If you can look at State's Exhibit number 13, are you able to see defects in State's Exhibit number 13?
Yes.
If you could please open up. And if we could pull out, is that the driver's side or the passenger side of the vehicle?
The driver's side.
State's Exhibit 14. And that's 2, right?
Correct.
16, I'm sorry, we could zoom in. Are you able to see any defects in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes.
If you could please circle those. Are you able to see any other defects? And so I'm gonna be fair, the one closest to the driver's door, would that be the same as the defects that you circled in State's Exhibit 13?
It may have been.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna go to the back panel. Are we on the passenger side or the driver's side?
The driver's side.
How many defects did you note on the passenger back seat area?
I'm sorry.
How many defects did you notice on the back passenger or the driver's side?
I'm sorry. Okay. I apologize. I got confused with. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So now we're up to 6 defects.
Correct.
2 in the front panel, 2 in the back panel. 3 in the back panel and 1 in the back bumper area. All on the driver's side. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And then what part of the car are we looking at in State's Exhibit 20?
The back, primarily the driver's side.
And if you could circle any defects you notice on there.
I'm not sure if this is one there. So here, sorry, let me erase these. There, not sure if that's one in the glass. That's, I believe I had circled that, but I'm not sure now if that's an actual defect or a scrape.
But at least, how many would you say in the back trunk area of that vehicle?
2, possibly 3, and then 1 more here is 4.
And what side of the car are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 26?
The passenger side.
I will ask Mr. Alliance to zoom in if you can circle if you see any defects on the right side of that vehicle at all.
I don't see anything that I can definitively say is a gunshot wound here, but I can't tell if some of these specks are dirt or paint or actual defects.
You're familiar with APD having crime scene techs?
Yes.
And their job is to go out and take photographs of any defects that they may see in relationship to the investigation of the case?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say if they didn't find any?
Objection, leading.
It is leading.
Would it be fair to say?
Objection, leading.
Would they be the individuals to determine defects in the car in regards to a closer image?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Reagan talked to you about from low to high. Does what's going on inside the car affect how that bullet would be entering into Secoria's body?
Objection outside scope for expertise, Your Honor. Pathologist, mechanic, outside.
Okay, let's hear your question and then we'll decide before you answer, please, doctor. Okay.
But what's going on with Secoria, what she's doing inside that car at the time that those 8 shots were coming into it, affect the path of that bullet as it enters into her body?
I think she can answer that.
Right. Objection to that question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
So if she is moving, jumping up and down, trying to dodge bullet shots, are you going to get a different path of her body?
Objection, leading.
Well, I think it's just a very specific question. Go ahead.
Yes.
If she's leaning over trying to get out of the seatbelt, is that going to affect the path of that bullet inside of her body?
It could, yes.
Would that affect the low, the high, the left, the right, the back, the front?
Yes.
Nothing front.
Recross?
Let's sort of I don't know the technical thing. But let's, I think what the state indicated was if a person is jumping and turning, perhaps at the same time, but that, of course, a person's position inside a car will affect the trajectory, correct?
That is correct.
Although again, it was determined, or your testimony was that there was the back at some point at least appeared to be against a firm surface, correct?
That is correct.
And let's say a person, to the extent a person is possible while sitting in a seatbelt jumps up and down. Does vertical motion impact left and right?
Well, it's not, the movement of a person is going to be in 3 dimensions throughout space. So I don't look at a person moving simply in one plane as opposed to all 3, as they may be interacting with another person or being assaulted or shot.
So if a person is seated and are in this position, but if they're elevated a few inches higher, that would not impact left and right, would it?
No, that would impact the vertical.
The vertical, but not the horizontal.
Correct.
Further questions?
So that would affect the rotor height.
Depending on where the projectile is coming from, but also that's assuming that there's no firm object within the body that is being struck. And in Secoria's case, the bullet hit multiple ribs and her right shoulder blade, which you can reasonably expect would alter the pathway of the bullet.
If she is leaning over, is that going to affect the pathway?
It could.
Okay. So let's, as the state demonstrated, leaning in that position, that would not change left and right, correct?
Well,
that position of state, I apologize, the position the state just demonstrated, leaning in this position, if that person who's firing is in your area, that would not impact left to right, would it?
What it can do is to bring parts of her body in terms of the bones into the pathway of the bullet, because again, a person's not moving simply in one plane, but in 3. Even if the majority of the movement is left or right or up or down. So that can bring the bony structures that may not be impacted by a bullet into the pathway of the bullet because of the change of position.
And having said that, with the bullet entering, as your testimony has indicated, on the right side of the back, that would make such a maneuver fairly difficult, correct?
To go from right to left?
Right, while the back is against a firm substance, a firm seat.
It's still a possibility.
But in terms of relative possibilities, the most reasonable of those possibilities, based on all the evidence we have, is that the shooter was not on the left side of that car, correct?
Well, given the fact that the gunshot wounds are on the left side of the car and none were on the right, as a person of science, then I can assume that the bullet that entered Secoria's body entered from the left side of the car.
Or, isn't it also correct, there are two bullets, two defects in the back of the car, correct?
That is correct.
And the bullets could have entered the back of that car also, correct?
Right, from the left side, back of the car, yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
I'm talking to last one. If the car is moving and the shooter is stationary, at some point, would that shooter be in the back of the car?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, can she be excused?
No objection.
None from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, ready to call your next witness?
Oh, I'm sorry, just. Ms. Van Home.
You raise your right hand. You swear to affirm the testimony you give according to the truth, the whole truth, so help you.
I do.
Swear to have a seat to the mic, state, study, and the court.
My name is Sarah. That's Sarah with an H, and my last name is Van Holm. That's VANHOLM, and that's 2 words.
Good afternoon, Ms. Van Holm.
Good afternoon.
If you could please tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you are.
I am currently employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Science as a firearms examiner
How long have you held that position?
since July of 2017, so a little over 8 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a at the GDI? Sorry.
So as a firearms examiner, primarily we determine if a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm or not. If no firearm is submitted, we can determine if a group of cartridge cases or a group of bullets was fired from the same firearm and potentially provide a list of firearms in which they were fired from. We also perform services in serial number restoration and muzzle to target distance determination.
What is that last part?
Muzzle to target distance determination.
And what does that mean? From the muzzle to how far? I guess, yes, from the muzzle to the actual target?
Yes, so typically it's going to be clothing. We are looking at the concentration of the gunpowder residues on clothing. And yes, it's the distance from the muzzle of the firearm to the object itself.
That the sip of stippling that possibly the any looks for to determine the range as well?
It can be if it's on skin.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background and your training that allows you to hold this position with the GDI?
Yes, so I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of North Georgia. Prior to being employed with the GDI, I was a operations manager for a small firearms manufacturing company. I was a certified firearms instructor, and I was also a professional competitive shooter. Upon being employed with the GDI, I completed a 14-month training program to become a firearms examiner, and that was followed by 7 months of supervised casework. I have been certified as an armorer for multiple firearms manufacturers. I have attended multiple conferences and conventions that are firearms examiner related and just firearms related. And I'm also a member of the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners as well.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the field of firearm examination?
Yes, I have.
And have you, about how many times have you done that?
I believe this would be my 83rd time.
At any time have you not been qualified as a firearms examiner?
No.
At this time, the state would ask that Ms. Van Holm be tendered into evidence as a firearms examiner expert.
Any objection? Okay, she's so qualified.
Can you kind of describe the process that you go through when you receive evidence for purposes of examination, specifically firearms?
Yes. So what we are looking at as firearms examiners are the repeating patterns of markings that are formed on the different components of a cartridge during the firing process of a firearm. And those markings are formed during the manufacture of that firearm. I do have a demonstrative if I'm able to use it. I do. It's a close limit.
If we've ever been shown a demonstrative.
Okay.
When it comes to this testimony. All right.
I'll mark it as state's exhibit. Okay, 152. State's exhibit. Mark it as 152A. And as they're doing that, can you kind of give us, because we use different terminology in regards when we're talking about firearms. What is, and I don't know if we have a demonstrative that help you a little bit better to give those definitions.
It depends on what the question is.
What's a cartridge casing?
Yes, that would help.
Let me show, give you back your demonstrative, which is Stacy to 152A. We'd ask that it just be tendered for demonstrative purposes only.
No objection for demonstrative purposes.
It's submitted. Okay. So as firearms examiners, what we're looking at are the repeating patterns of markings that are imparted on the different components of what we call a cartridge during the firing process of a firearm. So a cartridge is a single unit of unfired ammunition. It's composed of 4 main parts. Your main housing is going to be your cartridge case, sometimes referred to as a shell casing. In the mouth of that cartridge case is going to be your bullet or your projectile. Inside of that cartridge case is going to be your gunpowder or your smokeless powder. And then on the base of that cartridge is going to be what's called a primer, kind of looks like a button. So when the trigger is pulled on a firearm, it releases what's called a firing pin. That firing pin is going to dimple that primer on the back of that cartridge. And what that does is it creates a rapid gas expansion inside of that cartridge case. That rapid gas expansion actually dislodges this bullet from the mouth of the cartridge case and sends it traveling down the barrel of the firearm, where that projectile is going to pick up markings from the barrel of that firearm, from the rifling of that firearm.
Well, because of equal and opposite reactions, as that bullet is being pushed down the barrel of the firearm, this cartridge case is actually slammed against the breech face of the firearm. It's also expanding slightly inside the chamber of that firearm. All of these interactions with that firearm are creating markings from that firearm to the cartridge case and to the projectile that we as firearms examiners will receive as evidence, the bullet and the cartridge cases, to be able to examine and look at those patterns of markings.
And is that the same mechanism that any type of fire?
So as far as the actual firing process, it can change depending on the type of firearm, but overall, the interactions are going to be pretty similar.
If you're discussing an AR-15, what are the mechanisms of that? I guess when you're firing a cartridge case out of or a live round out of AR-15.
Yes, so that's a semi-automatic type rifle, and that cycle of fire would be very similar to that. So when the trigger is pulled on an AR-15 firearm, it's going to dimple that primer. It's going to cause that rapid gas expansion that's going to send the projectile down the barrel of the firearm. This cartridge case is actually going to hit what's called the bolt of an AR-15, and that's going to cycle the firearm. When the bolt comes backwards, it's going to pull that cartridge case out of the chamber and eject it from the firearm. So that's how an AR-15 is going to work similarly.
In the ejection of those cartridge cases, how does that work?
So once the cartridge is fired inside the chamber of the firearm, that bolt on the AR-15 is actually going to retract, which is going to pull that cartridge case out of the chamber, kind of grabs it like a claw, pulls it out of the chamber, and then there is a mechanism on the bolt called an ejector, and that's going to hit that cartridge case and send it out of the ejection port or that opening on the side of the firearm.
And when that cartridge casing comes out of the AR-15, can it just go anywhere?
So typically, because the ejection port is on the right side of the firearm, it's going to go to the right and to the rear of the shooter.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and taken into state's evidence as 60M. And it is still locked as safe. No.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with what's in state's exhibit 60M?
Yes, I am.
Is that an AR-15 that we have talked about before?
This is an AR-15 style firearm. That is correct.
Are there different styles of AR-15?
So AR-15 is a type of operating system for a firearm. They can fire different types of calibers, but generally the operating system is going to be the same. It's a rotating bolt. It's a rotating bolt gas operated firearm.
How many rounds does a general AR-15 hold here?
That's going to depend on the magazine that you're using it.
Is there different magazines that can go into that weapon?
Yes.
What's the least amount of weapons that come home?
You can put one cartridge in here without a magazine and fire it, or you can get any number of magazines that will hold different numbers of rounds. It just depends on the company.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey. Okay. Is there a trigger pressure on AR-15s?
It does take a certain amount to pull a trigger on any firearm.
Do you know what it would be on an AR-15?
It's going to depend on the firearm.
In State's Exhibit number 112, do you see the weapon that is depicted in State's Exhibit 112?
It's a little difficult to see it in that picture. Not really.
State's Exhibit 112.
Is she a specialist? Not a specialist.
113 and 128. 112, 113, and 128. Pull up 113. Is that United States 113?
Yes.
In States 113, is that weapon similar to what we've just been looking at, the AR-15 and States 60M?
So just based on a picture, whether it is a real firearm or not, I do not know the answer to that. However, the silhouette is resembling an AR-15 style firearm.
And how, in regards to chambering and rifling the AR-15, do you know the mechanics of that?
Yes.
What is a mischamber or a double feed?
So a double feed is caused when a cartridge is loaded into the chamber of the firearm and then the firearm tries to load another cartridge behind it.
And what would happen with that original cartridge that's inside the barrel when another one is trying to be placed in it?
So different thing. It just depends on the circumstances of what is going on with the firearm itself, whether it's a magazine issue or a bolt issue. So can you?
So if someone already has a live round in there and you're trying to put another one in there, could it eject that one live round eject out of the gun, out of the weapon?
So typically you'll have one cartridge in the chamber of the firearm and then one trying to load behind it, but the bolt won't be able to close. So you'll have to eject the magazine and eject that second cartridge in order to be able to fire the firearm.
Does that mean you have to take it out, take the cartridge out?
Yeah, there's two in the chamber and then one behind it. You'd have to take one out.
Are there things that can affect where that cartridge casing may be located after it has been fired? Does it remain in one spot, or can there be environmental things that affect where it lands once it hits the ground?
Oh, there can be many factors that can affect where cartridge cases land.
Could moving vehicles affect cartridge casing and the location that they're found in once the weapon has been fired?
If they're fired out of the moving vehicle?
No, if the moving vehicles go in the area where that cartridge casing has landed once it's been fired.
Oh, if the cartridge cases have been run over, then yes, that can affect where they are, for sure.
If individuals are sweeping after that shot is fired, could that affect the location of the cartridge case?
Yes.
Could wind affect the location of the cartridge case?
Wind?
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
People walking around in the area kicking things.
Yes, that's also a variable that can affect it.
Once a projectile is ejected from the weapon, what happens with that projectile once it hits the surface?
A bullet?
Yes.
Once it exits the barrel.
Once it exits the barrel, it hits the surface.
So if it hits a surface that's harder than the metal it's made of, it's going to deform.
When you say deform, what does that mean?
It's going to become misshapen.
Could it fragment? Can it break apart?
Yes, absolutely.
In this case, were you asked to examine specific evidence in regards to firearms or ballistic evidence?
Yes.
And did you complete a report as a result of that?
I did.
Which one was in March States Exhibit 152 was already in evidence, which states 60, which contains states 60A through K and then 60K.
Sorry. Could you hear which ones?
I've shown states 150.
One question. Do you recognize states 60 and the contents of any? Do you recognize states 152?
Yes, I do.
How are you able to recognize states?
This is the report that I developed on this case.
Have there been any deletions, additions, or alterations to that report that you created?
Not that I see.
And as the states exhibit 152 to be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, 157.
It's admitted.
So we'll start with state 60A through K.
Hold on one second. Can you hear the prosecutor, members of the jury? Okay, go ahead. I couldn't hear you for a second.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you're fine.
And we'll start with state 60, I believe it's A through K.
Just look here.
And for your purposes, do you mark it differently than what the state is marked?
Yes, I do.
And for purposes of your reports, I believe it's 22A is how you have it labeled.
Let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to organize this. Yes, 22A.
And then what is states 22A?
22A is going to be the 7.556 by 45 millimeter cartridge cases.
Did you have a piece of evidence that you marked as your 22B?
I do.
And that would be states exhibit number 60H?
That's correct.
And what is your 22A states 60H?
My 22B state 60H is going to be 1223 cartridge case.
And your 22C, which would be state 60I?
That's correct.
And what is contained in state 60I?
That's one 9mm cartridge case.
And how were you able to determine that state 60I is a 9mm cartridge case?
How was I able to determine it was a 9mm cartridge case? The head stamp says 9mm on it.
Are you able to determine what type of firearm that it is fired?
I was not.
Why is that? Why are you unable to?
So when we determine the manufacturer that a cartridge case was fired from, what we're looking at are called class characteristics. So those are markings on that cartridge case that tell us how that firearm was made. And different manufacturers will have different tells on their firearms so that we might be able to determine what type of firearm it was. These markings on this cartridge case were a little bit they weren't unique enough for me to determine which manufacturer they were from.
That's that 9mm cartridge case.
Yes, that's correct.
And then State's Exhibit 60L.
Can you repeat that?
60L. I think it's
Oh, yes.
And what number is that for you during your examination?
That's item number 23 for me.
And what is State's Exhibit 60L in your 23?
So that's a 38 class bullet.
And when you say a bullet, is that the same as a projectile?
Yes, that's correct.
Does that mean that has been fired?
Yes.
And how, when you were able to determine that it was a 9mm?
No, it's a 38 class.
In a 38 class, what types of weapons can a 38 class, messing up the terminology, bullet be fired from?
It's all right. So 38 class is going to encompass a few different cartridges because the projectiles on those cartridges are about the same size. So it's a generic term for a certain number of cartridges. So 38 class is going to include 380, 9mm, 38 special, and 357 Magnum.
And those are all handguns that you described?
Yes.
And let's talk about states 60J through K. I believe that is your 22D.
22D. Yes.
And can you tell us what is in states 60J and K in your 22D?
Yes, so 22D is going to be two 223 cartridges. So that's two 223 unfired ammunition.
Is that what you would call like a live round?
Some would refer to it as a live round. Yes.
And were you able to make any determinations in regards to state 60J and K as far as, I believe you said it was a 223. Is it the same manufacturer, same type?
So it's the same size cartridge. So it's a 223 cartridge. One is a Frontier manufacturer that made that cartridge, and the other is a Federal.
So one is a Frontier. Can you tell me which one of those was a Frontier?
Might need my scissors now. No, I think I'm okay. Thanks. It would be States Exhibit 60J. Is the Frontier. 60K is Federal.
We're going to move back to, I guess, your 22B, which was state 60H.
Yes.
And can you tell us what is that that's in state 60H?
60H is the one 223 cartridge case.
And does that mean that when you say case?
Yes, correct.
And are you able to tell what type of firearm fired that 223 cartridge case?
That 223 cartridge case is consistent with having been fired from an AR-15 style firearm.
And then states 60A through G. What is state 60A through G?
So that's 7 5.56 by 45mm cartridge cases.
And tell us about your findings in regards to your examination of states 60A through G in regards to those 5.56 cartridge cases.
So those 7 5.56 cartridge cases were all fired from the same firearm, and they are consistent with being fired from a 5.56 by 45 AR-15 style firearm.
Can a 223 and a 5.56 be fired from the same weapon?
So typically you can fire a 223 in a 5.56 firearm. You don't necessarily want to fire a 5.56 in a 223 designated firearm.
Why is that?
The 5.56 is typically a higher pressured round. So if the firearm is only rated for 223, it may not be able to handle the pressure of a 5.56.
The 5.56 higher pressure round. What does that mean?
So that means it's going to typically have a little bit more powder inside of the cartridge. Typically a 5.56 is going to be around 58,000 PSI, where a 223 is going to be around a 55,000 PSI. That's pounds per square inch of pressure.
Does that affect the accuracy, the speed, or the distance that once it's fired, that projectile or bullet will go?
It can be argued that a 5.56 has a higher velocity and more accurate than a 2.23, but that may be debatable.
Definitely more gunpowder,
Yes.
which creates more power.
Yes.
If those 7.556 cartridge casings that you examined and that 2.23 cartridge case that you examined, if they appeared through your examination to have been fired from the same weapon.
So the result for the 7.556 cartridge cases and the 1.223 cartridge case was inconclusive. So it was not determined whether they were fired from the same firearm or not.
Now, you said that it wouldn't be wise to fire a 5.56 from a weapon that is designed for a 2.23. What about firing a 2.23 and a weapon that was designed for a 5.56?
That would be just fine.
Is it unusual for individuals to load, in your knowledge as a firearms expert, different calibers of bullets into a weapon?
So because 5.56 and 2.23 are essentially the same cartridge, one is just a higher pressured round. From the naked eye, you can't tell the difference between the sizes of the cartridge themselves. So to see 2.23 and 5.56 intermingled is not unusual.
As you're loading your rounds, if you're pulling them out of bags and not the boxes that they would normally come in, could that occur?
That could occur.
And we talked about the casings and the cartridge casings and the cartridges that you examined. Did you have an opportunity to examine anything else in this case?
I examined the projectile from the medical examiner's office.
Show me what's already been against evidence. 159, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And the process that you utilized to examine the projectile, can you kind of walk us through that process?
Yes. So when you receive a single projectile, there's no comparison to be made to other projectiles. And if you don't receive a firearm, you can't test fire that firearm to be able to compare it to the test fires of that firearm. So what we are looking at on that projectile are just going to be those class characteristics, which are going to be those markings that kind of indicate to us what the design of that firearm is. So we're looking at caliber, we're looking at the rifling on the projectile itself, and that's going to give us some information, what direction that rifling is going, the width of those lands and grooves from that rifling, we can actually measure and put into a database that's going to kick us back manufacturers that manufacture the barrels to those specifications. And so we are able to provide a list of firearms potentially for manufacturers that fired that projectile.
And did you do that in this case? Did you compare that projectile that was received from the medical examiner's office that was removed from Secoriea Turner's body to the evidence that the other evidence that we talked about today?
So I can't compare a projectile to cartridge cases. I can't determine if a projectile came from a cartridge case. And that's because when that projectile leaves the mouth of that cartridge case, all those markings are going to be covered up by the actual rifling of the barrel. So we don't do that. However, I was able to give a type of firearm in which that projectile was fired from.
Were you able to get a caliber of
I was able.
projectile? And what was that caliber?
The caliber was 5.56.
And were you able to get a type of weapon that it could fire from?
Yes, it was an AR-15 style firearm.
And is that similar to the AR-15 style rifle that those 7.556, I'm gonna just say shell casings because I start confusing myself, cartridge casings came from?
Yes, that is the same style firearm.
Now, you talked about earlier, if you had a firearm to compare those shell casings against, that you could utilize that to analyze what would you utilize?
So if I received a firearm that exhibited the same class characteristics, so it's a 5.56 firearm, it's an AR-15, then I would test fire that firearm and compare it to the cartridge cases and to the projectile.
Could you use that firearm to determine whether or not it was the same or matches the shell casings that you had?
Potentially, yes.
Could you also, if you got a firearm, could you also analyze that firearm and those shell casings to eliminate it as being the weapon that fired those shell casings?
Again, it's a possibility.
Did you receive a firearm in this case to do any of that type of analyzing?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Van Holm.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sean Hoover, and I represent Julian Conley. I have some questions for you. I've tried to make this as succinct as possible. If I ask you a question that just sounds weird, please let me know so I can rephrase it, okay? Now, you said this was, let me back up. You testified with the state about an AR-15 operating system. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you're not talking about one specific gun. You're talking about an operating system that's literally on like 7 or 8 different types of weapons, correct?
Yes, it's on a lot of firearms.
As an example, Colt makes an AR-15 style rifle. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
Smith & Wesson makes an AR-15 type rifle, correct?
Yes, they do.
Heckler & Koch makes an AR-15 style rifle, correct?
Yes, Heckler & Koch does.
Sig Sauer makes an AR-15 style rifle, correct?
They do.
Ruger makes an AR-15 style rifle, correct?
They do.
LWRC makes an AR-15 style rifle, correct?
Yes, they do.
And Diamondback makes an AR-15 style rifle. Is that correct?
They do.
Okay. So when you're saying that it's an AR-15 style rifle, you're not saying it's a particular rifle. You're saying it's a type of operating system that multiple manufacturers make. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a lot like saying an SUV for cars.
Thank you. And the weapon, I don't even, right there in front of you, the weapon that you showed the jury, that's not, you're not saying that any of these cartridges, any of these bullets, any of those the ballistics came from that particular weapon, correct?
No, I'm not.
In fact, based off of your analysis of the ballistics in this case, you don't know which manufacturer actually created the gun that fired the weapons that killed the young girl, do you?
That's correct. I do not know the manufacturer.
And I saw that you had, just like me, you had a little trouble looking at the gun in the pictures the state put up because they're blurry. You can't even tell the jury that the gun that the state had you display in front of them is the same gun that we saw in the pictures, can you?
Oh, no, I cannot.
All right, so let's talk about characteristics a little bit. There are class characteristics, subclass characteristics, and individualized characteristics, correct?
That's correct.
All right, could you explain to the jury what class characteristics are?
Yes, absolutely. So, class characteristics, as we talked about before, are our broadest category of characteristics. So those, again, are going to be those markings that are indicative of the design of the firearm. So caliber obviously being one, the rifling on a bullet would be another, firing pin impression shape is another class characteristic. That's going to tell us how that gun was made.
And if you had enough class characteristics, if you found enough class characteristics, are you able to tell what particular manufacturer built or made the gun that was used?
So it depends on the class characteristics. So some manufacturers have unique enough characteristics that we can say, okay, this cartridge case was fired from this manufacturer, but that is not always the case.
And in this particular case, this part of your investigation, you do not have enough class characteristics to determine the actual manufacturer that created the gun, correct?
Yes, so I can't tell the manufacturer of the firearm. I can just tell the operating system of the firearm.
Okay. And could you please tell the jury what subclass characteristics are?
Yes, so after class characteristics, if our class characteristics are agreeing, the next markings that we're looking at are a smaller group called subclass characteristics. Now, subclass characteristics are markings that are formed during the manufacture of a firearm, and they can be common across a small subset of firearms that are manufactured around the same time period. So if the same tool is cutting the same firearm piece, then those markings can carry over and they can be common across a small group of firearms before that tool has changed to create those unique markings.
And finally, the individualized characteristics. Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes. So we go from class characteristics to subclass characteristics to finally the bread and butter of what we do as firearms examiners, which are those individual characteristics. Those individual characteristics are also incidental to the manufacture of the firearm. They are unique to that firearm, but they're also incidental to the wear and tear of that particular firearm. So those are the markings that we're going to use to make our determinations.
Now, if I heard you correctly, the analysis you conducted, looking at the class characteristics, sub-characteristics, and individualized characteristics, the conclusion you came up with was inconclusive.
For the 7.556 cartridge cases, those were identified as having been fired from the same firearm. Now, that group to the 1.223 cartridge case was inconclusive.
So, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the state talked a lot about how a certain weapon can fire both the 5.56 and the 2.23, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But based off of your expert analysis on all of this, you can't tell the jury that you know for a fact that one weapon fired the 5.56 rounds that you analyzed and the 2.23, can you?
That's correct. I can't.
So you can't tell this jury that only one weapon fired into that vehicle on the night of the shooting, can you?
Based on the inconclusive result to that 1.223 cartridge case, because there wasn't enough information, I cannot say that it was one firearm.
And I have to ask this because the state asked you this. Before you received everything and started processing the information, were you ever notified that there were people sweeping up cartridge casings that you couldn't get?
No,
Were you ever notified that there were vehicles driving over cartridge casings that were too damaged, so they just didn't send them to you?
I'm not aware of that.
And were you ever notified that people were like walking around, I guess, kicking casings that we couldn't get to you or they couldn't get to you?
I wouldn't know the circumstances of where the cartridge cases were picked up.
That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
So what you were able to determine, what caliber was the projectile that was removed from Secoriea Turner's body?
It was a 5.56 projectile.
And those 7 shell casings that came from the crime scene of that shooting, what caliber were those?
The 7 cartridge cases that I did together were also 5.56 by 45 millimeter cartridge cases.
All shot from the same firearm based on your detailed analysis of those cartridge casings.
Those 7 were, yes.
And you can only analyze what you get to determine whether or not the gun matches, the shell casings matches, and the bullet or projectile match, correct?
I can only analyze what I have.
Did you get a gun to analyze in this case to eliminate it as being the murder weapon?
I did not receive a firearm.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay, can she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, she may.
All right, thank you for joining us. And get out of here. Okay, are we ready for the next witness, or do we need to take up some matters? Mr. Hoover? Okay. All right, will you all step out for a few minutes?
I'll ask the jury.
I guess we have another break again. Oh man, well, you know how this goes. You know how that go. Hold on, I'm trying to get this guy to stop talking to Nightbot, man. I'm focused on trying to get this guy to stop talking to Nightbot. Not to the chat. Hopefully that works. No, he keep responding to Nightbot.
Do you guys want to take a couple minutes before you argue?
I'm about to restart him.
No problem.
I'm about to restart him and I'm try that again, man. Hopefully he won't say nothing to Nightbot this time. Hopefully it works. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Another break. Another break as usual. You know how they go. Another break. No. Make sure it don't say nothing tonight, but Nightbot isn't intelligent. Oh man. You see why? Why would it? Why would it have you as the first and third? Oh, cause you type. Wait, no. Did you type this chat? Why would it have you as the first and third? Now that's weird. Now that's kind of weird. As we wait, we wait. I don't understand. We got you as the first. Why would it have you as the third? I'm supposed to have you as the third. Mm, mm, mm. Hurry up and wait. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I'm watching behavior, Nightbot. I'm watching your behavior. I mean, Rabbit Butt. I don't know why I did that. That's kind of annoyed me. That kind of annoyed me there. Just out the chat. We are waiting for them to get back to court. We waiting for them to get back to Wake. Get back to Wake. All right. So far, he hasn't said anything tonight, but so far, so they'll be right back. Okay, so far, he hasn't said anything tonight, but so far, so good. He don't say nothing tonight, but be fine. We'll have a whole conversation over here. Wait a minute. Y'all crazy in the chat. Man. Mm, mm, mm. Not responded to. Not responded tonight, but so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Give it some time and see. That Nightbot type some more bullshit in the chat and see. You know what? I just remembered something. There's a there's a number that I put as far as messages, and the number that I put is 20. And I think I need to raise that number And it's probably why he's responding slow at times. That could be it. Because you guys are working him. Working him. So maybe if I raise that number. Let me do that. Let me raise that number to something higher. Oh, wow. I didn't even fucking do it right the first time. I didn't even put it on 20. I had it on 1. All right, let's start you over, everybody. Start you over. Shout out to the chat. Uncle L, you're like 2 hours late, Uncle L. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Damn, they just keep taking down the video every time they go. Every time they go on break, they take down the video. Is that what we doing, Judge? So every time they go on break, the judge takes down her video. Okay, I know what to do with you, lady. I know what to do with you. How is she's the first and second chatter, bro? What are we doing? What are we doing, bro? How could she be the first and second chatter, bro? This is where now it's messing up with that. What? And it's counting what? How hmm, how is it that it's honored to himself? Make one to make it not respond to itself as well. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Why is Courtney Peach becoming first and second chatter, bro? How is that? How is that happening? I don't understand. Well, she's the third chatter. Oh my God, how? Okay, I think I know how. I think I know why. I think I know why. Cause he get disable this one. You gonna disable that for now. It'd be your first words, because I believe that's what's causing the problem right there. So you wanna restart you again. Restart you again. You have been no. What happened is I reset the whole counter, so it puts everybody back at 0. I'm about to reset it again right now, so that we don't have this. Reset it again. What in the world? What in the world? He says, it's confused. Let's- There we go. Let me clear it right there. Now it's cleared. All right. We'll be all clear again. It ignored Nightbot. I'm actually gonna turn up the interaction on them. I'm gonna turn up the random interactions. Let's turn that up. Let's restart him. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. As we wait, boy, this court be having a lot of breaks, like they said. A lot of breaks. Ugh. Now, this time Wabberbot should be fine. This time Wabberbot should have no issues, man. Have no problem. Mm-mm-mm. Shout out to the chat. Oh, hey, I knew something was wrong. It was too quiet. It was too quiet. It was too quiet. It's more like it. Now that's more like it. As we wait, you know? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Yes, your reset. Are you? Oh, I know what to do. I know why you're not reset. I'm gonna reset it right now. I just remembered what I did. It's about to reset right now. Yes, I'm still learning. I believe now it's officially reset. Tell me that I'm third. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. See? Now type again. It better not tell you you're third. Oh wow! It told you what you wanted. It told you what. All right. Hey, it did not tell you that you're second. It did not tell you that you're second. But all right, so everything's good. Everything's good. We doing good. We doing good. It did not tell you that you're second. It did not tell you that you're third, and it definitely answered you and did what you told it to do. So yeah. All right. Let me share the good news with this developer here. Oh, everybody out here wilding. Oh, they want to talk. Musa, what up? Let me see if it picks up the conversation from number 2. Wow. Wait. So, what about 2 active? Oh. Pick one. I'm trying to figure out if it's asking you to actually say case status or key witness, or if it wants you to type the number. It seems like it wants you to actually say which one: verdict, timeline, key witness, or case status. I'm not sure if it wants you to pick the number. I'm not sure if. Okay, let me see. I'm not sure if this. You think my music is low? Okay, I thought it might have been too high for you. So what? Oh, my mic is low. You said my music is low. Alright, let me fix my mic. Testing. Let me fix my microphone. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with his response to you, but let me turn my mic Testing. Testing. All right, my mic should be loud now. Trying to figure out. Okay, good. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Wabbitbot here. Oh shit. Well, I don't hear nothing. Oh gotta go to the judge page to get the damn thing, bro.
Or the significance of it. There are other issues where, yes, Mr. Connolly, there are some pictures with Mr. Connolly that we're facing now is one of the cell phones that we just found out came from the jail here in 2025. I spent as much time as I possibly could last night going through all of it. There are thousands of pieces of everything on there. From what I have seen, or well, let me back up. The testimony on the stand was that phone was found in a cell that Mr. Connolly was in at one time. I'm going over the videos and going over the text messages, going over the pictures. It's clear that Mr. Connolly wasn't the only one that had possession of that phone. And I say that because there are a lot of videos where Mr. Connolly's not in the room at all. There are a lot of videos where he's not being shown on it. You don't hear his voice. He's not involved. There are pictures of completely different people at completely different times. I'm talking to my team. Some of the times of the videos is when Mr. Connolly was actually in the hole for other reasons, where he wasn't in the pod at that time. My issue is the phone contains so much that has nothing to do with Mr. Connolly that before the state should even be allowed to address it in front of a jury, we should know which pieces of evidence they plan on pulling off of it, because the argument changes based off of what they're trying to bring in. For example, there is a jail fight on the video. In this jail fight, Mr. Connolly is not in it at all. He's not talking, he's not narrating, he's not fighting, he's not holding the phone, he's not in the room at all. If they try to bring in, say, that piece of evidence, there's a 403 issue, that's an act, so there's a 418 issue, there's a foundational issue. In other videos, you can't tell who is actually in the video. It looks like someone is like recording the disgusting floors of the jail because there's flooding, there's mold everywhere. It literally looks like someone's just recording all of that. Again, we have no idea who that is or the significance of it. There are other issues where, yes, Mr. Connolly, there are some pictures with Mr. Connolly in them, but depending on if the state wants to get them in and how they or why they say that they're relevant, the argument might change again. So, I mean, there's just, because there is so much involved in this, and it's clear that it all doesn't involve Mr. Connolly. It involves literally half of the jail at this point. From the different videos and pictures I've seen, there are over 40, 50 different people that they don't identify, and I can't identify, and I'm at the jail all the time. So we at least have to know what they are trying to bring in and what the relevance is, so we can actually make the valid legal arguments in this case.
Okay, Mr. Abate, are you presenting this witness? Yes. And are you able to break that down for them or give them some idea of which exhibits you're trying to show from the telephone?
Yes, I can give a very, I guess, concise and generalized view of it, in the sense that there's really only two videos I intend to play. One prior to or right before the jail fight that was referenced by defense counsel, and then the actual jail fight. It's the state. It's going to be, or it is the state's contention that Mr. Connolly is filming the actual jail fight as it relates to the video that Mr. Hoover was referencing. And I can say that in the sense that he is filming right prior to that, where he is scanning across. He's doing a selfie video where he's in it, and there's his cellmates are in it. There's also a text message where.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. So there's a video right before the one that he was just discussing, the one Mr. Hoover was just discussing, where there's a jail fight. And you're saying in the moments previous to that jail fight, the defendant's filming himself.
Correct. He's filming himself with the members of the cell who are also involved in the jail fight, where prior to the actual jail fight, in the video where the defendant is filming himself, he is filming himself or surrounded by individuals who have very large shanks, which you can see are used in the jail fight, which be the state contention that he's filming.
Okay, I think I have to do a balancing test on that video, so let's look at it before the jury comes back in. Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay, and then what else do you have, though?
I mean, that's really all I intend to.
Were you going to say something about a text message? I cut you off, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, the entire phone, as it relates to the messaging, is all between Mr. Connolly and members of his family, his mother, as well as the mother of his child, who is saved in the phone as Miss Quinn. But I don't intend to bring light to any of the messages between.
But are you going to ask about whether the messages are between the defendant and other people?
No.
I'm not saying you can. I'm just asking so we know. Okay. Okay. So before you argue more, let's look at the videos real quick. Okay, go ahead.
The only reason I mentioned that is because it goes to show that the phone is his possession. It is his phone. Whether he allowed people to use it at times is, obviously his prerogative, but it was his phone.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Are you seeing the screen? No.
I can't see it yet. It's still black. Yes, I see your screen now. Okay, I can see. And can everyone see?
Look
Is there
at this
sound?
guy,
Not
gang,
calculations,
gang.
no.
Whole lot of gang ish. Hold on, let me lower my. Yeah, mic too loud now.
So that would be the defendant who's holding the phone. He's
Whole lot of gang
using several
ish.
different gang signs
Testing,
that what
testing.
will be testified by the expert is gang signs.
And do you know what the date of that video is, just so we know?
June 12th, yes,
June 12th of what year?
Testing, testing.
2025.
Okay. Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, it's July 12th.
July 12th.
Testing,
Okay.
testing. All right.
Okay.
That should be good.
Sorry.
Turn it up a little bit. Testing, testing. Yo. Yo. Is they stabbing him? They stabbing him?
Okay. Were charges brought as a result of that video?
No.
There's no charge.
Bruh. Was they stabbing, dude? It looked like they were stabbing him.
Just right now about that. Okay.
I have to say here, my laptop is here. Your Honor, the first video that the state played is actually from May 28, 2025.
Man, he was holding that phone. He was recording
Part
that.
of the jail, a completely different room.
Hey,
The second
that boy is a terror. He was definitely recording.
one, which is the fight, that was July 12th, 2005 or 25. The state tried to make it sound like Mr. Conley is filming, floating around like this, and then the very next one was a fight. That's not true. Looking at the over 77 videos, Your Honor, between May 28, 2025 and July 12, 2025, there are a ton of videos, there are a ton of pictures. A lot of them have nothing to do with Mr. Conley. He's not in them. This didn't happen like, okay, this is one part of the day, and then the next part of the day, a fight happened. This is over 2 months later. And again, it's clear from the phone, it's clear that multiple people have possession of this phone. It's not just one person, Your Honor. So to say that we can prove that he has a phone at this day means he owns the phone completely, and he's also filming the second day. If you looked at that video, Your Honor, you don't see him at all. You don't see tattoos. You don't hear his voice. No one references his name or anything like that. So this isn't what the state is trying to say it's going to be. We don't deny that first one from May 28, 2025, Mr. Conley's in it. If they want to play that, I still say there's a 4-3 issue when it comes to the gang aspect of it. They're trying to prove there's a gang when they have literally 110-page report that they're about to put in about Instagram and gang stuff. But if they want to use that, we can argue that. But to say that because he had it on this day, 2 months later a fight happens that he's not even part of, that means it's his. I think that's a huge stretch, and I believe under 4-3 analysis, the probative value is completely outweighed with that, Your Honor.
And then I apologize. I'm exhibiting it now. I'm inarticulate in the sense that what I was referencing as the same day as the fight is the text messaging from July 12th, in which the defendant is texting members of his family. He's texting about this fight and this individual. He's calling.
He's texting about the fight that we watched?
Yes, he's calling the individual a rat, and he's saying,
Okay, tell me about that. Tell me about those text messages.
So I can tell you that he has his phone because he has text messaged his mom. He is text messaging somebody who is clearly is in the same gang as him. He's using gang identifiers as he's changing C's to B's and things of that nature. And they're talking about someone who's a rat, and then DOA, which will be dead on arrival, is what the gang expert would say that meant. And circumstantial evidence in the state's opinion would be he's clearly talking about the individual in which state would contend that he is filming with his phone the fight in his cell.
Do you have an exhibit with the text messages?
Pull it up, Your Honor. So start with the second yellow message. Where it's 7/12/2025 at 11:16 a.m.
Would you mind just pulling the mic towards yourself since you're reading them? And it is helpful for you to read them because they're small.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll start with this. It's 7/12/2025 at 11:16. I ain't gonna lie, these boys ain't gonna won't know. And it's $5 twin. Well, I won't read for the. You can read. Do you want me to read for the record?
Please.
All right. Let's see. And all the Billy Bros on 23 and 1, we just ate the N-word nightmare, the Billy N-word nightmare, and Shid SHIID. They might buck y'all's store, but I got 10 to 15 in food to use a N-word name. And then he references he a rat, and then he references DOA, which would be the gang expert would testify means dead on arrival, and that's the same day as it relates to the fight, Your Honor.
It's at what time?
11. That's around 11:35 in the morning.
And when is the fight?
It's later that afternoon, I believe. I don't remember the exact time, to be perfectly frank with the court. If you just use the one. Because he's not a case on his yeah.
Oh, oh no. You were just looking for what time?
Oh.
Please stop the stream for a second till he's got it.
Oh my God, lady.
What time is the fight say? It's fight happening.
I don't know. And then there she go, deleting the live again. There she go, taking down the live again. Takes it down every minute. Wait till they start back again. I need to make sure that I'm trying to get Weatherbot to stop talking to itself. Nope. Judge, who's squishy? Shut up, chat. He said it may need meds. He's talking often enough. I need to talk more. Another place I need to add it then. Maybe that will help. Are we back? Did she start it back yet?
You are getting colleagues.
Are we ready? And we're back. I had to turn off Rabbit Butt for a second. I'm tweaking Rabbit Butts. I'm turning them on and off. Pause. uh,
Your Honor, if jury's coming in, may we just approach?
Sure.
Egon, shaking my head. Shaking my head, Egon. All right, it's doing good. It's not talking to itself anymore. It does. It seems like I might have figured it out. As we wait.
Okay. Go right ahead.
I don't think it's one. No way. State would call Special Agent Jared Coleman.
Pause.
Raise your hand for
Iceberg.
me. Do you swear affirm testimony you give to the court of the truth, the whole truth, so help?
I swear.
Ready to have a seat into the mic, state swearing in court.
One moment.
My name is Jared Coleman.
Yo, bro.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Coleman.
Afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed, sir?
Yes, I'm currently employed with the United States federal government.
And prior to your employment with the United States government, can you tell the jurors where did you work?
Yes, I was employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as a special agent.
And can you tell the jurors how long were you employed with the GBI or the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as a special agent with that division?
Yes, sir. So I started my employment in April of 2015 and continued with the GBI until August of 2020.
And while being employed or working with the GBI, can you tell the jurors a little bit about your roles and responsibilities at the GBI as a special agent?
Yeah, so started out my career as a field agent, working homicides, public corruption, those types of cases that our Region 2 field office, which is down in Columbus, covering 13 counties. I did a short stint investigating drug crimes at our West Metro Drug Task Force over in Carrollton. And then I was selected and asked to help stand up the governor's gang task force for the GBI. Spent the majority of my career working gang crimes, gang nexus type investigations.
And as part of your employment with the GBI as a special agent, can you tell the jurors a little bit about the training that you received as well as any special certifications in line with or in regards to your employment with the GBI?
Yeah, so typical police training, we receive, rules of the road as far as like how to make arrests, criminal procedures, search warrants and affidavits, your typical basic law enforcement certification. And then in our GBI Academy, we go beyond that
about how to process crime scenes, how to interpret evidence, how to conduct your interviews and interrogations, how to put together complex investigations, new investigative techniques that can be used and brought in a case. Specific to my experience, I also received specialized gang training, how to recognize gangs, how to understand if a offense is gang related or not, or if there's no type of nexus to a gang and whatnot. Yeah.
And tell the jurors, as you continue to be employed with the GBI, talk about the transition as it relates to the gang training as well.
Sorry, I got wiped about that 100%. It seemed like every comment he gonna respond to. I'm just testing them out. I'm gonna lower it.
Was the gang specific investigations
All right,
that
gang.
you did while a member with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Now they're officially getting into all that gang talk now, boy. They about to paint that boy character. Hey, he's a demon, and he on demon time.
Can you clarify what you're trying to ask there?
So I guess you talked a little bit about at the beginning of your stint or your career with the GBI, you worked homicides and things of that nature. Can you tell the jurors when, at some point with the GBI, did you become focused or specialized in the area of gangs and gangs throughout the state of Georgia?
Okay, got it. Yeah. So about 2018 is really when I started focusing on organized crime, criminal street gang type investigations. It initially began with drug investigations, kind of how gangs work with narcotics trafficking and whatnot, and then kind of expanded. My specialty expanded more into like the sociological impact of gangs, how gangs get started from a socioeconomic perspective, and more of the like the research side of things, and what are the drivers of gang crime? Why does that happen between individuals? Why do individuals join gangs and whatnot? So understanding more gangs as an organization than specifically just like, oh, they're trafficking drugs or they're engaging in just acts of violence, more answering the question of why that type of stuff is occurring.
And in order to do that, determining the why and the researching the background of gangs and organized crime, can you explain to the jurors the training and education that you received in order to do that type of research and investigations?
Yeah, so on top of your standardized police training that's is a general type of education, I also was a member of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, received their basic gang investigators training on how to conduct a gang investigation, understanding what the Georgia gang law is, how it applies to certain situations. I have attended multiple conferences that have been put on by the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, sometimes more than one a year. I was also a member of the California Gang Investigators Association, as well as the East Coast Gang Investigators Association. So in those networks, not only do we receive formal training, but also training from other investigators conversing with one another. Hey, what do you see here? Why do you see that? How do you know that type of information? So there's informal training as well as the formal training as well with those organizations.
And can you tell the jurors what is the GGIA organization? What does that stand for, and what is that?
Yeah, so GGIA is the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. It's a group of investigators that come together to understand what are the gang trends that are occurring, not only around the state of Georgia, but also across the United States. What is the origin of, if we're starting to see signs and symbols of a group that are popping up, where is that coming from? How do we know that? It's a conglomeration, kind of a group think of understanding these trends together, because gangs move around areas that come from somewhere, or they start in a certain area. And it's about understanding kind of how those groups begin and what they do, what their MO is in a certain area, and how they operate.
Now, can you tell the jurors the organization that you just spoke about, GGIA, as well as the other organizations you referenced prior to that in relation to East Coast and West Coast gang organizations involving other members of the profession like yourself? Can you tell the jurors, have you had the opportunity to be involved in any teaching or presentations as it relates to criminal street gang activity and all that surrounds what you just described?
Yes, sir. I also have taught courses about gangs, criminal gang activity. Just to name a few, at our GBI Academy as well as at GGIA conferences, I've taught courses on fundamentals of gang investigations, gang investigative techniques, how we can validate individuals as being associated with a gang or not, recognizing gang members and symbology, RICO indictments for gang enterprises. There's a few others, but
Okay. And can you talk to the jurors a little bit about, based on your involvement in those organizations, your familiarity with the Georgia laws as it relates to criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity? It's small, but
90%, 90%.
yeah, so the way that the lens that we examine our gang investigations are based exclusively upon the Georgia law, the Georgia Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. So we don't say, oh, what is my definition? What do I think a gang is? Do you think a gang is? So on and so forth. It's based strictly on the interpretation of what the law defines it as. So when we're receiving this type of training, when we're applying this out in the field, it's based exclusively on the code section of the law. So our training focuses on, well, what does the law say? You know, what are the signs, symbols, indicators for association or membership in a gang? So the training that we focus on talks about, you know, what are the hand signs that you may see? What are the types of clothing that you may see? What is the type of lingo, the terminology that an individual may be using outside of a modern standard English that someone may be speaking normally? Things like that.
And in the research that you described and the things that you're studying, hand signs, lingo, things of that nature, can you tell the jurors, do you study not only trends here in Georgia, but national trends as it relates to gangs that are known nationally and things of that nature?
Yes, sir. We do. As gang investigators, we don't limit ourselves strictly to the borders of Georgia. For example, I've traveled out to Los Angeles, California, and spoken with gang members on the streets that have absolutely nothing to do with an active investigation that I'm working, just purely from the sociology perspective of, hey, how'd you get involved with this? What does this mean? Things like that. So it's not just what's going on here, but it's also what's going on out on the West Coast, what's happening up on the East Coast. I've traveled to St. Louis on cases before, just getting around so that you understand the trends of what's happening and where the points of origin are, so that when you do eventually see something that has come here, you understand the basis of it as you're conducting your investigation and making an analysis on, is something gang related or is it not?
And along those lines, when you're conducting your investigations and doing an analysis, can you kind of give an estimate or explain to the jurors approximately how many gangs you've investigated over your number of years, starting in 2018, as it relates to gangs here in Georgia and nationally?
So in Georgia, the investigations that I've worked have probably touched I'd estimate about 50 different gangs if we're talking about the difference between a traditional versus a non-traditional versus a hybrid gang or an outlaw motorcycle gang, in the neighborhood of 50 different gangs.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors in the investigations that you described and have talked about, have you, in the process of investigating, come in contact with gang members?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors why that's important to your investigations and research into the ins and out of any specific gang that you are investigating or researching?
Yeah, so having contact with gang members is important because, first off, just pure membership alone in a gang is not illegal. So it's not, if an individual self-identifies as being in a gang, that's not illegal conduct in and of itself. So individuals are more willing to talk to you when you explain that to them, because they're the ones, they are the practitioners of that lifestyle. So they're the ones who kind of keep you up to date so that you understand, oh, this means this means that. They teach me as someone who's more of I'd liken it to like a researcher type role, having contact with people that are engaging in that type of lifestyle. So it's important that we're not making educated guesses about what's going on, but we actually hear, what things mean from individuals that are engaged in this type of lifestyle.
Would you consider or classify that as almost analogous to like a continuing education as it relates to a specific gang and things of that nature, allowing you to stay with the changing trends?
Oh, certainly, because these things are changing all the time. So by having that continued contact, they kind of keep you up to date on, hey, this means this means that. Because it's just like when my kid comes home from school with a new lingo that he's using from middle school that I've never heard of before. He's got to tell me what in the world the kids are talking about.
And can you tell the jurors, have you, prior to today, in the past, and when you were working with the GBI, been requested or asked by other prosecutorial offices in assisting in gang investigations like the ones you described today?
Yes, sir. I've been asked to consult from many different DA's offices on these types of cases.
Can you kind of explain to the jurors in a nutshell, briefly, under what circumstances and how many times?
Yeah, so as far as the circumstances, the GBI is a request agency, so we don't maintain original jurisdiction, but on a few very specific types of offenses. So if really we're just here to help out, to be a force multiplier for other agencies. So before we can even come in and help on a case, we have to have a request from either a district attorney, a judge, a police chief, or a sheriff has to say, hey, I have this issue, please come and help. So we don't just get to walk in and say, this is my scene now, right? So in order to come in specifically for like this case, I received a request from the district attorney's office to assist on this case. So that's kind of the way that we get involved in these types of investigations. Based on the request is limited to the scope of what our investigation is. So if they only want for us to look into this element of an investigation, that will limit the scope of what we're looking into. Or if they want us to do an all-encompassing investigation, we can do that as well, but it's based on what the request is. As far as how many of these I've been involved in, as a lead investigator, probably about 50 of these cases, assisting in some capacity over 100.
Based on the knowledge you've talked about today, can you tell the jurors, are you part of sharing intelligence and information, not only with, in this example, the district attorney's office, but law enforcement agencies throughout the state of Georgia and the country nationally?
Oh, certainly. Both through a formal means of information exchange through like training and stuff like that, and also just as much as, I've made a contact from, a prior investigation, they'll pick up the phone and say, Jared, what in the world am I looking at right here? What do you see? So an informal network of consultation as well.
And you talked about one of the ways to stay kind of up to date with current trends and things of that nature as it relates to gangs was speaking to actual members of gangs. Can you explain to the jurors, are there other ways that you are able to maintain and have the ability to stay kind of up to date on trends and things of that nature for any specific gang that you are researching or investigating?
Yeah, so I mean, not only are we going out and talking to individuals that are living this lifestyle, but we're receiving training from other sources, federal training, state training, local training. And then also you can do research online. I mean, this stuff is very much put out there. Sometimes you can do as much of a Google search or a YouTube search, and there will be videos of individuals that are like, hey, this means this, and this means this, and this is why we're doing this. And it's as interconnected as the world is right now with social media, people are very, very willing to discuss their point of view and the way they feel about things.
And based on the training that you've received, as well as the in-person kind of investigating experience that you have obtained while doing your investigations, have you developed familiarity with criminal street gangs, their activities, customs, and behaviors kind of not only here in the state of Georgia, but across the country?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And in that experience, or in your experience, can you tell the jurors, have you also developed familiarity with the general accepted methods of general gang investigation and prosecution?
Yes, sir. Basically what we call best practices. And when we develop a gang investigation, we call it the iron triangle. It's basically satisfying the different elements of necessitating or substantiating a gang act violation. We basically look into who the person is, who the gang is, and then the offense being defined as criminal gang activity. And then we draw a connection between each one of those things. Is the person associated with the gang? Is the offense furthering the interests of the gang? And has the person committed the offense? And if all three of those things come together, then that's how we substantiate charging under the Georgia's Gang Act.
Now, you mentioned this, but can you tell the jurors in a little more detail, when you use the term kind of best practices for gang investigation, what are you referring to and what does that mean in relation to what you do as a gang investigator?
Yeah, so when I talk about best practices, generally what we're talking about is what is accepted within the legal community and in the investigative community as the best practices to conduct these types of investigations. Like, how do you go about collecting the information? How do you go about documenting the information? What is the legal standard that has been set forth for us to collect or analyze this type of information? So those are things that we're able to distill down through our training, but also through making sure that we're up to date on our accepted case law and what's been decided through the courts.
Okay, and the best practices, is that all kind of utilized while working with the GBI? Did you utilize the majority of time the Georgia anti-gang laws or statutes?
Yes, sir, exclusively the Georgia statutes.
And can you tell the jurors what is the impact of the uses of the Georgia anti-gang laws and legislation on criminal gang activity?
So based on my experience in the jurisdictions where we have aggressive charging under the Gang Act, we see a statistical declination in gang crimes occurring in those jurisdictions.
Now, the best practices that we're talking about, did you utilize those best practices as it relates to the investigation and analysis you did for this case?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors roughly, because or in an estimation, have the investigations that you have been involved in led to success or convictions under the anti-gang statutes and legislation here in Georgia?
I'm going to object to that line of questioning. His success in other cases has nothing to do with this case. I mean, I can give my success in other cases. So I'm moving forward on what we're doing.
I'd love to hear about each person's success, but I'll move forward.
You were in one of them.
Can you?
Ooh, low blow.
Can you? I wasn't in it. Can you tell me? Have you in the investigations that you have done in the past, did you utilize the anti-gang statutes here in Georgia in conjunction with the best practices you've described?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that something in each investigation that you are requested to, your assistance is requested to be involved in, are those same practices utilized each time and the same methods in which you've described here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in the times that you have been requested, your assistance was requested by the GBI as part of a gang investigation. Can you tell the jurors, did you testify before a jury as an expert like you're being requested to do today?
Yes, sir, multiple times.
And then each time were you qualified as an expert or gang expert?
Yes, sir.
And was there, is it primarily only in, let's say, Fulton County jurisdiction, or was it throughout the state of Georgia?
It's been throughout the state of Georgia and also federally.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender formerly Special Agent Jared Coleman as a witness, or excuse me, as an expert in criminal street gangs, criminal gang activity, and criminal street gang investigations and prosecutions.
Any objection?
You said criminal street gangs.
In criminal street gangs, criminal street gang activity, and criminal street gang investigations and prosecution.
I have no objection if the state wants to do that, but that opens this witness up to literally me questioning him about all criminal street gangs. Be there a while.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, I'll find he's qualified.
Can you talk to us about the legal definition of criminal gang activity and criminal street gangs under Georgia law?
Yeah, so criminal gang activity is the commission, the attempted commission, conspiracy to commit, solicitation, or I believe it's intimidation of another person to commit an offense that's defined as criminal gang activity. And there's a whole list of what the Georgia Code defines as criminal gang activity. It's too long for me to cite from memory, which I could probably never do. The definition of a criminal street gang is it's an association, organization, or a group of 3 or more persons. It's associated, in fact, whether formal or informal, that engages in criminal gang activity.
And can you tell us, I guess, based on your knowledge, training, and experience, are there different types of gangs?
Yes, sir, there are.
And could you tell the jurors a little bit about the different types of gangs that you know as an expert?
Yeah, so we tend to break down gangs into generally 4 categories. The first being a traditional gang. The best way to describe that is more of like a multi-generational gang. A lot of times these are gangs that have started in a neighborhood. They tend to be your traditional gangs that you think about, like Los Angeles gangs or New York gangs, where there have been multiple generations of people that have come into this gang. We have non-traditional gangs, which are generally kind of gangs that are in their infancy. A lot of first generation people, sometimes second generation, and gangs that these are a lot of like local gangs that are just starting up. And it's not uncommon to see a non-traditional gang eventually develop into a traditional gang based on the number of years that go by. We also have hybrid gangs. Hybrid gangs are gangs that come together. Usually it's evolved around some type of criminal activity, like, an auto theft ring or something like that, where individuals from different gangs will come together, identify as a particular gang, a crew. They'll go by a common name and engage in this activity. And then they go their own ways back to their own gang after they get done with doing whatever it is that they're doing. And we call that a hybrid gang. And then the fourth is outlaw motorcycle gangs. Think Sons of Anarchy, from television, Hell's Angels, Outlaws, stuff like that.
And can you explain to the jurors, based on your training and experience, the types or sorts of crimes that gang members or individuals associated with gangs commit?
I mean, it really depends on the gang, right? So there are certain gangs out there that may engage in robberies. There are some that may engage in aggravated assaults. There may be some that exclusively deal in drugs. There may be some that do it all. It's unique to the gang, to the locality, and a combination of other factors. Are there other gangs that may be infringing on territory? Is there a feud there? It can be graffiti. It varies.
And can you talk to the jurors based on your investigations and the research that you have done? What motivates someone to join or become a member or associated with a gang?
Yeah, so there's a variety of motivations on why a person may decide to join a gang. A lot of the currency of the street is in power dynamics, right? The ability to dominate certain situations. So some people join for power, join for money. They don't have things, and this is a way for them to be able to acquire things, right? And then other times, some people don't have, that sense of belonging at home, and these individuals that are in the gang are providing that sense of belonging, and it becomes, for lack of a better term, a second family for some people. So there are different motivations, but these are some of the motivations on why people will join gangs.
And I know you talked about the variety of crimes that it could be a whole lot of different things. Can you tell the jurors of the different types of crimes that different gangs commit? Are there classifications as it relates to the specific kinds of crimes that gang crimes, for lack of better words?
Yeah, I mean, there's like violent crimes, there's financial crimes, there's fraud, there's thefts, there's property crimes and stuff like that you could classify each of these into. For gang members, there's an expectation. The phrase is putting in work. putting in work on behalf of the gang, there's an expectation that you do something to advance the reputation, the reputation is the best way to put it, but the reputation of the gang. You have to bring something to the table. You're not just there to just to hang out and have a good time, right? So some people are good at engaging in acts of violence. Some people are maybe good in bringing money in through fraud or stuff like that. It all depends on what the culture of that specific gang is and what the expectations are that are placed upon those members.
And touching on what you referenced with culture, can you kind of define for the jurors what do you mean by gang culture?
Yeah, so like I said, the currency of gang culture is all about respect. It's all about power dynamics, and power is binary. So either I have the power in a situation or you have the power in the situation. So it's all about dominance and asserting dominance or ceding that authority, right? So in the gang world, you can't be, for lack of a better term, punked by someone else, right? You have to have that machismo, that bravado in certain situations, because if not, then you're showing weakness. And if you're weak, then that means that you can be dominated. You're ceding your authority, you're ceding your territory in a situation, and then that's how violence happens, and why you have to respond with violence so that you're not ceding that authority.
Can you talk a little bit about when you say territory, I guess the special significance that territories can have to any number of gangs?
Yeah, so gangs originally began as neighborhoods, right? It was a group of people living in neighborhoods. So territory became very, very important, particularly like out in LA when gangs started out there. It was all about the neighborhood, and gangs were known by their neighborhood names. So the concept of territory, this is our neighborhood. This is where we are. This is what we control. You're not going to come in here and take from us, right? So the concept of territory and the ability to control land and a certain area has been a part of gang culture since gangs really began in earnest since the 1950s.
And you've talked about kind of reputation and the importance of reputation within a gang and the dominance that a reputation outside of the gang, the importance of that. Can you tell the jurors what does the term like love have to do with gang culture?
So love the term is love, but really what it means is loyalty. If you're showing love to a gang, it basically means that you are devoting yourself, you're demonstrating your loyalty to that gang, whether that be through spoken words, whether it be through some type of overt demonstration of loyalty to rep that gang, whether it be engaging in an act of violence against an opposition gang to show that, oh, my gang or the gang that I support is more dominant than that one. It means a lot of different things, but usually when you hear love, like insert gang name love, it means I'm loyal to this gang.
Can you tell the jurors what does it mean to claim any specific gang association or membership?
Yeah, if you're claiming it, it means that you have been accepted as at minimum as an associate of that gang. Not necessarily a membership, but definitely an association. Because if you claim that you are associated with a gang and you're not, in the gang world, there are ramifications, oftentimes violent ramifications in response to what we call false flagging or falsely claiming to be associated with a gang.
And within a gang, can you talk about are there rules and regulations that specific gangs and their members abide by or use?
Yeah, there's different rules and regulations. Some of these can be very mundane, like, hey, this is a dominant color that we wear. Oh, we display things on this side of our body, mundane things like that. Then you get into things like there may be a rank system where, oh, this individual is known as an OG or an original gangster. This one has been in the gang even longer, so he's a double OG, an original gangster. But little stuff like that. And there are also kind of the unwritten rules to where like there's an expectation that is placed upon the members to engage in certain type of conduct. So that like, if somebody tries to come up to you and punk you or or approaches you and tries to assert their dominance over you, that you can't just take that laying down. So if a fellow gang member sees you not responding to that, then there are ramifications, and sometimes that can, and there are consequences that sometimes you may have to pay a fine to the gang, or sometimes you may have to get beat during the next gang meeting as repercussions for not doing what was expected. It depends, gang by gang, it depends, and there's different rules for different gangs.
Okay, and along those lines, can you tell the jurors how do gangs identify themselves within the rules and regulations that you kind of just talked to and talk to the jury about?
So there's different ways to identify yourself. It can be through the vernacular that you use. It's just like any other language. If you see a certain type of written pattern, if you hear certain words that are being said, you recognize that individual as, oh, they know our lingo. They know, where we're from. If I leave Georgia and I go up to Washington, D.C., everybody knows I'm from the South immediately because of my accent. Similar type thing, right? There can be, postings on social media so that everyone can see. There can be graffiti that's out. Really, social media is the new graffiti because you reach more eyes that way, because everybody's got their phone or their eyes on a phone right now. That's kind of ways that individuals will identify each other. Sometimes it can be written down into what we call a book of knowledge, but generally speaking, books of knowledge are kind of something that was done. It's on its way out as far as gangs. They used to write everything down. Here's the rules, here's the rank structure. Now it tends to be more passed orally or through digital means these days.
And you touched on this a little bit as it relates to expectations and how everyone, for lack of better words, needs to bring something to the table. Can you kind of talk to the jurors a little bit about the kinds of expectations that you have found and seen based on your research and investigations?
With regards to?
So, for example, you talked about loyalty. Are there other ways that, are there other expectations as it relates to gang members wearing different colors, things of that nature, that are, I guess, expected as a member or associate of a gang?
Yeah, I mean, there's an expectation that you dress a certain way, that you carry yourself a certain way, that you either provide benefits to the gang, either financially or through protection or violence.
Now, through your number of years of experience and training, can you tell the jurors specifically, are you familiar with the blood gang?
I am.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Nobody's done anything wrong, but I need to see the lawyers at the bench for just a second.
All right. Hey, as soon as she mentioned blood gang, he said, hey, let me see y'all for a second. As soon as she said blood gang, I'm trying to figure out how Webbybot processes his thoughts. So I'm wondering, because he asked you which one you want to know about. You wrote case status, and I'm wondering, are you supposed to put at Webbybot case status or what? Because he hasn't responded. I lowered his responses down to 80%, so he's not going to respond to everything you say. So unless you're speaking to him directly, I don't know if you're going to get a response. It's an 80% chance you'll get a response unless you're speaking to him directly, it seems like. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Got him right here. Got my coffee on brew.
Before we get too far into the specific testimony of this witness, I need to read you that limiting instruction again. Members of the jury, sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered for the purpose for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose, such as the character of the defendant. Evidence regarding crimes and acts not specifically charged in the indictment have been offered as proof of the existence of a criminal street gang and criminal street gang activity. The commission of an enumerated offense by a defendant is not itself sufficient to prove the existence of a criminal bearing on any issue to which you, the jury, deem it relevant. You may also hear testimony about legal acts committed by the defendant alleged to have been committed by the defendant that the state alleges showed the defendant's intent to participate in criminal street gang activity or to prove the existence of a criminal street gang. Again, whether this information is sufficient to demonstrate the existence of a criminal street gang or the defendant's intent to participate in a criminal street gang is a matter solely for you to determine, and you may not consider this as evidence of general bad character of this defendant. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now, before the judge read the instructions she just read, we talked about kind of the general overarching group of the Bloods. Can you tell the jurors within that, are there subgroups or subsets of the Bloods that are specific to any specific neighborhood or region or area?
Oh, yes, sir. There's many different subsets of the Bloods.
Can you tell the jurors specifically about your knowledge and the information that you specifically the Piru blood, a subsect or subgroup of the Bloods?
Yeah, so the Piru set of the Bloods, it's a West Coast blood set. If you're familiar with Los Angeles, there's kind of a neighborhood out to the east of Los Angeles called Compton. So the Pirus got started out in Compton. There's a very small street called Piru Street. When I went out there to go and see the street, I couldn't believe how small it was. But the Pirus claimed their name off of that neighborhood, off of Piru Street, right? There are different neighborhoods, different blocks that are claimed that are a part of the Pirus, and there's even subsets of the Piru set. So like you'll hear like a Lime Street Pirus or Elm Street Pirus. A lot of these are based on the street names because it's like I talked about earlier with like these gangs started as neighborhood groups that came together to defend their neighborhood and their territory, right? So that's kind of where the name comes from with Pirus.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, you said that West Coast originating gang, can you talk about its movement throughout the country over to the East Coast, specifically here in Atlanta?
Yeah, so the first set of Blood started out in Los Angeles. Originally, the Crips were the only gang that were out there.
Get gang history out here, man.
Predominant African American gangs. The Bloods formed
Shout out to the gang history.
As a group in opposition to the Crips. The Crips were kind of coming out of their neighborhoods, victimizing the unassociated neighborhoods, and the Bloods formed in response to that, right? And so, as far as the spread goes, after the Bloods started in Los Angeles, then the Bloods were formed in New York City. They came out of Rikers Island. And that's kind of where you get your East Coast Bloods that came out of. And then they spread into Chicago. And then after the three major cities developed their population of the Bloods, that's kind of where you had, when people were moving around, your transplants and stuff like that, you have East Coast Bloods that have come down from New York. You've had your West Coast Bloods who've moved into the Atlanta area from Los Angeles and brought that culture with them. And that's kind of how we had the genesis of the transplanting of the traditional Bloods gangs into Georgia and the Atlanta area.
And can you talk about, I guess, the common color symbols, things of that nature as it relates to the Bloods, but specifically the Piru Bloods based on your training experience and knowledge?
Yeah, so generally speaking, the Bloods represent the color red, generally speaking. And that comes because out of Centennial High School, their colors were red and white. And that's kind of where things started out in Los Angeles. Specific for the Pirus, they will use red a good bit, but they also use the color burgundy. And so sometimes you'll see a burgundy red that's mixed in, but it's generally speaking to show that, you know, the association of the Bloods umbrella, you will see red as the dominant color.
Based on your investigations and your experience, can you talk about, I guess, the common crimes that you know that members of the Piru Blood specifically are associated with or commit?
Yeah, so the Piru Bloods, based on my investigation, are probably one of the more violent gangs that I've worked, particularly when it comes to gun crime, acts of violence, physical violence. They will sometimes dab world, but it tends to be more about violence, gun trade, stuff of that nature, generally speaking.
Okay. And can you, based on your investigations and your experience, explain to the jurors the importance of respect and authority and dominance, as you described previously, kind of generally, how that, the importance or how it's related to the Pyrie blood gang?
Yeah. So, like I said, respect and power is the currency of the gang world, right? So, particularly when it comes to the Pyrus, if you are known as someone who is willing to engage in violence on behalf of the gang, willing to assert the authority of the gang, you gain that street cred, that respect amongst your peers, and that's how you move up within that gang. If you get punked, if you're not willing to engage in those acts of violence, if you step back from those confrontational situations, that's how you lose respect, you lose your clout, and sometimes may even be kind of excommunicated out of that gang. So that it's extremely important, particularly when it comes to the Pyrus, being willing to engage in acts of violence when the time is appropriate to do so.
Can you tell the jurors specifically as it relates to this case, how you got involved or why your assistance was requested in regards to this case and the facts of this case?
Yeah, so the way that I got involved in this case was
I apologize. Oh, the screen was frozen and I couldn't see him, but just as I said, never mind.
That's fine. And you may want to speak more into the microphone because it's getting harder to hear you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks.
After the Atlanta Police Department had made their arrest in the case, they turned their case file over to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. As they were conducting their review of the file, they noticed a possibility of some type of gang connection, and submitted a request to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation nexus to the shooting, and submitted a request, and I was assigned to conduct that investigation.
Can you tell the jurors the things that you were provided or utilized in order to conduct a thorough investigation as it relates to this case and the facts from it?
Yes, sir. So I was provided a copy of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office file. They had collected social media records for the defendant in this case. There was video footage that the Atlanta Police Department had collected from multiple locations. I believe one was like a video camera from a store, one was from a MARTA bus. Basically, the APD case file and the Fulton County DA's office case file as well was provided to me.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after receiving that information, did you review what you received in full?
Yes, sir, I did.
And based on your review of the materials or the files, did you then begin your own independent investigation using what you'd been provided?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to, I guess, the initial steps that you took, can you explain to the jurors, based on your review of the materials, the relevance of the assistance you provided?
Yeah. So earlier I talked about, how we conduct a gang investigation, the kind of three sides of the investigation, the person, the crime, and the gang, right? And so the investigation as it was provided to me had already conducted the investigation between the person and the crime. So my job was to look at, was there a connection between the person and a gang? And if there was a connection between the person and a gang, identify what that gang is. Is it a gang under the Georgia statute? And then to determine if there is a nexus between the criminal act that occurred and does that benefit the gang in any way? Is it in furtherance of the gang's interests and activities?
And I apologize, I should have asked a more articulate question. But as it relates to your involvement, setting kind of context as it relates to your investigation, this occurred in the summer of 2020, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
And can you kind of explain to the jurors the events leading up to why we're here today for the murder of Ms. Turner? how that context of what was happening in the summer of 2020 played or a role in your investigation.
Okay. So kind of 10,000 foot view. The murder of George Floyd had just occurred up in Minneapolis. There were a number of riots that had occurred and unrest, particularly here in Atlanta. After that began to kind of die down, there was the shooting of Rayshard Brooks that occurred down off of, I believe it's Metropolitan, but I'm not 100% sure. Where it happened at the Wendy's. The Wendy's was burned down. There was another riot that ensued after that. And then after that, there was a checkpoint that was established where a group of individuals took over that area. And then that's where this case happened. So that kind of paints the picture of the cascade of events that is like the 10,000 foot view of what happened. And then I get requested after APD conducts their investigation.
You talked about the person and a specific person's involvement in the gang. As it relates to this case, can you kind of explain to the jurors the individuals you investigated and those individuals, the association, if you were able to determine any association with any specific gangs?
Yes, sir. So I investigated two individuals from this incident, the first being Mr. Julian Conley, and the second individual being Mr. Jerrion McKinney. I was able to identify that Mr. Conley was associated with the Elm Street Pyrus, which is a subset of the Bloods. It's a subset of the Pyrus, which is a set of the Bloods criminal street gang. And then Jerrion McKinney, I was also able to identify that he was associated with a hybrid gang out of St. Louis called the Not Boys Gang.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to Jerry McKinney and the Not Boys gang, how that gang is associated with, or is it a subset of the Blood gang, like Pyre Bloods?
So Not Boys is a hybrid gang. It is a gang based out of St. Louis that is composed of members of other gangs. There are members of the Bloods who are part of this hybrid gang, but it also has members from other gangs. I recall that the Gangster Disciples had some individuals that were a part of this gang in St. Louis. There were a few other gangs that aren't immediately coming to mind.
And as it relates to both individuals that you described, the defendant, Julian Connolly, and then Jerry McKinney, can you explain to the jurors how or what you use in order to come to the conclusion or your opinion as it relates to their membership and association with the Pyre Bloods as the Not Boys gang?
Yes, sir. All right. So as it pertains to Mr. Conley, in the video footage that was out there on the scene, he was wearing a T-shirt, a red T-shirt that had indicators on it of his association with the Elm Street Pyrus, specifically the 700 block of the Elm Street Pyrus, which is based on 700 block is kind of Poinsettia Ave area out in Compton. It's the territory that they claim. So he's wearing the attire. During a review of social media that had been collected from Mr. Conley, he was displaying hand signs that were used by Elm Street Pyrus and Bloods in general. He was using lingo, the type of the terminology that is commonly used by individuals associated with this gang in the text and in the photographs and whatnot. Displaying bandanas, displaying those on his right side. Yeah, that's what immediately comes to mind.
Okay. And earlier you kind of did you talked about the 10,000 foot view as it relates to the context and the background of what was occurring in the summer of 2020. I want to show you what's previously been shown to defense counsel and marked as state's exhibits. Make sure I get it right. 158 through 162. If you will just review those photos for me.
Yes, sir.
Tell me if you recognize states exhibit 158 through 162.
I'm assuming that these 5 slides are all the exhibit numbers that you reference, sir?
Yes, the first slide being states exhibit 158 and the last photograph being 162.
Great. Yes, sir. I recognize these as images that I pulled from a video that was taken where the Wendy's was burned down at graffiti that was marked at that location, and then also there's an image of that was identified of Mr. Conley.
And do the images in States Exhibits 158 through 162 fairly and accurately depict the Wendy's that you've described where Mr. Brooks was killed and kind of the context that you've talked about in relations to your investigation?
Yes, sir, with a significant amount of Pyru-related graffiti around the structure.
At this time around, the state would tender what's marked States Exhibits 158 through 162 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, in a minute, States Exhibits 158 through 162 should show up. All right, I want to start with State Exhibit 158. Can you explain to the jurors the significance as it relates to this photo, as well as the next series of photos, States Exhibit 159, 160, and 161?
Yes, sir. So going back to the first image that says RIP Ray Shard on it, spray painted. And
I don't think we're looking at the picture he's talking about.
Sorry, I'll go back to State Exhibit 158.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you. So with this graffiti right here, you've got the blood's colors. You can see the red and the black overlaying with each other. These are colors that are commonly used by the bloods. The 135 that you see the spray painted kind of in a vertical fashion there, 135 is an indicator for a subset of the Pyrus, 135 Pyrus. There was a fairly large federal case that happened here in Atlanta for 135 Pyrus. And then you've got the F12. You've got the F12 on the side, which is it's a reference to, excuse my language, but fuck 12, which is a derogatory statement, basically a sign of disrespect towards law enforcement.
And can you tell the jurors in State Exhibit 159 where it says RIP Mac, what that means in relation to your knowledge and training as it relates to gang activity or gang identifier, specifically the Pirate Bloods?
Yes, sir. So this is a little bit, it's kind of from the video that was taken. It's a little bit of a cutoff, but the full image and the full spray painting says RIP Macru. So Rayshard Brooks, there was an investigation that was done where Rayshard Brooks was identified, his street name was identified as Mac. So it was RIP, rest in peace, Mac, to Rayshard Brooks. And then in gang culture, adding Rue at the end of a name is how association with the Piru Bloods is generally demonstrated. So it is whoever did the spray painting here was saying, rest in peace, Rayshard Brooks, and then showing some type of kindred spirit with Rayshard Brooks, whether that is he was associated with the gang or the gang was claiming him as one of their own.
Is that the Rue that you were referring to? Is that what we're seeing the rest of the RIP Mac Rue in States Exhibit 160?
Yes, sir.
And then lastly, you touched briefly on this, but as it relates to your investigation, what are we looking at here? And how did it help shape, I guess, the initial steps that you took in regards to your investigation, specifically to the Piru Bloods and Julian Connolly?
Yes, sir. So spray painted on the ground here, it's the word Piru with a heart, or so Piru love. And putting everything together, we've got graffiti at this location that's saying, hey, loyalty to the Pirus. We've got a mentioning of rest in peace, Rayshard Brooks, with an association to the Pirus, with the moniker, the Rue being at the end of the name there. And then the 135 that was spray painted up there with RIP Rayshard in the gang's colors led me to believe that maybe a Bloods link, probably some type of Piru group is who we need to be looking at, who is kind of taking over this area, asserting their authority by spray painting. Hey, here's our gang name. Here's our gang colors. This is our area.
And in the State Exhibit 162, you referenced I guess, the attire that you knew the person as Julian Connolly to be wearing. Do you see that person in State Exhibit 162?
Yes, sir, in the red shirt.
And you said there's a significance as it relates to the number 700 on the back of his shirt. Can you explain to the jurors the significance as it relates to your investigation specifically and specifically to the defendant?
Yes, sir. So wearing a shirt that explicitly has references to the gang is significant because it's a very, very public and outward-facing demonstration of association. It's like when you go to the Falcons game and you wear a Falcons jersey. It's, hey, I'm a part of this. I'm a part of this group, right? Specific to this shirt, and there's other images that I've seen. The shirt says Elm Street on it, Elm Street Pyrus, a reference there. At the bottom of the shirt says Whoop with 700 in the middle of the Whoop. Whoop is commonly for Bloods. It's used as a call gang, like it's essentially like saying, "Hey, what's up, Whoop?" But as a sign of disrespect, so without getting too deep into it, South Central LA is commonly referred to as the rolling O's, right? So you got the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, all the way up to the hundreds as you work your way to the south. Traditionally, that is Crip territory, all right? So members of the Bloods do not like to use O's in their speak. So they will replace terminology with whatever their gang is to say, oh, we're better than them. We're not even going to use their letters or their numbers or whatnot. So in Whoop, Whoop is Blood terminology. You have the two O's in there, WHOOP. You take the two O's out and then you put your gang in there. So in this case, we have the 700 that is replacing that. So it still says Whoop, but the 700 is in there, which is asserting that, hey, here I am. I'm with the 700 block of the Elm Street Pyrus.
So, and it's oriented to where on the photograph you or what are referencing. Can you do me a favor and circle the area that you see the 700 and the Whoop phrase that you just described is in State Exhibit 162?
Yes, sir. The 700 is right here at the base of the T-shirt.
Okay. Now, can you, I guess, explain to the jurors the methods and the factors that you specifically used in this case in regards to your opinion as it relates to Mr. Connolly, or excuse me, Mr. Connolly being a member of the Piru Bloods?
Yes, sir. So through reviewing the video footage, seeing him wearing the attire, engaged in conduct that was consistent with members and associates of the Bloods, and then a review of his social media with numerous indicators in the social media that demonstrate not only the association to the Bloods, but specifically the Elm Street Pyrus, I was able to make that determination.
And as it relates to specifically what you reviewed on the video and in the reports and the material that was provided to you by the District Attorney's Office as well as the Atlanta Police Department, can you tell the jurors, do you have an opinion as to whether the defendant's actions in this case and what you know about it are consistent with the expectations of what you've described for the Piru Bloods?
Yes, sir. They're consistent with that behavior of of members of the gang.
Can you tell the jurors how you came to that conclusion and why?
Yep. All right. So based on the graffiti that you see at the Wendy's, there is a perception of that law enforcement is responsible, has disrespected the gang or someone that they are claiming some type of association with Mr. Brooks, right? So by shutting down that area, refusing to allow law enforcement in, taking over that territory, that is asserting themselves and saying, we will not take this type of conduct against individuals that we believe this should not have happened to. That is consistent with those power dynamics. And so the taking over of the territory is the gang asserting their authority, asserting their control of the territory, which is consistent with the way that the Piru Bloods
engage when confronted with any type of authority figure. And it doesn't just have to be law enforcement. It can be anyone that stands up to them, anyone who refuses to do what they tell them to do, which is what has happened in this case. People who tried to drive around the barricade or tried to mouth back to the individuals that were at this roadblock were confronted with guns being pointed at them, threats of violence, actual acts of violence being committed against them for opposing the will of the gang.
And you referenced in coming to your conclusion, and it's part of what was provided to you by the law enforcement agencies you were working in conjunction with, reviewing the defendant's Instagram or social media?
Yes, sir.
At this time, right now, the state's going to tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 153 and then 153A, which is a certificate of authenticity for the Instagram of this defendant, which had been noticed under 803 and 906, I'm sorry, for a certified business record.
Any objection?
It's 153.
153 and then 153A is a certificate of authenticity.
No objection.
Before you do that, Your Honor, and I apologize.
Yes.
Got to the chat.
The conclusions and opinions that you formed, did you memorialize how and those conclusions in a report?
I did, sir.
And I want to show you what's been marked as State's 154.
Yes, sir.
You will peruse that document. And prior to today's testimony, have you had an opportunity to review the contents of State Exhibit 154?
Yes, sir, I have.
And can you tell the jurors, do you recognize it?
Yes, sir, I do recognize it.
And how do you recognize it and what is it?
It's the expert witness gang investigative report that I wrote.
And your prior review of that document and the pages contained within it, did it fairly and accurately, is it a fair and accurate copy of the actual report that you did as it relates to your opinions and conclusions for this case?
Yes, sir.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154 into evidence.
Any objection?
So no objection to 154 being put to evidence, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that that falls under the continuing witness rules. Make sure that's correct.
Okay. It's admitted.
Thank you.
It was 154, right? 154?
154, yes.
Okay.
Now, in State Exhibit 153, the Instagram account for the defendant, Julian Connolly, can you explain to the jurors the steps that you take in reviewing what's contained within the Instagram for the defendant?
Yeah, so when we get the information, we'll generally look at the what's provided to us by, generally it's from Meta, but basically, is this the right device? Is this, the name that we're looking for, making sure that they've provided us the records for the appropriate individual. And then we'll go through and we'll look at conversations that have been had. We'll look at photographs that have been posted. We'll look at information that's been shared between parties, who they're friends with, really the totality of that information, as much as we can and as much as reasonably possible.
And looking at the second page of State Exhibit 153A, do you see where it says registered email address and other information contained below on page 2?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors the email address that's associated with the Instagram account that you received from Meta as it relates to this defendant is what?
Yes, so the registered email address is jconley700@gmail.com.
And is it common based on your experience and number of investigations that you've done using, have you used social media and the like in your prior investigations?
Oh, it's almost in every investigation, social media comes in some shape, form, or fashion.
Tell the jurors, is it a common thing or is it something you've commonly come across where vanity or usernames are changed often and throughout the individual's use of the specific account?
The vanity name, yes, it's fairly common.
And is that something that occurred or that you were able to see as it relates to this defendant's Instagram account records?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors the vanity names or the usernames that changed and were associated with this defendant's Instagram?
Yes, sir. So there are 3 different names that were associated with this account. The first one being XL Fendi, FENDII 700, to where it was changed to XL Youngin, YUNGIN 700, and then it was subsequently changed to Youngin Looney, Young Looney, YUNGLOONEY with an underscore.
Now, I know it's been a number of years since you reviewed the documents contained within 153 for the entire account related to this defendant. But would you agree that the account or the pages that you received and I guess the content in full for the Instagram account of this defendant was over roughly 50,000 pages?
It was a significant number of pages.
50,000?
Tell the jurors, how do you tackle or do you review information in such a voluminous manner?
So a lot of times what we'll start off with is a lot of like keywords that we would typically expect to see associated with an individual. If we have some type of indication that, hey, maybe they're associated with the Bloods, we'll start throwing in a little bit of Bloods lingo and a find feature to say, are we getting hits in these records, which would let us know, okay, if you're starting to see a number of hits, you're like, okay, we really want to dive in deep on this. If you're not getting any hits at all on any type of Bloods lingo, well, maybe we're not, maybe what we think this is not appropriate, right? So that's kind of how you begin the initial sifting through those types of records. Once you start to get those types of hits, that's when you start to dig down and say, okay, let's start looking at images. Are they, demonstrating themselves in the images that they're creating, that they're taking of themselves, that is demonstrating this association? You get through as much as you can and you collect as much as you can, but eventually once you start on some cases, once you start just getting voluminous amounts of evidence, you're just kind of beating a dead horse as you continue to see more and more and more and more and more and more. If you see the association is there.
Okay, and I want to talk specifically about some of the images that you located and the messages and things of that nature you located within the Instagram account. Were there times, I guess, when coming to your conclusion or your opinions, are you only looking for things that this defendant posted himself, or are things that he shared that other people said in regards to specifically here the Pyrie Bloods relevant to your investigation and the conclusions that you come to about this defendant's membership in the Pyrie Bloods?
Yeah, you're looking for both. Not only, what the individual is posting about themselves, but also what they're, sharing and getting their reaction from, because that shows, if I'm sharing things and I'm getting reactions from that, and I'm getting reactions from other individuals who are demonstrating solidarity, that's showing that demonstration of the loyalty to the gang. So that's important to see just as much as what the personal demonstration is.
Okay, and is it, for lack of better words, is it kind of like advertising?
Yeah.
Okay. And there should be an image from State Exhibit 153. Can you tell the jurors this image that you were able to locate and it's contained within your report, kind of the significance of it and how you used it to form your conclusions and opinions?
Yeah, so the top line that you're able to see on the image, when I find out who you are, I swear on Elm Street Pyru. So that's like saying I swear on God, I swear on my mother.
the poster in this case is swearing on the reputation of the gang, specifically spelling out the name of the gang, Elm Street Pyrus.
Okay, and we could be here all day. My next question would be: did you find a series of posts like this as it relates to Pyru Bloods and this defendant's not only posting but advertising or sharing other people's membership?
There were a number of posts, yes, sir.
So as it relates to the next image contained in State Exhibit 153, can you explain to the jurors the significance of this image and how it formed your opinion as it relates to this defendant's association and membership with the Pyru Bloods?
Yes, so you've got the numbers going brazy right now. So you've got the C, Crips is spelled with a C as a sign of disrespect to the Crips. You replace the C with a B. So instead of going crazy, we're going brazy. So you got the lingo up there. You've got the images of the wearing of the red, the name, the XL Fendi, the display of firearms. So it means, hey, look, I'm dangerous. I've got a gun. All of those things kind of put together.
And I want to skip to this next image. Do you see on the next image where this defendant has commented on a live video and taken a screenshot?
Yes, so it was from the XL Fendi account, which was associated with the defendant, and it says, "You a dumb, don't ever say that shit again. I'ma strip you myself on blood." So remember how I talked about the rolling O's? So in blood, you take the O's out and you replace it with 356. 356 is used to represent Elm Street Bloods. So I may be dating myself here, but like when you used to have to text by the number, you'd have like different letters on each number, right? So ESP is 156 on the number pile. So that number is used to represent Elm Street Pyrus.
And in the next image that you see, do you see the image that you located within the account where it starts with "You never switched up on me. This is why I love you," and it continues?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jurors what or how this was significant to your investigation and your findings in conjunction with what you've already talked about, the loyalty and love and its interchangeability?
Do you happen to recall where this is in the report, sir?
Yes, and why I am locating that. Can you explain to the jurors, do you see in the post where I guess the use of gang identifiers in the writings by this defendant?
Yeah, so
I apologize. At this point, I'm gonna have to object. It's clear that there's something on the screen that's been projected for everyone to see, yet this witness is reading from something that I honestly don't know what it is. It's not what's on the screen because he's flipping through pages. So I object to this witness reading from something that's not in evidence and that I have not seen.
Well, he said it from his report, which is States Exhibit 154, which is in evidence.
Okay, you're looking at your report.
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to come see? It's okay.
As long as we know what it is, thank you.
Okay.
I would direct you to page 57 of your report at the very bottom of that page.
Yeah, got it. So it's an Instagram post that's referencing Brothers Blood or not.
And can you explain, I guess, the significance of that as it relates to association and membership with the Blood Gang or Pyru Bloods?
So for this post, it's talking about just the concept of brothers, whether we are related by blood or who I claim to be my brother otherwise.
And in this next image from the defendant's Instagram 153, where it says PSA from Slime, can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here and the significance?
Yeah, so PSA, public service announcement from Slime. Slime has kind of become synonymous with a term that's used to mean Atlanta-based bloods. It's kind of a homegrown type thing, so it's a reference to a public service announcement from Atlanta Bloods.
And along those lines, can you tell the jurors where the image that says FW My Elm what that means in regards to membership and association or advertising for Pirate Bloods.
Yeah, so FW stands for fuck with. So fuck with my elm shit basically means do business with me, associate with me, and all of my brothers who are a part of this gang as well.
Then can you tell the jurors in the next image projected on the screen where it says happy 356 day, can you tell the jurors what does that mean?
So happy 356 day is the birthday for the gang to my P's. The PZZ is to my Pyrus. Big E's is a reference to the Elm Street Pyrus. That's why you've got the capital E's in the word freeze, because it's bolstering the image, because the E's are the big group. And then you've got it on the red bandana, and then the Philadelphia Phillies image that's down there, that gets used by Pyrus because it's a red P. It's a reappropriation of that image for the purposes of the gang to represent that affiliation.
And then along those lines, you've talked about the importance of the 700 block of Elm Street. Is this an example of what you've previously referenced?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can you tell the jurors, do you see the last line where it says ISK8 mob?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
So ice skate mob, I don't really know what ice skate means, but he's associating it with the gang. I have not had that explained to me. Mob is commonly used by Bloods to mean member of Bloods. And then you've got the 700 block Elm Street Pyru. So it hasn't been specifically defined to me why the ice skate portion is important, but he is associating it with the gang.
And so along those lines, I want to kind of transition to some of the identifiers, whether it be colors, bandanas, hand signs. Were you able to find images and videos as it relates to commonly used colors, hand signs that are connected with or show association with the Pyru Bloods?
Yes, sir, many.
All right, and I just want to show you. And it should show up here in a second. All right, in this video, what you found within the Instagram account of the defendant, I'm going to play it, and then after I play it, could you explain to the jurors how or what you see as it relates to a gang identifier specifically to the Pyru Bloods?
Yes, sir.
Nigga keep a gun, I keep a Glock G-lock in my back pocket rocket, let it pop it, let it go berserk. Blood stains on my shooting on my t-shirt. Said the nigga moving pounds, but it's cheap work. Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors some of the things that you were able to see as it relates to advertising and associating with the Pyru Bloods?
Yes, sir. All right, so a lot to unpack here. The predominant color in the videos is red. You've got him wearing the red and black, which is the colors of the gang. The lyrics that are being played over that are talking about being bloody. You've got him pointing the gun at the camera and then showing the weapon, basically to say, look at me, I'm dangerous, I can shoot you if I want to. You've got a demonstration of the hand signs. You've got the Elm Street Pyru's hand sign, which is when he threw this hand sign up, which is Elm Street Pyru's. And he wiped his nose, which is commonly done here for slime, for the Atlanta-based Blood, saying that you've got so much slime coming out of your nose that you've got to wipe it away. It's demonstrating association with that Atlanta-based Blood.
Can you tell the jurors when, based on your training and experience, when the word or the use of the word stain or stains, what does that mean in regards to specifically gangs and the investigations you've done through your career?
Yeah, so getting your stain up is basically, stain is a street term for your reputation within a gang. So as you increase your stain, the more stain you have, the more positive reputation you have within the gang. If you have less stain, means you need to put in more work to increase your stain within the gang.
And in the next video, can you tell the jurors some of the very same things that you were able to see or identify in the previous video? You see several hand signs or signals that are being thrown up or used in this video. Can you explain to the jurors specifically the hand signs that you were able to see and identify as advertising blood gang or Pyru blood gang membership?
Yes, sir. So at least for me, the image is a little bit blurry up here, but the hand sign, this is a hand sign that was used. This is used by a lot of Atlanta area Bloods, but it's not exclusively used by Atlanta area Bloods. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's not exclusively used, but it is a hand sign that is sometimes used by Bloods here. And then in the image, you can see can't is misspelled, again, replacing the C with another letter, in this case, a K.
Okay.
Could you describe for the record what you're doing with your hand?
Yes, Your Honor. Displaying a hand sign with my middle finger and thumb retracted with my index, ring, and pinky finger fully extended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, in the next video that we just watched from State Exhibit 153, as it relates to this defendant's association and membership with the Pyru Bloods, can you explain to the jurors the things that you saw that were significant in regards to that membership and your opinion and conclusions?
Yes, sir. So we've got the red being worn again, and of course, the two firearms being held in one hand, being pointed to show I've got access to weapons. I'm willing to point these weapons at you, and I don't just have one, I have two. That's kind of an emerging trend that we've seen in gang culture, where instead of just using one gun, using two guns coupled together in a single hand, particularly for West Coast Bloods, has kind of been an emerging trend coming out of there.
And I want to go next to this. So the hand signs that the defendant is utilizing in this next video from State Exhibit 153, is it along the same lines of the hand sign that you described earlier for the record?
It is. He also throws the Pyru hand sign, which is taking the B. It's kind of in a okay
What's up, Bob?
form with the middle finger, ring finger, and pinky finger fully extended, with the index finger and the thumb connected to form a circle, and then turn it down so that it looks like a P. And then when you turn it back up, it's a B. So the B is for Bloods, and then the P gets turned down for Pyru.
And did you see, and I'm going to back it up, the red or burgundy bandana that was tied to the jeans or the pants of the defendant in the image or video before you?
Yes, sir. The red bandana being displayed, again, it's the colors of the gang. And then the shirt that he's wearing is Calvin Klein, CK. Sometimes that's used to mean Crip killer, which means I'm dangerous and I'm willing to go after the opposition. And it's commonly displayed by members of the Bloods.
And those are, I guess, based on your training and experience, how are those significant to your investigation and specifically your conclusions as it relates to this defendant and his membership with the Pyru Bloods?
Yeah, so it's basically to anyone that sees that may be a member of the Crips, it's a warning sign to say, hey, look, I'm willing to come after you. I'm willing to engage in acts of violence on behalf of the gang.
Okay. Now, in the screen before you, can you tell the jurors, did you come across or did you review a significant amount of videos of the like that we've watched before the jury here today?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and I just want to show you. Okay. I just want to show you one more of the videos that you were able to locate within the defendant's Instagram, specifically the one in front of you. Did you see before the video started playing, there was a red bandana that was tied around the defendant's neck area?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm just going to play the video.
Get down on hit leaks. Stack of the paper get rich. You better be lucky I miss.
Can you talk to the jurors a little bit about not only what you saw on the videos relates to the defendant's actions and behaviors, but the significance of the red bandana tied around his neck?
So the red bandana being worn around the neck, it's pretty predominant. You're going to see that if you have any type of contact or you're watching the video, and then he zooms in on it to show, hey, look, this is kind of the focal point. This is what I want you to see, which is demonstrating that, hey, look at me. This is my association. I'm with the Bloods.
Okay. Now, in the images that you see on the screen, the several images, are those, I guess, further examples of what we've seen and what you've described here today that led you to your conclusion as it relates to this defendant's membership in the Piru Bloods?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to show you, did you also have the opportunity not only to review photos like the ones we've reviewed today in conjunction with the videos, did you look at any messages or writings of the defendant within the social media account?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And specifically, I want to show you this message from the defendant, his Instagram account. Now, if you will take a minute to read the posting from page 3,526 from this defendant's Instagram account, and then can you describe for the jurors the things that you see significant in this writing as it relates to the defendant's gang membership into the Piru Bloods?
Yeah, so this is essentially his biography, or I guess autobiography, because it was authored by Young Looney. Talks about he was born in St. Louis and then goes to Compton, California. Compton is where the Pirus originated from. Talks about he was there at a young age and then how he came here to Atlanta. Talks about getting kicked out of 2 schools, which talks about, kind of that deviant behavior that you typically see in gang membership initially. Talks about that he had ops. Ops is lingo for opposition, basically means the other guys. And says that he's been thugging ever since. Thugging is basically terminology for running the streets. And it's commonly used for meaning being engaged in the gang life. Talks about where he lived in the Atlanta area, Candler Road, Hambrick, all those areas. Talks about being shot twice, stabbed before. Uses that type of lingo to say, "Hey, look, I've been able to endure pain. I've been able to endure suffering in this lifestyle before." Talks about how before he was Piru, so he's admitting that Piru membership, that he claimed association with the G-Shine Bloods. G-Shine Bloods is actually East Coast Bloods that originated out of New York. And then he left them because he got jumped and robbed by some 6'4" brims. 6'4" brims are a West Coast blood set. And then he's talking about, being robbed with guns and talking about how many times he's been jumped and whatnot. It's kind of his life story laid out in a fairly succinct manner.
And through the materials that you received and reviewed from the Atlanta Police Department, as well as the District Attorney's Office, did you become aware, or I guess, did you find images and videos that showed the defendant in the Edgewood area of Atlanta after the death of Secoriea Turner?
Yes, sir.
And did you also find messages and images where the defendant was discussing his presence at the barricades at the Wendy's off of Pryor and University within the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
Or excuse me, Instagram.
Yes, sir.
And I want to show you specifically page 5097 of the account. And do you see where it says the author, Young Looney?
Your Honor, our screen is out.
Your screen is out?
Yes.
Okay, well, hold on for a second.
Oh, there's a count sheet is on it.
It went to sleep. If you unplug the mouse and plug the mouse back up into your regular computer, there it goes back.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for letting us know.
Do you see where it says author Young Looney, as well as the above it, the use of the term text?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to scroll down. Do you recognize the photograph in the page prior to the message that you saw on page 5097?
Yes, sir. I recognize him.
Based on your review of the material that you received from from APD as well as the DA's office here in Fulton County, who is depicted in the photograph carrying the rifle?
Yes, sir. It's Mr. Jerrion McKinney.
Okay, and is that Mr. McKinney on the night of July 4th of 2020 when Secoriea Turner was killed?
Yes, sir.
And if we scroll up as it relates to the message in regards to that photo, can you tell the jurors or read to the jurors the text in regards to what the defendant is commenting on the bolo or the photograph?
Yes, sir. He's commenting that he was out there, that Mr. McKinney was not shooting, that everyone else was shooting at the car, and he only walked to the store, and then it happened at the burnt down Wendy's.
And he, being Mr. McKinney, walked to the store at the time of the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And lastly, as it relates to the defendant's gun ownership, did you see several photographs of the defendant with different types of firearms other than the ones that we've already seen in prior videos and photos?
I've seen him with a number of firearms. I can't say for certain if they were the same firearms or not.
Okay. I want to specifically show you a video from the defendant's account.
Don't play with him. Yeah.
None of us saw anything. Right here. Can you see, I guess I won't play the video again, but do you see the person that is captured in the video?
Yes, sir.
And is that the defendant, Julian Connolly?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, I know there's a box that I can't seem to get to go away, but can you tell the jurors, is that the defendant's handle, the XL Fendi 700 that is being referenced?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you see where it says, "We don't
play with him"? Yeah.
We don't ever link up without, and stick spelled in any specific way?
I cannot see the way that that stick is spelled on this image.
Let's see.
Don't play with him. Yeah.
One more
Maybe you
time.
can click the three dots.
Don't play with him. Yeah.
See where it's spelled STIXK?
Yes, sir.
First, can you tell the jurors when someone uses the term stick in regards to your knowledge and experience, what are they referencing? An actual stick or something different?
Yeah, so stick is a gang term for a rifle style weapon. It's not a handgun. The handgun is usually called a strap.
A stick is usually a long style weapon, similar to an AK-47, a M16, and AR-15 style weapon. Specifically, the way that it's spelled here, again, we see the specific terminology where the C is replaced in this case being an X, Xing out the C.
And do you see a stick or a rifle like a firearm in the image from State Exhibit 153?
Yeah, so it looks like the buffer tube that comes out of the back of an AR-15 style weapon. It doesn't have the buttstock that's on there, but it's not uncommon to see the short barrel ARs. They have to have that buffer tube, which has a spring in it to allow the weapon to cycle. But that looks like a AR buffer tube.
Is it in a black kind of satchel or bag over the defendant's chest?
Yes, sir.
And I want to show you one more image. Well, I'm going to show you two more images. Can you tell the jurors what kind of firearm are we looking at here from the photograph from the defendant's Instagram account?
It's consistent with an AR-15. I can't specifically tell you it's an Armalite weapon, but it's consistent with like a 5.56 AR style weapon.
And then lastly, as it relates to, I guess, being consistent with AR rifles, in this last image I'm going to show you, do you see the defendant in this image?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jurors, do you see any firearms? And if you do, what kind?
Yes, sir. So there's two firearms that I'm able to discern. The long style rifle looks like an AR style weapon. The upper or the back side of the weapon is kind of hard to discern up against the t-shirt, but the front sight post and the way that the magazine is extended out of the weapon is consistent with an AR style weapon. And then a pistol that's tucked in the jeans pocket.
And lastly, as it relates to all that you've spoken about today and all the materials that you reviewed, can you explain to the jurors your conclusions and opinions as it relates to the nexus that you talked about in regards to this defendant's membership in a gang and the activities that he was involved in, not only on July 4th of 2020 with the death of Secoriea Turner, but in the images and behaviors in the defendant's Instagram account?
Yes, sir. So with the commingling of the representation of the association with the gang, as well as the firearms and all of that, he is demonstrating that that's what his thing is in the gang. He's willing to bring violence on behalf of the gang. That's why he represents both the gang as well as firearms. If he were a drug dealer in the gang, he would be displaying drugs and stuff like that. If he were doing fraud, he'd be displaying like ATM cards and stacks of cash and stuff like that. So this Instagram account, particularly with the name, the way that he represents himself, shows that he is willing to engage in acts of violence on behalf of the gang while representing the gang. And then that's what happened in this case.
And can you tell the jurors, you talked about the use of acts of violence to, I guess, demonstrate or to correct disrespect. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors the vehicle that Secoriea Turner was traveling in, when that vehicle went through the barrier or the barricade this defendant had put in fiery blood kind of territory now, what the significance that was as it relates to respect and disrespect for the fiery bloods and this defendant specifically?
Your Honor, before this witness answers the question, I would just like to object to the nature of the state's question. There's been no testimony at all that Mr. Conley moved a barricade and put it into anywhere. No one's ever said Mr. Conley's done that. And this witness didn't either. Mischaracterization of the facts in this case, Your Honor. I have to object to that line.
Okay, can you rephrase?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
In all the materials that you reviewed, the videos, the photographs, things of that nature, did you see a barricade that was placed or put up in front or in off of Pryor and University in front of or near the Wendy's?
I know that there was a barricade that was there. I don't know how it got there.
And in your review of all the materials, did you see someone consistent with the red shirt, white lettering, light pants, black satchel, black AR hanging from his pants, kind of a light-skinned black male wearing a black do-rag, standing at, in front of, and near those barricades consistently throughout the videos you reviewed.
Oh, yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors are you aware that the vehicle that Secoriea Turner was traveling in went around through the barriers without permission?
I know that it went around the barrier, yes, sir.
Tell the jurors the significance of that as it relates to respect and disrespect and dominance that you've described today in regards to the Pyro Bloods.
Yeah, so the checkpoint had been established. There were multiple vehicles that were being forced to stop there. When the vehicle that Secoriea Turner was in refused to stop and went around, that's a sign of disrespect to the authority of the gang. And it is consistent with that show of disrespect being met with immediate acts of violence, because if they allow that vehicle to go through and then someone sees that, oh, they were able to get through, well, that means that now I don't have to stop. And then the next vehicle, and then the next vehicle, and then there's a complete loss of control. There's a loss of power. But if the gang reacts to that with overwhelming violence, that sends a message to the public. It sends a message to the community that when we say stop, you stop or else. And that is consistent with what this gang does. It's consistent with the actions. It's consistent with the Bloods. And yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, lastly, as it relates to your investigations and knowledge, I guess the existence of or the presence of gangs in general in jails and in other areas of incarceration?
As in,
is it something you see that's have you seen, I guess, the existence of and the use of dominance and things of that nature in jails through your investigations?
Oh, absolutely.
Tell the jurors a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the prisons and jails and stuff like that, that is where gangs really flourish. That's where a lot of the recruitment activity happens because they're strength in numbers, right? So people click up and a lot of times for protection in jails, but a lot of the information that we're able to gather comes out of particularly the Georgia Department of Corrections and how these gangs operate. Gangs control the prison system pretty ruthlessly. And if you try to assert yourself without having the backing of some type of gang in a prison, you're finding yourself down significantly, and there's a lot of threats that can come your way because of that.
I want to show you a video from State's Exhibit 131, a cell phone from the cell or the area where Julian Connolly was housed in the Fulton County Jail. Let's see. And I'm going to play it, and then if you can talk about the significance as it relates to your training and experience in gangs and gang knowledge.
Yo, bruh.
All right. Can you tell the jurors, as it relates to that video, the things that jumped out to your attention, gang membership and association, and specifically which gangs, and how that's relevant to your conclusions and opinions?
Yeah, so a lot of things jump out. Obviously, the weapons, being in the prison is saying, look, we're dangerous. We can hurt you if we want to. We've got access to all these weapons, contrary to the rules. There are a number of hand signs that are being displayed. Some of the hand signs that I talked about earlier. You're also seeing some other West Coast Bloods hand signs. So you see one hand sign that is kind of the finger gun symbol with the index fingers and thumbs on both hands being extended and put together like this. This is called the hat symbol. It's commonly used by the brim bloods, brim of a hat. It's a West Coast blood set that's being used. And then also the hand sign that's thrown up with the pinky finger, index finger, and thumb fully extended with the middle finger and ring finger retracted. That's also commonly used by bloods in general, but more commonly used by the brims as well to demonstrate that association. So to see those types of hand signs shows that in this environment that members of the bloods, that blood's umbrella have come together to make this video and are kind of clicked up in that environment.
Okay. And then lastly, I put before you, I believe it states exhibits 155 through 158. If my memory serves me right. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors, or excuse me, it's 155 through 157.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors, based on your involvement in this investigation, did you have an opportunity to see or photograph the tattoos of the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jurors in states that it's 155, 156, and 157, those fairly and accurately depict photographs of some of the defendant's tattoos?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state with tender what's been marked as states that it's 155 to 157 in evidence.
Any objection?
So I have 156 as the GBI list. Is that accurate?
152 is the GBI list.
Okay, no objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Thank you. And we're going to do it the old-fashioned way, but can you describe to the jurors, as it relates to specifically state exhibits 156 and 157, the significance of the tattoos that are photographed in both of these?
Yes, sir. So 156, which I believe is a tattoo of the dove with the hand. There's blood dripping down on the right-hand side. That's significant because it's a tattoo theme that we see, particularly with bloods, where there will be blood dripping off of an image. Doesn't necessarily always mean gang membership, but it is something that is consistent, particularly with it being on the right side of the body. Bloods tend to do things on the right side of the body. Crips tend to do things on the left side of the body. So that can be an indicator. And for 157, there is that ice skate. He referenced something on social media about ice skate mob. He has ice skate tattooed across his hand.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors in the review of things like this tattoo in 156 and then this in 157, as well as all of the things that you've talked about here today, from the photographs and the videos from the defendant's Instagram account and behaviors that you observed, can you tell the jurors, were you able to come to a conclusion as it relates to the defendant's, for lack of better words, kind of rank or in the Pyru Bloods?
I wasn't able to make any determination on any type of rank that he held. He did hold a position of authority. You can tell that based on the videos that I reviewed. There was a MARTA bus video where you can see people coming to him and kind of checking in with him before things would go forward and whatnot. So there's some type of leadership status there, but as far as a direct rank that was referenced in any type of the records or anything like that, I didn't identify any type of rank.
And can you tell the jurors, based on what you observed in the videos from the evening where the defendant was communicating or directing, as you described, from July 4th of 2020, can you explain to the jurors through all of what you reviewed in the Instagram, as well as in the violent acts that preceded the vehicle that Secoriea Turner was traveling in, how those violent acts are used to either maintain or increase one's status in the gang, specifically this defendant in the Pyru Bloods?
Yeah, so when you publicly offer or engage in actual violence against authority figures or individuals who are opposing the authority that you're seeking to assert, that increases your stain within that gang, because you are demonstrating that loyalty, you're demonstrating that love to the organization, the association of individuals that are a part of that gang.
And is that, can you tell the jurors, I guess, is that another form or way of describing the nexus that you were able to, I guess, observe or come to a conclusion about in regards to this defendant's membership in the Piru Bloods and the criminal gang activity that he committed in conjunction?
Yes, sir. It's important in order to make that conclusion.
And I believe that concludes my questioning. I have no more questions pending redirect.
Okay, ready for cross? Okay. Members of the jury, the cross-examination could be lengthy. Do you want to take a break and consider your position about staying later, or do you want to end for the day? Yeah, sure. Okay, let's take 10 minutes.
All right, for the jury.
And members of the jury, we'll quit by 6 either way. We'll quit by 6 either way.
Another break. 10 minutes here, you know, it's like 20. Hopefully she doesn't cut it off again. Let me see. Fox. Oh, here we go. Here's the time. I had to check Wabbitbot. Wabbitbot got his information incorrect. I had to check him. He had to go back and check. He had to go back and check his files. He came back and like, yeah. What you talking about, bro? We watching the trial right now. Yeah, I caught him. Made him have to go back and check, bro. $1 million. Okay, I didn't even know that. Look, I didn't even know that. I'm over here learning stuff right now. Why everybody teaching me something? I didn't even know she got a lawsuit and a settlement. $1 million? I didn't even know all that. The police didn't do their job. They talking about autonomous zone. The hell is the autonomous zone? What's wrong with y'all? The mother, Wabbitbot says the mother received $1 million settlement from the city of Atlanta. $1 million is kind of low. I think they heard 1 million. It was like, I'll take it. I'm like, nah, I ain't know what. Oh wow. Okay, so so the family kept pursuing private parties for more money. So they got sovereign immunity caps. Look, I'm learning stuff right now. Sovereign immunity caps. Interesting. Interesting. Learning what? I'm in the other chat, and then there's a whole conversation going down with Rabbitbot in the other chat, and he's teaching me some things about the case. That's because I'm in the other chat. See, what's happening is I'm in two chats, but the vertical chat, I'm in the main chat right now, and there's a whole conversation going down in the main chat. Shout out to the chat. You got a $1 million cap. That's interesting. Hinges on liability and coverage, man. I gotta highlight Rabbitbot comments because he's speaking some stuff right now. I'm gonna highlight his comments so y'all can see what in the vertical, so y'all can see what's happening. Rabbitbot is giving some information on the case. Oh wait, wrong comment. Oops. Where is it? Oh shoots. I don't got the other chat open. Whoops. Forgot to set this thing. Conversations is interesting. Yep. Oh man. Rabbitbot in the chat having Rabbitbot in both chats acting the fool right now. Rabbitbot is in both chats acting the fool. All right, so based on how I see KTC has gotten a response from Rabbitbot, when it tells you type this or type that, you gotta say at Rabbitbot such and such. So if it says status, you gotta be like at Rabbitbot status. And I seen that has worked. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, we having interactions in the chat, man. The chat is fun. All right, we got somebody back on the scene over here. Are we back? Are we back? No mercy. Hey, well, everybody doing a pretty good job right now. Oh man. Shout out to the chat. Fox stream is messed up. I'm wondering if they're even gonna let them cross-examine because of the time. Why you keep saying he was convicted? He was not convicted. Why you keep saying?
Or at least see what they. Okay, I'm sorry. It sounds like we're probably splitting up your. I'd rather make you mad than them mad. Does that make sense?
I can tell you.
I know.
I can say I don't have a redirect if we finish this evening.
You don't have a redirect?
If we finish.
Okay, and you abandoned that other video, is that right? You're not going to try to use that?
I abandoned it, yes.
Okay. All right, let's get the jury back out.
All right, to the jury.
Yo, bro. So did he? Yo, bro, stop playing with me, bro. Why what happened about playing in my face, bro? Yo. Yo, bro, stop playing in my face, bro. Why is what happened about playing in my face? Yo, stop playing.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Yes, now, good evening, Mr. Conley.
Hey, good evening, sir.
My name is Sean Hoover and I represent Mr. Conley. I am going to try to clean my notes up as much as possible for you.
Yes, sir.
If I ask you something that sounds weird, please let me know, okay?
Not a problem, sir.
Now, you testified at the beginning of your direct that you have been in a bunch of associations and you've gone to a number of conferences where you were trained. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall you ever telling us what you were like, how you were actually trained. What did you actually do besides go to a conference?
Yeah, sure. So there's different at the different conferences. There's different topics that are covered, just like your typical trade conferences. You know, there's an agenda, and you can go to different classes and whatnot. Some of those things may be, you know, hey, we're going to do a class on West Coast Bloods. If you want to learn about West Coast Bloods, come to this class. So I've been taught about hand signs. I've been taught about investigative techniques. I've been taught about how musical lyrics can be used in gang culture and how gang culture can influence the production of music. I've been taught how to use social media to further these types of investigations. I've been taught about the legal standards, the case law behind the Georgia Street Gang Act and how that applies and what appellate court decisions are coming out and those types of things, sir.
Okay. So you brought up, if you want to learn about the West Coast Bloods, come to this class. So let me ask you about that class. Was this you sat in a conference room with a bunch of other law enforcement and someone spoke to you? Was this you had a book where you actually had work you had to do to turn in? Was this could you explain that to me?
Yeah, so specific for like West Coast Blood, sir, it's more like a seminar style. It's not like a standardized, adjudicated type testing type process, if that's what you're getting at.
So with this example, this West Coast type seminar, you weren't given any materials that you had to work on and turn back in, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You weren't tested in a certain way to determine whether or not you retain that information afterwards.
I have been tested for my basic gang investigator certification, but for like the educational material to give us information about like specific gangs and stuff, no, sir, there hasn't been anything like that.
So let me ask you this. As attorneys, we have CLEs, which means we have to do training, twice a year, I believe? Maybe sometimes I should know this, at least twice a year. During those trainings, we call them the baby public defenders or the baby defense attorneys, the baby DAs. They actually have to go through an actual case. Like we prep them from start to finish, and the older attorneys test them on it. The older attorneys determine whether or not they retain that information. So my question, this example you gave with the West Coast Bloods, did you have anything like that?
Yes, sir, I did. The Georgia Gang Investigators Association and their basic gang investigator certification course, they provide a case file that we have to go through, that we have to identify all of the gang indicators, and then that is vetted by senior gang investigators, and we have to justify our conclusions, and it's a graded assessment, sir.
Perfect, thank you. So in regards to the Georgia Gang Investigator Association, you said you have to, they tested you on the identification of all gang indicators. Correct?
Not all gang indicators, but of gang indicators, yes, sir.
Could you tell this jury, how were you taught to determine whether or not a person is a member of a certain gang?
Yeah, so as far as Georgia law is concerned, we don't determine membership in a gang. We only determine association because that's what's required under the law. So we look at, in order to make a determination of if an individual is an associate, we have to have either one, a criminal street gang conviction under Georgia law, or two or more of a standardized criteria, which is they admit that they're a member of the gang, they have tattoos or types of markings, they display hand signs, symbols, graffiti, terminology, language that's consistent with a particular gang. They wear certain attire. They are observed or seen affiliating with known criminal street gang members. It's a full standardized list.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, you said there's a conviction for criminal street gang activity or just two of something else?
Two or more of other things. The official document that we go by is GBI Directive 7-10, I believe it is, sir. Sorry, it's been a minute.
I understand. It's been a long day too, so I completely understand. So using myself as an example, just so I understand, so we can get a better understanding of your training.
Yes, sir.
I don't have, well, I'm an attorney, so I don't have any criminal street gang convictions. However, I have a 6-point star tattooed on my chest. And my last name is Hoover, and my parents are from Chicago. Wouldn't those two, under what you just said, your criteria that you were taught, I'm already an associate of a gang?
No, sir.
Why not?
So what we look for is a cluster of indicators. It's not just a single thing that, you know, we hit the check marks and we go, aha, right? Can a 6-point star be representative of gang association? Yeah, it absolutely can. But it can also mean other things, right? It's a symbol in faith. It's a symbol in the Jewish faith. It's used as a symbol in the Christian faith sometimes. It's all about why it is. You have to understand, you know, the context of that. So that's why when we conduct these investigations, we look for the clusters of indicators and more than just, you know, a simple, oh, yes, I see this one thing. Yes, I see this other one thing. Oh, now you're a gang member.
So you have to understand the cluster.
Yes, sir.
That's what you were taught. Okay.
Yes, sir. It's about the totality of the circumstances when you're examining all that, sir.
And I'm going to jump around with Mr. Conley, but from what I remember, you didn't get involved in this investigation back in 2020. Is that correct?
No, sir. I believe that the request came in 2021, I believe, sir.
June 2021. That's when the Fulton County DA's office came to you.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So Detective Shepard and no one else from law enforcement came to you before then?
No,
correct?
sir.
Okay. So can you help me understand how do you understand the totality of the circumstances of, say, Mr. Conley's tattoos, if it sounds like you never talked to him around the time all of this happened?
I did not have an interview with Mr. Conley.
Would you guys approach real quick?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Everybody's out here informational as hell, man. Well, everybody's informational as hell. Yeah, my man said more like a squad. Yo, is the co-defendant snitching too? I wonder if the co-defendant is gonna take the stand. That'll be crazy. Yo, she's, my man said more like
My
a
next question
squad.
was, what's the next steps you were taught to take? Like, we're going to break down membership and association. I wasn't going to ask about any interviews with him again.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you.
Jerry can come back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
All right, for the jury.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat.
Thanks, Jerry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Coleman, my next question for you is, based off of your training, what's the next step you're going to take then?
Yes, sir. So we're going to look into, generally speaking, you're going to look into identifying if an individual has social media, particularly with gang investigations. There's a plethora of evidence that lends to association or exonerates association with criminal street gangs as it pertains to social media. We look for any type of evidence that may have been collected or is able to be collected pertaining to whatever the offense is that's being investigated. And I'm assuming that we're talking about this in like the not specific to this case sense. We're going to look for maybe cell phone records. If we can identify a phone number, what does their phone demonstrate? Who are they talking to? Do they have any type of tattoos that may indicate some type of association there? What are they wearing? Do they have a criminal history? If they do have a criminal history, is it consistent with offenses defined as criminal gang activity? If they are, we want to try to collect those documents to see, does that fit the pattern? Is there some type of, who were they arrested with? If they were arrested with anyone, you kind of want to build, like I said, that cluster of indicators, that totality of the circumstances to understand first, is this person associated with a gang? Because they may not be, but you don't know until you're looking into those things.
So then my next step is, once you determine a person, as you said, doesn't have to be a member, but an associate of a gang, how were you trained to determine what their, well, I guess my first question, if they're just an associate, how are you trained to determine what their status or their rank is?
Yeah, so you can flesh that out through the evidence that you collect. It can be through books of knowledge where it's physically written down. It can be communicated to you by other members of the gang. It can be communicated to you in digital records that you may come across where, someone is, listed in a contact with a certain rank in someone's phone. Sometimes you'll do an interview with someone and they'll tell you what their rank is in the gang. It's in Georgia, it's not illegal to be in a gang, so people will talk fairly freely about that. Where the issue comes in is when the criminal gang activity is occurring and it's in furtherance of the membership of that gang, sir.
Well, I guess that's where I'm confused. Before we get to the criminal gang activity.
Yeah.
So you've been trained how to establish association.
Yes, sir.
And now the next question was, how have you been trained to establish membership, rank, status? I'm sorry, yes, rank, status, membership, something like that. So if I heard you correctly, it's basically just based off of the evidence you collected.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then the next step is the gang activity itself.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said that you've been trained on the actual gang statute and the laws in Georgia, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you understand that simply because a person is being charged with with the charge under that statute doesn't automatically make it a gang case, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Could you please explain to the jury, how were you trained to deal with that?
Yeah, so you have offenses that are defined as criminal gang activity. What does the state look at? If the offense is defined as that, it's considered criminal gang activity, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you can be charged under the Gang Act at that point in time.
Yo,
You
get
have to
outta
make
here.
a determination that the gang activity that occurred is in furtherance of the interest of the gang that the offender has his association with. You can't just say, oh, this person is a gang member, they have committed a crime, now you are being charged with a gang act. You have to go that one step further to say, oh, this benefits the interest of said gang.
Now, once you've determined association, and once you've determined an actual gang exists, and once you've determined a crime under the statute has occurred, the next is, it kind of sounds like you, and correct me if I'm wrong, the way I heard it was you believe the next is created because those three form a triangle.
That's kind of the way that we teach it, and it's taught. The nexus is something that has to be understood from an educated perspective on understanding the patterns of behavior and what is consistent with the activities of whatever the particular gang is that is being investigated. So you have to understand the way that certain gang operates. That makes sense.
Kind of. 1 second. Now, I want to apply this training to what's happened in this case. Now, there's been testimony throughout the last, I guess, little over a week about this autonomous zone. And when I heard you testify, you didn't call it an autonomous zone. You basically said it was a Pyru takeover. So my first question is, based off of the part of the investigation that you took part in, did you ever come up with any evidence that the Pyrus, for lack of a better term, went to a government official and said, hey, we want to create an autonomous zone right here for us to take over?
No, generally speaking, gangs do not follow the rules of the road when it comes to getting permits and stuff like that, sir.
Are you aware that in this, for lack of a better term, autonomous zone, there were people that were basically living out there in tents?
I did not go into the autonomous zone, sir.
Okay. And I understand you didn't go because you didn't come in until 2021.
That's correct, sir.
So my first question is, were you aware that there were people basically living out in tents in this area during the time before the shooting?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that.
Were you aware that there were actually little kids in that area up and down the street before the shooting?
Not that I'm aware of, but it was a neighborhood, is my
That
understanding.
reasonable doubt. That reasonable doubt. They aiming for that reasonable doubt. He's not playing.
So I guess my question is, based off of your training, can you explain how this autonomous zone started off with people in tents and little kids, and somehow you jumped to a Pyru takeover?
Sure. So I can't speak to the people in tents and kids because I didn't see it. But as far as the Pyru takeover, I mean, there are gang members, gang associates on video pointing guns at people in cars, stopping them from proceeding down a road that is a public road that they're allowed to travel on. They don't have the authority to do that. The only way that they do that is by taking that authority away that's reserved. The only people that are supposed to be out there having firearms are people who are licensed to and police officers, and certainly not allowed to point a gun at an individual who's trying to transit a public street.
So let me back up just a little bit. You did testify that you had the Fulton County District Attorney's case file before you began your investigation, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And you did also testify that you had the APD case file before you started your investigation, correct?
The APD file was a part of the Fulton County file. It's my understanding that the APD file was turned over to Fulton County, and then whatever they added extra to it, packaged it all as one. And when the request came in, I received it as one package.
Okay, so you received all of that information together?
Yes, sir.
But it's your testimony that you didn't know that there were children out there before the shooting happened?
That's correct, sir.
And your testimony is you didn't know about people sleeping in tents out there the entire time before the shooting happened?
That's correct, sir.
This may sound weird, but did you not read the entire file that was given to you before you started your investigation?
I read the file, but the fact that people were occupying a residential area seems irrelevant, sir.
Can you tell the jury when did the citizens take over that area?
When did the citizens?
He said the
I'm
citizens?
sorry, I'm unclear on what you're asking, sir.
The citizens?
Okay, before the shooting, you agree with me that, or at least you understand that there were other people out there before the shooting happened on July 4th, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so could you tell the jury what evidence do you have to show when the citizens, the other people that were out there, were in that area sleeping out in tents and the kids and everything were out there? Do you have that time frame or that date?
I don't, sir.
Defense ain't playing, man. Defense ain't playing.
Can you tell this jury, do you have any evidence to show when Mr. Conley or any of these other Pyrus or G-Shine or YSL or YFN and all the other gangs you mentioned moved barricades from a Wendy's parking lot?
I never saw them move any barricades, sir.
Based off of, and you said you had all the information from the DA's office and the APD case file, correct?
What was turned over to me, yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell this jury what evidence that you have that even shows when those barricades went up?
I don't know when they went up, sir.
You made all this assessment, you ain't know about none of that other stuff that was going
And
on?
correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're saying this Hyrule stronghold takeover happened the night you saw the video of the shooting.
I don't know exactly like the date and time that it occurred. I know only the like the hours that were immediately preceding Miss Turner's death and the video footage that was provided in this case, sir.
You would agree with me that it's important to have all the context of an investigation before you start your part of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that it's important to understand the circumstances leading up to the incident before you start your part of the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
However, it sounds like you have no context up until the night of the video. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Give us the context of everything that you learned that area is set up that leads you to for us to say that this was a Pyru takeover.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, I went into it briefly earlier. I know about the riots that occurred with, the death of Mr. George Floyd. And then after the death of Mr. Brooks in the Wendy's parking lot, the riots that occurred there, the Wendy's was burned down. After the Wendy's was burned down, I know that there was a period of unrest that was kind of around that area. And then at some point, that's when this, as you referred to it as the autonomous zone, was established in that area. And then that's when we have the events that occurred that inevitably led to Miss Turner's death.
Can you give me a rough idea of the videos that you saw? Like, can you give me a time frame, a date, or anything like that?
Not off the top of my head, sir. I remember that there was video that I reviewed from the store where the incident happened. Like it was mounted up high, looking out, and then video from a MARTA bus. But as far as the exact dates and times of that, I don't recall.
Officer or detective or whatever you call yourself, investigator, whatever you call yourself, agent.
It sounds like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the only video you saw was from just that one day, July 4th, 2020. Is that correct?
For this investigation, yes, sir.
Yeah. Nothing before then.
I mean, I saw like what was on the news and stuff like that, but there was nothing pertaining to this event that I saw, sir.
So let's talk about that. You said you saw what was on the news. Was any of that part of the APD file or the Fulton file that you received?
I don't believe it was, sir.
There were no press conferences in there?
I don't believe there was. I'm aware of a press conference, but I don't believe it was a part of that file, sir.
And I may have asked this, but can you give us an idea? Do you know how those barricades even got down to that area?
I don't, sir.
Now, the pictures that the state showed you when it comes to the burnt out Wendy's with the writing on the wall side of it on the floor, or I guess the floor, the ground.
Yes, sir.
They were dated after July 4th, 2020. Do you remember that?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. So do you have anything that shows this jury that the graffiti that was on the ground occurred or was put there before July 4th of 2020?
I don't know exactly when it went down, sir.
Okay. Do you have any evidence to show the jury that the graffiti that was painted on the side of the Wendy's was put there before July 4th, 2020?
I don't, sir.
So you testified on direct that that evidence, particularly the graffiti on the ground and on the Wendy's, told you based off your training experience that that's the Pyrus coming in, taking over that territory. But you don't even know when it was actually put there, correct?
I don't know the exact date and time that it went there, but common sense says that RIP Ray Shard would not have been spray painted onto the structure prior to his death.
True. But you still don't know if it was put on there before or after July 4th, 2020, when you say it was a Pyru takeover.
That's correct.
Now, I want to touch on, I believe it was States 153, which is the Instagram for Mr. Conley.
Yes, sir.
It's clear Mr. Conley posted a lot when it comes to just his image and his appearance and everything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's start I want to talk about his post before July 4th, 2020, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any evidence to show this jury that Mr. Conley or any of his friends started making posts on IG talking about how they're about to take over an area?
None that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay.
I know that there was a posting that was made about asking like where the riots were tonight, but I don't recall exactly the date or time that was posted, sir.
Okay. So, and let's not jump around. Let's keep this timeline tight. Before July 4th, 2020, do you have any evidence to show the jury that Mr. Conley or anyone else started posting on IG about they're going to take over an area?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. Before July 4th, 2020, do you have any evidence to show this jury from Instagram that Mr. Conley or any of his friends were talking about, we're going to go get some barricades and we're going to start blocking off streets?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Before July 4th, 2020, do you have any evidence to show this jury from Instagram that Mr. Conley or any of his associates were talking about, we're about to go out and start shooting people?
Not with that terminology, sir.
So the morning, let's focus a little bit on the morning of July 4th, 2020. Did you have any evidence to show this jury based off of any type of social media that Mr. Conley was with that morning, any of the people that were at the shooting that evening?
That morning, I'm not sure. I can't definitively say yes, sir.
You have your report in front of you, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Do you recall anything that you put in your report that says that Mr. Conley and a group of the people that were at the shooting were all together the morning of July 4th, 2020?
So not specifically the morning. I recall that there was an image that the sun was clearly up, so it was still light. It wasn't the evening time or anything like that, where Mr. Conley was co-located with Mr. McKinney. But I don't know the time that was, sir.
Gotcha. So you can't say definitively that was the morning of July 4th, 2020?
I cannot, sir.
Do you have any evidence that shows when Mr. Conley met up with Mr. McKinney or anyone else before the shooting on July 4th, 2020?
I do not.
Yo, look what happened. Yo, what the hell? Is he talking about the Is he really talking about
Can you
what's
tell
happening
this
right
jury,
now?
based off of social media, how did Mr. Conley get to the area on July 4th, 2020?
I don't know.
Can you tell this jury, do you have any evidence of a group chat or a messenger where Mr. Conley and other people were talking about, hey, we're going to go down to this area and take it over?
None that I'm aware of, sir.
Do you have any type of message, or I'm sorry, any type of group chats or messages or involving Mr. Conley talking about we're going to go start blockading areas and shooting people?
None that I'm aware of, sir.
Do you have any evidence that you can show this jury that before the shooting occurred on July 4th, 2020, that Mr. Conley was rounding people up to head down there?
None that I'm aware of, sir.
Do you have any evidence to show this jury that before the shooting happened, that Mr. Conley was providing weapons or vehicles to give to people to go down there?
None that I'm aware of, sir.
Give me one moment. I don't want to repeat myself so we can
Yes, sir.
not be here forever. All right. So you said that at some point, Mr. McKinney and Mr. Conley were seen on video together. That's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so that means you also know that there were a ton of people out there the evening of July 4th, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the kids then when you were looking at the video?
I don't remember any kids that come to mind, sir.
Did you see the barbecue that was on or there was lit smoke was coming out of that?
I don't remember seeing a barbecue, sir.
Did you at least admit that there were a lot of people that were walking around with AR-15 type weapons that night?
Oh, there were a lot of guns that night. Yes, sir.
So in these videos, when you see Mr. Conley out there with a bunch of unknown people that we haven't identified, do you ever see Mr. Conley yelling out Pyru or blood or anything like that?
Not yelling it out. I don't recall there being any audio to any of the videos, sir. But he was wearing the shirt.
And we're going to get to the shirt.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with the language first.
Yes, sir.
From the case file you got from APD in Fulton County, did you receive any information that while Mr. Conley was out there, he was throwing around gang slang, gang terminology or slang?
No, sir.
And there were a number of hand signs that we saw you throw up, and we saw them on Mr. Conley's social media as well. In that video or any of the videos, you never saw him throwing up gang signs, did you?
Talking about out at the scene, sir?
Yes.
No, sir.
Now, at one point during your testimony with the state, you said that based off of, I believe you said the Martyr Bus video surveillance, that's something that told you Mr. Conley was the leader?
He assumed some type of there was a contact between a gentleman that was wearing all black, and you can kind of see him talking to the bus driver and almost checking back with Mr. Conley in the video. It appeared to be some type of check-in leadership type role, but there was no audio. I don't know what was said or anything like that. It's based on visual appearance.
So you didn't hear the audio from that surveillance video?
No, sir.
Okay. In the Fulton County DA's case file, which included the APD case file, were you aware that that gentleman in black you're talking about was the one telling the bus driver he's good, he's part of the community, he can come through? Not Mr. Conley?
I don't recall that, sir.
Recall that? Okay.
No, sir.
Based off of that surveillance video, do you remember that when that gentleman in all black who told the bus driver he was good, he can come through, turned around, there was a guy in a wheelchair that actually eventually got on that bus?
I do remember the gentleman in the wheelchair. Yes, sir.
Lord have mercy.
Now, before the shooting happened, but there was a bunch of people down there at the scene, do you have any evidence that shows that Mr. Conley or anyone else got on Facebook Live or anything like that to show, hey, this is where we are, Pyru down here, we got this?
I don't have anything for that. No, sir.
You have any type of social media that shows Mr. Conley and all of these unknown people promoting it to the rest of the world that this is ours, we're Pyru, we're down here?
Not on social media during that time, sir.
So after the shooting incident occurs, do you have any evidence to show this jury based off of the social media that you picked up that Mr. Conley talked about, hey, we got these barricades and we set everything up?
Nothing about barricades in totality of my review of the file, sir.
After the shooting incident occurred, do you have any evidence that you collected to show this jury that shows that Mr. Conley and others bragged openly about, yeah, we took over this street, or yeah, we took over that area?
Yes, sir. There was a message about, yeah, we had to send a message or something along those lines in the report. I can take the time to look it up if you'd like me to,
Please.
sir. Yes, sir. Try to locate as quickly as I can. My apologies on the delay.
I mean, it's still proving that he's a gang member. I see what they're trying to do, but it's clear he's a gang member. I think the lawyer's main thing is trying to say that you can't say that it's a Pyru takeover because citizens and stuff was there, so you're mischaracterizing it. I think that's what he's going with. So that you can't really make it seem like, yo, he was out there on some gang stuff.
All right. So, and do you have a copy of the report so you know what I'm referencing, sir?
Give me the page number, yes, sir.
Sir. Yeah, it's going to be on page 67 of my report, which is, I believe, State's Exhibit 154, sir. Yes, sir. So there's a message that is sent to the screenshot that says, LOL, destroying the building, don't help none. And then the reply is, boy, shut up. It makes a statement. It lets everyone know that we are tired, and clearly it's doing more than sitting around in silence. Just by you saying that lets me know how much materialistic shit makes your day go round. Just shut up if you don't have nothing to say. And then there, it's superimposed with, like I said, the text over the image, sir.
Wow. Got him. Got him.
So I guess my next question is, which building did Mr. Conley take part in destroying?
It's not clearly defined in this image, but there was only one building in that area which had
The
been destroyed,
Wendy's.
which was the Wendy's, sir.
You damn
And
right.
Mr. Conley isn't, there's no information that you received he had anything to do with that, correct?
He hasn't been charged with that offense.
That's the information right there.
My original question, I've kind of forgot it, but my original question is, so can you show this jury any evidence that shows after the shooting happened, Mr. Conley and this unknown group of people were talking about, yeah, we took all that over?
After the shooting, no, sir.
No, sir. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, Your Honor, this next part is probably going to take a lot longer than a couple of minutes. Yes.
Right. Oh, wow. So I guess they're going to end it now. That's how we doing it? Yep. They ended it. That's the end of that. All right. So we wrapped up for today. Hey, that was pretty interesting. I guess that wraps it up for today. What did we learn, folks? That boy guilty, and he in a gang, and he had a phone in prison where he was recording crimes that him and his other gang members were doing. Stabbings, fightings, throwing up nothing but gang signs. I mean, completely owning the fact that he's a gang member. And from the way it looks, he's with all of the nonsense, the negativity. And it's gonna be hard to say that he is not capable of what we saw. If you try to paint that this crime doesn't fit the personality of this guy, you not gonna be able to do that. This crime seems to go right in line with somebody like that. Like, bruh, everything about him says that he's definitely capable of that. I wouldn't doubt it. If I heard that he did something like that, I wouldn't be surprised because look at all the evidence of his personality and behavior. Yeah, I mean, you know. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it goes, man. We're gonna see how it goes. Oh, I don't got my I guess I'm gonna do it here. Yeah, that's it, that's all. Oops. That's it, that's all, man. Interesting. I look forward to see what's happening tomorrow. For me personally, this case, yeah, he's not gonna win this case, but it'll be interesting to see if the lawyers can sow some doubt in the jury for real. You know, I wonder if the defendant is gonna take the trial. I mean, take the stand, which I highly doubt it. The fact that they said he made statements of being on the scene and being right there and seeing the shooting himself. You know, yeah, but Lord of mercy. But tomorrow I'll start a little late. I'll start probably like at 12, so we can skip through some of the extra stuff. I want to thank everybody for coming up, and it's time for me to get out of here. Appreciate y'all. See y'all on the next day. All rabbits out the house.